The stars, distant, watching. When will they arrive? Will your loved ones be disintegrated first or last? Will your family dog become their leader? With Holto's alien invasion insurance, you don't have to worry. Holto, we got your back. The life giver, the sun, always on, the source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holto's sun insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
And now Ospoos brings you our top 3 plays.
Here's Gramadin rejoining us from Season 5.
What's going on here, June?
Wait for it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What did I just witness?
Patience is a virtue, Scotty, but the rewards of victory are better.
TFC Sam takes out the number 2 spot. I don't know what to expect here. Let's watch what unfolds. Holy Apollo!
Well, that's one small bounce for a cash-out station, one giant leap for the finals top 10 community highlights. And Zaekwando takes out the top spot with our number 1 play in this episode.
They immediately have an elimination under their belt. A quick healing barrel to provide a boost. And that tricky contestant is taken care of.
That makes 3 so far.
A rapid reload and Zaekwando moves to the higher ground. That opponent's making it hard. But another 2 are added to the tally.
That's 5, now 6.
They're looking for more.
Another flighty one is eliminated, and we're up to 7.
Zaekwando still on a roll, folks. Time to hit the high ground. Wait, there's another.
That's an assist, just to give their teammates a share.
8 out the gate. What a tremendous play from Zaekwando. Congratulations on being this episode's number 1.
Keep those amazing highlights rolling in, people. See you back here very soon. Now for our top 3 plays brought to you by Trentila. Oh, it's a highlight from the Heaven or Else limited time event. How divine!
Holy sweet mercy! That's 5 eliminations.
A glorious play from Bushworty Reed.
Direct turret holds our number 2 spot. They'll need to sharpen their aim if they want to prove they deserve that spot.
That's more like it, Scotty.
It's a start, but I think we all expect more. And there it is. That's a stack of 3 more eliminations.
Another makes 5 in total.
I need more, June.
Your wish is granted.
And the top honors go to Ryan, who's our number 1 play in this episode.
The cash out's underway.
What's going on here?
Oh my! Isn't that the sneakiest of positions to guard their cash out?
I don't know about you, June, but I'd never look out there.
I think you're right, Scotty.
There goes a sonar grenade. And here comes the defense. That steel is stomped on like an empty Ozfuse can.
And it's back to their nest.
That opponent had no clue. And the second steel is shut down within seconds with a team wipe.
Ryan earns that number 1 spot by thinking outside the box. Literally. Congratulations.
See you back here for more moments of magic soon, folks.
Out in the transatlantic landfill, where yesterday's products drift into tomorrow's oceans, Mother Nature tapped out. So we stepped in and did it better. Introducing Tiger Fruit, a delicious treat grown in post-consumer sediment rinsed to perfection. Picked at peak ripeness by the gloves that made it possible, we give you a taste of the past, simulated for the present. Trentilla, real fruit, but better.
1 truck, 1 jump, and 1 million gallons of Ozfuse. Our driver, Truck McJohnson, is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
We know you feel alone, but trust us, you're really not alone. Let Ngimo bring the world a little closer, 1 element at a time. Breeze through and sign our completely straightforward user agreement about data sharing and join our global community of friends. Ngimo, beyond boundaries, within reach.
Pop or perform.
What's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action.
Modular head with interchangeable spikes from expanding splitters to poison-tipped injectors, so they, won't feel encouraged to return later that evening. And it also disassembles easily to fit in your dishwasher.
This, folks, is a golden opportunity to safeguard your home against low-standard individuals with our zero downtime close quarters solutions. Buy now and receive an incredible 85% discount on our exclusive Family Fortress Upgrade Kit, including our hello and goodbye mats, the 360 inflatable moat, and preheated barrels of oil.
Now Isolt brings you our top 3 plays.
In third place, we join Fudge, who's just lost both of their teammates, and they have a cash out to defend all on their own.
The cash out's being stolen.
That explosive canister stalled the steal.
They're immediately re-stealing.
An RPG stops it again, and it's desperate stuff from Fudge.
Oh my word.
What commitment to secure the cash out. Amaze, amaze, amaze.
Dave.exe takes this episode's number 2 spot.
And they're bouncing like a pinball in a parking lot.
That dome shield offers a moment of protection.
Did you see that, folks? Staggeringly swift shots from Dave.exe.
With MyGo.exe taking our top spot, this is the second episode in a row where the top contestant appears twice. In 6th place as a medium build and now taking the top spot as a light with throwing knives, entertaining us with exquisite positioning and aim. You know, Scotty, we should invite Odelia on as a guest commentator sometime. She would love to see this.
We'd all love that, June, but she's still mad at me. Meanwhile, MyGo.exe is tearing the place apart here. A well-deserved first place. Congratulations!
Let's continue to see your best plays rolling in, people, and we'll be right back here with another episode of Community Highlights very soon.
Absolutely. So, our advanced olfactory targeting system is designed to track strong, threatening odors like sweat, industrial glue, or even vanilla-flavored sodas. Criminals tend to smell like trouble, while your family smells like laundry and dinner. You'll know the difference.
Now that's clever. Folks, you have the deal of a lifetime in front of you. The M134 minigun with the carry harness, the rate reducer, the geofence system, and the advanced olfactory targeting system. If you call now, we'll throw all of them in for free. Plus, the welcoming mat and the recoilless blade. Folks, this doesn't happen often, but I really feel this is too good of a deal to sit out. Now, let's pass the live feed over to Hector so we can see this bad boy in action.
June, I feel the need for us booze.
Well, here they are, bringing you our top 3 plays.
Warhead busts open the top 3 by securing a steal, but they're on their own.
That's right, Scotty, and they're low on health too. This is going to be a tough cash-out defense.
The rubber is about to meet the road. They're cautious. Holy holograms! I don't believe what I'm seeing.
What a mighty solo effort from Warhead.
Fizz dives right into the cash-out action for our second place play. And that's an early elimination under their belt. They're looking hungry with that M11 in their hands.
And clearly not afraid to hunt for their next opportunity.
Let's watch the action unfold. Happy to avoid that heavy. And that one got away, but they're not deterred.
That's elimination number 2.
And 3, and 4, and looking for more. They can't run and they can't hide from Ziz.
They're certainly doing their best to hide.
Number 6 and 7 are sent off. 8 out the gate.
And 9 will be fine.
For the first time ever, folks, we're seeing a contestant appear twice in the same episode of Top 10 Highlights, with YN Onzo taking both the 6th and top spots.
That's 2 eliminations, but now they're a teammate down. Make that 2 teammates down, Scotty.
That grenade did the damage. As did the M26 matter in YN Onzo's hands.
Absolutely. And that goo grenade provides a little respite from the action, but this solo cash-out defense isn't done and dusted yet.
More goo stops the steal. And it's a quick health recharge before charging back to the action. Another steal stopped.
That secures the cash-out.
What a way to wrap up the top spot. Congratulations.
Keep sending in those exquisite plays, people, and we'll be back here with another episode very soon. Now Volpe brings you our top 3 plays.
In 3rd place is Absolute Arthur with more point break action. There's an attack from behind.
Ha! What a cheeky way to block that minigun.
Absolute Arthur's about to run out of ammo. Boom!
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Taking the number 2 spot and dodging our orbital lasers event is Purge, who's lurking like a shark looking for lunch.
There's a poor chum.
Chump, this shark is hungry. But that fish looks like they might just be the one that got away.
Wait, I think this might be one clever shark.
Zap!
No one expected sharks with laser beams, Scotty.
Indeed.
And it's Gold Jester 44908. That's our number 1 play in this episode.
They're about to defend a cash out on their own, folks. Incoming.
Wow, that's 2 opponents sent packing.
Here comes the steal. Yikes. But that's a team wipe, and the cash out made safe.
What a decisively dominant display to take this episode's top spot. Congratulations.
Keep those powerful plays coming in, folks, and we'll see you back here for another episode very soon.
Have you lived your life in filth and sin, fraud, jaywalking, or depravity? Don't leave your eternal fate to chance. Secure your heavenly place with our divine coverage. Holto's Pearly Gates Insurance. Your absolution is our mission. Holto, your key to eternity.
And now for our top 3 plays, brought to you by Holto. The teams are all tied with 1 chance remaining for D-Lol Face and their teammates to make a steal for the win.
Look at them preparing to enter as a team. Let's pop the cork on this bottle. They're in with a flash and a bang. And a turret goes down.
That member of the Vogues is dancing on air and eluding elimination.
Not for long, though, June. Their moment in the limelight is over. D-Lol Face moves on to the last member of the powerhouses and shorts that circuit.
Time's running low. D-Lol Face needs to steal.
This is gonna come down to the wire. What a moment. Rama-lama ding-dong.
What a team effort for the win.
Cool Name is our 2nd placed highlight, and I'm sure they're no lightweight.
They're going to be doing this on their own, Scotty.
Boom! That's a double elimination right out of the blocks. And their M60 takes out a 3rd. And a 4th makes a team wipe.
They completed their cash out, so this is now all for show.
I think this show is far from over.
I think you're bang on.
Whammy! There's only one opponent left.
Oh my God.
Wow, a double team wipe from Cool Name.
Massive!
And finally, congratulations to Nika, who's our number 1 play in this episode. Let's all admire their skill.
Ka-ching! That's the money. And they're straight up and ready for more.
Whoa, what reactions?
This contestant is a lethal weapon.
Well, now they're lethal and invisible.
Nika's sizing up the cash-out station. Their team still needs to pull off a steal to be back in the match. But I wouldn't want to be an opponent bearing down on this location right now, June.
I concur.
That's number 3, and there's even time for a quick revive.
This is like the lull in the storm.
And the forecast is for a rare form of night lightning.
Very clever, Scotty.
That's another strike right there. And number 5 gets added to the tally. Do you think Nika will steal soon?
They might fake a steal to draw in a few more victims.
There's the fake out. Nika's taken a hit, but 6 opponents have now taken Nika off their Christmas card list.
Here's a gateway attack.
Number 7, they're unstoppable.
That's 8 back-to-back attacks.
I think you mean wait, how many was that?
All I know is that Nika truly deserves that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the TGM26 online series, Cycle 1 for APAC. My name is Proto, and joining me on the desk is not the usual, but it is a legend nonetheless. Cthulhu, how are we, mate?
Oh, doing pretty good. Look, I'm very much stoked to get to see some quality finals action. Honestly, it's good to also get to be back into the casting booth with you as well, Proto. So look, I'm stoked for today.
100%. It has been absolutely ages, Cthulhu. But you know what else has been ages awaiting since... Well, now it's been the top 16. We've got the top 8 coming in today. So it's top 8 qualifiers. And if any of you have been paying attention to the scoreboard recently in our TGM Online Series qualifiers for TGM26, you'd know that I believe it was last week before, we saw the top 16 slug it out in an all-on war. And it was an absolutely insane turn of events. Some great teams qualified. Unfortunately, also that means some great teams were sent home. I can tell you off the top of my rip, I already know. We had Capybara Armada, so we follow OFL. We just did OFL finals last week. They unfortunately did not qualify. They were so close being beat out by Weekend at Bernie's, but you love to see it. But Cthulhu, we have an amazing lineup for tonight. For those of you at home wondering about how things are going to go down this evening, the format of tonight's games is to follow very soon. But Cthulhu, any thoughts coming into this? This is your first finals broadcast. What are you excited to see tonight on the show?
Look, I mean, I think the biggest I guess question mark to me is how will just the overall sort of APAC will really perform, and which sub-region will really stack up the most. I mean, we got to see, you know, the likes of, Weekend and Bernie's, like you've highlighted. We even got to see, you know, the likes of Mirror Gaming. So Korea has been playing into the overall APAC. So is OC. So now it's time to just get the whole derby really rolling and find out who is the actual winner.
100%. Speaking of finding out, how we're going to find out. We started off the online series for the TGM26 with a Swiss stage. So it was a maximum of 256 teams participating. We then go through into the top 16 tournament through the first cycle, and then we get to the top 8, which is where we are today. So for tournament number 1, we have our 8 teams decided coming in to the top 8 from the top 16 qualifiers. They will play in 2 groups of 4. So ultimately, each of the winners of those 2 groups of 4 will advance to the winner's bracket, and then they will advance to the final round. So essentially, it's 3 games of cash out, then a 3v3 head-to-head, then we go to another game of cash out, then we have the ultimate final round. So it'll be a best of 1 and a best of 3. The top 4 teams, as you can see there, will compete again in that final round. And after that, we'll have the top 2 teams going into a best of 3 head-to-head. And then ultimately, with the cumulative points for number 1, they will advance on to TGM26. And then 2nd to 9th will go ahead with qualifiers to then subsequently, should they qualify, go towards TGM26. Cthulhu, an absolutely insane lineup. 4 games of cash out for us today and 2 head-to-heads. How are we feeling?
Oh, look, I mean, Cash Out has been an absolute blast to watch, and seeing how things have been really developing throughout the meta, throughout the whole game. We do get as well our top 16 results here that we'll touch up in a sec. But honestly, yeah, it's the beautiful chaotic nature that it does bring. And then looking at just all of the possibilities, all of the decisions that you have to make sort of in a split-second moment. It has been an absolute treat, honestly, and especially watching the likes of even OFL has been a genuine a pleasure seeing how things do develop and how storylines shift within literal milliseconds.
100%. Top 16 results as we spoke. Capybara Armada, unfortunately. OCE, we've lost a giant, but ultimately we've walked away with one just as big. Weekend at Bernie's qualifying through for seed 6 in the top 16 results. KZ hailing from China, DRG following suit. Hibu also coming in under the Korean flag. 4am following along. Similarly, as well, from China, Team Mogwasom, a mixture of both. So we do have a couple of OCE players, Eshe, shout out, as well as one Korean national. Weekend at Bernie's obviously all OCE. Team Mame is Japan. Sorry, just consulting my notes. Yep. A skirmisher is Korea. So a good mix across the APAC board there. And the rest of the team is 677RS is another OCE OFL team that I know very well. Unfortunately, they are not qualifying either, as well as everybody else in the list there. Some names that I am and am not too familiar with. But similarly to that, things that we may or may not be familiar with, Cthulhu, our arena pool. So for cycle 1, we have an 8-map pool that we will be consistently pulling from. Unfortunately, for those of you at home who may or may not love Kyoto, we will not be getting it in our pools at all here. Cthulhu, favorite map, come on.
Favorite map. Look, I'll have to. It's a bit of a difficult one, actually. I would probably have to say between Fangwai City and I would even dare to say Las Vegas.
Okay.
Those two I would be very much keen to watch. Las Vegas strictly for the fact that it does open up a lot more of the opportunities for something long range. Whereas something like Fangwai, something even like even maybe Fortune Stadium as well, does bring in a little bit more sort of, I guess, intimate gunfights coming on in. So I definitely, I'm hoping to see some long-range gaming, because that opens up a whole new sort of can of opportunities in terms of what kind of util you bring, what kind of loadout you run out. Do you force some of the gunfights into a little bit more of a up close and personal? And yeah, from there on, it's a whole lot of variety of what you can really see and what will end up coming out out of the strat book.
Exactly. So starting off right now, though, we are locked in. We have our top 8 showdown. This is what we are going to be watching today. So for our first couple of matches, our final 8, we've got 2 matches of cash out to kick us off. So game number 1, KZ, 4am, Team Mogwasom, and a skirmisher. And then game number 2, DRG, Hibu, Weekend at Bernie's, and Team Mame. The top 2 teams of both of those cash outs will go on and advance to the next round. Then the winner of that one will go to the 3-of-3. The top 2, will go to the 3v3, and then they will automatically qualify into the upper final. Then we have the lower bracket, which will then follow us through into ultimately requalifying for another chance at that final game. Cthulhu, then, as we've just mentioned, our first few matchups. Do you want to run us through the players? What are we expecting to see in this one, Cthulhu? Who have you got picked?
Look, I'd say I'm keeping an eye out for, I would say, KZ, to see how things will really work out for them. The roster of UQI, Huili Rice, and Gege as well coming on out. 4am, Ghost Player and Kiar coming on through. Team Mogwasom, well, himself, as well as Eshe and Very Serious, like you've highlighted before, and then a skirmisher, Kim McP, Bibimbap, and I Love You as well coming on through. But look, I would say, considering that we did get to see the seedings, quite stacked with Chinese representatives, I am very curious to see how will KZ and 4am really fare in this matchup. Though looking at the chat as well, a fair few of the Team Mogwasom enjoyers as well, so I will be keeping a very keen eye for the representatives from a joint squad, I suppose, call it, from Korea and OCE, seeing how will they be able to duke it out.
100%. And something of note here as well, every single team, bar Ace Skirmisher, currently representing a team member who has been in either a 25 China League and or National League top qualifying. So second to third, second to fourth, a lot of huge names coming into these matchups. So our pick bands now, Cthulhu, if I had to guess for cash out, I think we're going to be looking at something like a Sizz. It is the most competitively stable map at the moment. Pros are loving it. There is very good reasoning behind that. Great rotates, great positioning, good vaults, good spawns, lots of great things. Pros love it, but we're not going to get to see it. It's Nozomi Citadel, Cthulhu. We are going to be going straight on down. That is an interesting one. Thoughts?
Yeah, look, it's one of those that, at least, look, visually, I definitely one of the runner-ups in my preferences, I will say for the most of it, but it definitely can get pretty chaotic, and it's something that I have a feeling that there's going to be a few very cheeky plays, a few very sort of hidden around sort of third-party roll-ins, so I would not put it past that, you know, the moment we get into the first few gunfights, things will get very hectic, and they won't settle down until either one team will be able to really disengage very, very rapidly and, you know, find themselves the getaway route, or this is going to be basically a non-stop moving meat grinder that would only stop unless somebody decides to bring in something so outrageously massive that it's just uncounterable. But look, I wouldn't go into the nitty-gritty just yet in terms of what could be seen, because look, I mean, you know my when we as well get to play, we get to sort of theory craft about some of the more outrageous sort of picks like the triple heavies and whatever else. But look, if we'll get to see some of this, I would be questioning the intentions of some of the teams.
Look, at the top end of the spectrum, unfortunately, it is not low ranked, such as me and you, Cthulhu. But ultimately, we will be seeing what I would like to imagine is current meta relevance at the moment is HLL. It's going to be a mixture of HLL, HML.
Yeah, of course.
Should we see HMM? I'm not sure. It's not something that was super prevalent. We could see double heavy light. That has had some resurgence at the moment, pending different changes with the utility. Obviously, when the dome nerf came through, we stopped seeing the prevalence of double heavy. But considering now that we've had some more tweaks since then with medium movement, as well as the healing beam, the light H infuse has been changed a couple of times, as well as a glitch reset, etc. Definitely interesting place to be in, especially in a region where teams love to get active. Speaking of Cthulhu, we are going to dive straight on in to game number one. The APAC Cycle 1 TGM26 online series. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. This is about to be hectic. Cthulhu, run us in.
Yes, sir. Straight off the ripper, we do get to see a pretty interesting lineup, actually, from a couple of teams. I believe we got to see, for the most of it, an HLL run straight off the back. UQY does, in fact, get active and decides to actually dip out as rapidly as possible, as there is already quite a fair bit of the initial heat starting to come on through, just only a floor below.
Yeah, really kicking off early here. I love you. Finding one on a player. Make that a full wipe. Taking down Kiar and Co. They are dropped off the face of the earth early. It's now KZ left to pick up the pieces. Only three strong, sorry. Eshe falls. Sirius close to follow. Mogwason now the last alive on the heavy. Has to run. Has to get away. He's being chased. RPG to try and quell his problems.
Oh, man.
It's not enough. KZ, they come out on top in their team fight. Player and Co go down in theirs. And that is a very quick wipe. Mogwason not too happy off the kickoff there, but ultimately not a bad effort. Some good team fights in that first section, Cthulhu.
Ruthless turnaround for him, and against the SA-12 as well. That gun is absolutely unforgiving. And, well, look, at least we do get to see the initial start for the cash out, and already RPG's ready to rumble. It is a full-on action to come on through, but funnily enough, vertical game is going to be, for the most of it, fairly prevalent to just see how we'll get this set up, as by the looks of it so far, Bibimbap, Warrior, and Co are looking to really get into the thick of it.
Need to play slow, but ultimately still have the level of aggression that gives them control of this box, and looking like they want to find kills straight out of the gate. Mogwason answer back with some good kickoffs of their own, but ultimately wiped. It's going to be a steal here for Ghost and the gang. A nice take back there from the boys. You love to see it. 4 a.m. really holding their own here, and KZ regathering themselves. They're still in good control, though. They have their box. They're slowing down the pace, Cthulhu, and now they just need to play for that re-engagement. They've got about a quarter left on the cash outs. They have plenty of time, but realistically, for the attackers, only one more chance to attempt to take this vault for themselves. A skirmish need to get active.
They do, in fact, need to get active already. Straight off the ripper, in comes the glitch grenade as well, trying to get the steal, but they come on through as well.
Whoa.
That's an absolute washout team. Magpie and Co are absolutely just flooring it, and the steal nearly comes through, but no, Ghost is able to steal it. 4 Angry Man will be able to hold on to it.
Wow, 4 a.m. That is massive. Mogwason now with a victory of their own to some degree. P90 in play, doing some crazy damage here. Going for the steal now. KZ need to deny, but do they have enough time? No, they're only too strong. It's not enough. Mogwason are going to get away with it. Eshe's taken down by Argan. They're looking for more. Jumping on through.
Oh,
Heavy's involved with the SA now, and that's another one. Serious off screen for his own, and that is a clear. They're going to walk away with it, and OCE prevail in the early fights.
Oh man, yeah, the angry Mogwasom coming in with the SA-12 as well, looking to just absolutely put in the hurt in there as well. And look, from here on, looking at 4 Angry Men roster, they're already getting started on their run here as well, trying to keep things nice and steady. They have a pretty solid opportunity here to really close it all out, at least in their favor. But as of now, really, for the Ace Skirmisher roster, they have had a bit of a rough one, and one would hope to see them really get back into the swing of things. So can be said about King Zero. Bit of a rough beginning on their overall momentum, still yet to find themselves even more cash, but as of now, getting started, getting active. Eshe is looking to begin the process for his team as well.
Yeah, Mogwason so far off the bat really, really well set up. And Cthulhu, we have a very quick look at the lineup. Do have the medium heavy light being run by Mogwason. Across the board, realistically, we sort of have a very big mix of medium heavies and lights. Only one team opting to run both. We've got the shotgun getting involved here. We're looking to try and find some kills. Gonna get a couple. Shotgun in hand. Naru, he's good for one. Argun does find one off screen somewhere else in a different team fight right now, but it's got to be a soft reset here. Kya needs to be put back into it. A good steal off screen for KZ. They've managed to take out the competition. Mogwason quite comfortable on their box, but it looks like we've had a pivot, Cthulhu. 3 teams currently over by C right now, looking like it's a bit of third-party mayhem in a cash out.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of chaos right about now, and it's already beginning, really. The initial pokes starting to come on through, just waiting for the right moment to really go for the push. UQI and the rest of King Zero are looking to try to stake their hold here for the second spot as well. In the meantime, though, Eshe and Mogwasom as well, if they're able to cash out, that propels them to the first place as well. So this is going to get very, very tense in the next few seconds.
Remember, this is to qualify for the top of our board right now, going straight into the 3v3. You dodge a game of cash out, so everyone wants to get in for the jump pad. That's huge. It's pushed it out of distance. Dome goes down. KZ, this is huge. They've managed to deny the time. Avoid the wipe and get away with a cash box as well. 19k in the bank, and that's all she wrote. They've disengaged. They're out. They're gone. They don't need anything else. Thank you very much. That's all she wrote. And they've left. Mogwason in trouble now, though, off screen. Oh my god. Ghost is hungry. Chasing down what was left. They need to trade it back. Indeed, they will. That's good for Eshe. Keeping OFL alive in his heart, but this is going to be another cash out for them, and they're currently our ringleaders.
Perfect C4 play as well, just to keep that box away as much as possible. And that keeps them at such a absolutely juicy spot right now, because they get to. Oh boy, oh that's unfortunate. That was That was very unfortunate. But in the meantime, though, the KZ roster is just getting close to getting active as well themselves. The heavy push through the shield starting to bring on in. It is the Korean representatives in the form of Ace Skirmisher trying to keep on going. I Love You keeps on racking kills with the S12 and absolutely just deadly, but no, unable to stick around. Naru is the one to claim the frag. And well, now it's the time to, well, stake their own claim here to try to get themselves on board for the points. But man, oh man, this could get absolutely dicey if they're not too careful, because this one is going to be a huge one. 18,000 to cash in.
KZ have been pushed down to third as well. We do want to highlight Cthulhu. A great push on here. Mogwason pulling the pants down. Heavy needs support. Ashe needs to come and help or get the H infuser involved. Can he do either? No. Mogwason is going to be lost in the process, and Ashe a little bit too late to the party. I'm not too sure what the play was there, but ultimately not able to support. Ghost's going to get the revive onto Kiar. Kiar's going to get the revive on Ghost. And either way, we've got a coin back in from Sirius here to try and attempt to support, but they're playing for a dive. A lot of these Asian teams love playing for dive strategy. We saw it in the top 16 qualifiers. We've seen it here again with the Gateway Shotgun on the lights, especially. Some good work here from I Love You, but not quite fancy enough for UQI to finish him off with the 93R, and KZ going to put themselves back up now in first, overtaking Mogwason after that wipe, losing that 15%. That's going to hurt them a little bit, but they're still in contention for top 2 here, Cthulhu. They automatically qualify, no lower bracket for them if they can hold on to what they've got so far, and with Vault 6 in hand, they might be looking to double jeopardy here.
That could be, yeah. Look, and in the meantime, well, for a skirmisher roster, things have been a little bit on the more problematic side. Unable to really, well, actually, pardon me, they're just still keeping in the, keeping themselves in the run, but a little bit on the slower end. On the side of player Ghost and the remainder of 4 Angry Men, this has been also a relatively quieter turnaround, but Mogwason certainly have a perfect opportunity here to throw in a bit of a spanner. It's a full-on absolute gunfight, and it's an absolute massacre coming on through. KZ, an absolute wipeout so far, but it's continuing the fight as well.
Welcome to the meat grinder, ladies and gentlemen. It's all kicking off, but it's not enough.
There we go.
KZ still find themselves on the top spot. Mogwason in second. So those are your top 2 teams for game number 1. I think we sort of expected that, just jotting it down in my notes, Cthulhu. But HML coming out on top. Not what we've seen sort of, I guess, locally. HLL definitely tending to be more favored, but ultimately showing us why medium is still very relevant in the meta. Defib, especially, very useful in a lot of those fights. We did see soft resetting more so often than not, but ultimately, sometimes just putting your heavy back on the board is enough to get the job done clearly. With KZ, they were running HML. Mogwason, they were running HML. I mean, there was only a couple of teams, I think 2 teams in there running the double light. Ultimately, wasn't good enough for them in the end.
Yeah, not enough of the beefiness, not enough of just survivability, really threw in a massive spanner in the works there for themselves. And look, a massive turnaround. I have to give massive kudos as well to Team Mogwason as well, as honestly, I was going into this kind of expecting that KZ and 4 Angry Men would be the ones to really push it, but nope, look, I got proven wrong. At the very least, KZ managed to really steal away the top spot, but for Mogwason and co, it's been actually a really solid turnaround, apart from the unfortunate sort of catching. I believe it was close to the end of the matchup where Mogwason got caught off guard, but otherwise, yeah, no, this was actually a really well organized play, and I liked what I saw as well from them, where a good chunk of times they really just decided to play clever. They didn't really try to overextend. They didn't, try to get too aggressive or try to go too bloodthirsty for the kills, and just did their job, did their objective, and got out.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. We did see a couple of reiterations, as I said, halfway through the game that we saw in the top 16. So that was the light double barrel. I spoke to the coach of Capybara Armada, Null. Shout out, thank you for the insight. That was a big problem for them. And we did notice in that matchup, I believe it was Player and Co running that one. I could be wrong. I only got a very short glimpse of it during one of the fights. But regardless of that fact, wasn't too effective today. Ultimately, distance managed to prevail. Heavy's definitely having a preference for the SA12 in that matchup, but that is very consistent with how Nozomi usually plays. Very close quarter, very in your face, especially when you get into those late round cash outs and vaults. I mean, you saw it at the end there, the absolute meat grinder that was that final cash out. It ultimately was just hectic as nothing else we've seen today. It could get better. It could be the same Cthulhu. We don't know at this point in time. But ultimately, a really, really good first game. I do also want to very quickly highlight, just before I let you put your thoughts in on it, the holding of the vault by Mogwason. They wanted to try and use that double jeopardy opportunity to grief out KZ. At least that's what the setup looked like. If someone was going to get a steal there, they go for the plug, they knock KZ back down into the lower bracket, put themselves up a little bit further. Do you think ultimately that was the right call in that team fight? Because ultimately we just saw them dive it in the end. They weren't actually even then holding on to the vault. They just got involved.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the moment, Team Mogwason were able to really secure themselves a bit more certainty about their positioning, and they knew sort of how to really, that they would still be able to keep on progressing further into the bracket. I think, playing the spoiler was honestly one of the better ideas, and, well, at least an attempt would have been great, but you could say, I mean, to a certain degree that worked out. It's just not against the exact target, which was the KZ.
Yeah, unfortunately didn't quite land, but it was close. The setup was there. Very quickly, utility-wise, HML, prevalence in the region at the moment for APAC, at least in the top 8 qualifiers today. Do you think that that is going to be consistent with what we see for the rest of the afternoon? Or do you think teams maybe switch into that HLL, considering a lot of people are running the heavy with the double? We saw mesh shields in that game. We saw a lot of domes. Do you think the lights come out to try and combat that? Or do you think teams are pretty comfortable where they sit with the mediums currently?
I'd say for safety, sort of safe picks, I would say HML will very much prevail here. Though the moment we drop down into, I would say, lower brackets, especially some of the more, I guess, call it dire matches, I have an inkling that we may actually get to see HLL a little bit more. We get to see a little bit more, I guess, call it dire strats, where, you starting to go for more of a sort of a min-max playstyle where, look, a mesh shield plus dome shield, and then you set up so that the damage output from the lights is absolutely insane. That's one of the options. Another one is obviously, you try to go in for, I guess call it a support heavy, and it's the lights that pump out majority of the actual damage to everything and everyone. I think for the upper bracket, HML might be king for this.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. It realistically, HML, if we are to sort of stay where we are in terms of consistency, Mogwason was really, really well played. And ultimately, the medium, I think we already highlighted, so effective, especially for teams utilizing the heavy, should I say, more so, pushing straight through. And a lot of this is just shock and awe. It is the region that we're playing in. It's the same across multiple games. Cthulhu, we can attest to that. This region loves the old ping and swing meta. There's not so much pinging going on here, but there is definitely a lot of swinging. Speaking of, our beginning start to our bracket, we see the placements here. So Mogwason and KZ move on from their first matchup. They've qualified in the lower bracket. Unfortunately, Ace Skirmisher and 4am have dived on down. They will get another chance before they are ultimately sent back to the waiting screen, and they will then have to go into the standard qualifiers. But ultimately, we now move on to game number 2. One that I am very, very excited for, as it hits pretty close to home. Weekend at Bernie's. I will highlight once again the OFL just finishing up last week. Shout out to everybody over there. Unfortunately though, fun fact for you, Weekend at Bernie's, they beat Capybara Armada. They beat 677 RS. Obviously they didn't beat Mogwason. Mogwason wasn't playing in the tournament at the time. But they beat all of those guys in qualifiers. They qualify. They're now in the online series for TGM26 Cycle 1. in the OFL Grand Finals that we watched last week, Capybara Armada, who they beat in the qualifiers, actually beat them in the final. Now, mind you, they were playing with a sub, but Capybara Armada ultimately come out on top and beat them in OFL. So, moving forward, they want to dial themselves in, I can imagine, to move forward. Cthulhu, I know you had a quick look at that game, but I don't think it's much to their skill. I'm looking forward to see Microchip, Keldor, and Shay give it their best here in this matchup. Cthulhu, give us the highlights. Who are we looking at?
Yeah, look, well, there's obviously, once again, yeah, the CN representatives in form of DRG now making the appearance here, looking to try to, well, keep up at least the whole momentum that the other two Chinese teams were able to generate for themselves. On the side of Haibu, it's a full Korea stack coming on in with some of the big names as well out of the sub-region coming on through. And yeah, look, Weekend and Bernie's, I'll join here with you as well on the vote. Gotta rep the OC, gotta rep the goods as well. And well, Team Mame as well, the Japanese representatives making their way on over. It's going to be a pretty curious to see, you know, remembering how just Japan plays in general across multiple titles as well. It's a region that does favor a very calculated aggression as well. So I'm curious to see if they will be able to stand up to that, I suppose, call it standard, in finals as well. But otherwise, yeah, look, Weekend and Bernie all the way.
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to see Weekend at Bernie's do something here. You do have to remember, going into this one, DRG are going to be a big name. Ultimately, looking at some of the games here on the Liquipedia, we have multiple times where, you know, Team Mogwason are first. We see DRG down the bottom. So we could see a small upset. I mean, who knows? It is cash out. You do have to keep that in mind. Steals are very much available, especially in situations that are dire. You know, your team's getting pumped by another team, you come see the third party. We saw it in that last game. A lot of cash out is actually the strategy side of it. We are going to be going to CIS Horizon. Not surprised. Currently the most, I would argue, competitively sound map in the finals, and ultimately one that you just see so often because teams just love it, and there is no reason that they shouldn't. Cthulhu, you have the inside, you have the outside, you have long angles of fire, you have that close quarters. Are you expecting heavy SA-12s here, or are you thinking we maybe see the pivot over to Shaq Lewis for the longer range engagements? Do you think we see a little bit more movement? It is that slightly medium-sized map, so you do need a little bit more gateway action. What are we thinking?
I feel like maybe this is actually might be the map where we might actually see a bit more of a double down towards the HLL meta. Yep, the Shaq 50 to come on through will be certainly a much better choice. Though I wouldn't be surprised if all four teams that would decide to pivot towards the SA-12 once again and just decide to, you know, play the corners, play the close range, and just force the issue at that short range. Otherwise, I'm expecting, a bit more mobility. HLL will arguably would be a bit more of a cleaner choice, I would say. Though, you know, considering that with the medium, you do get to see, you do get to play the healing beam as well. There's definitely an opportunity for that, for a little bit more of just a more consistent healing potential here, and there's certainly opportunities as well. We get already a teaser for an SA-12 pick.
Well,
yeah, there's the HLLs,
yeah, we got a couple of HLLs, we got a HML, Cthulhu. We're about to dive in game number 2 of our TGM26 online series, Cycle 1 APAC qualifiers for the top 8. We're locked in. We've got HLL for Weekend at Bernie's. They played it so well in OFL. We're going to see if they can do it. But right now, it's Mame actually taking the first few hits, trying to drag him into the dome. But the SA-12 for both sides, absolutely shredding DRG. We spoke about it at the beginning of the game. This is why China is on the top of our leaderboards. They actually have the most representation here. 3 teams hailing from that region, and you can see why. China on a different level right now. Speaking of, Weekend at Bernie's looking to get involved.
Yeah, Weekend at Bernie's trying to get a bit more active. The only team actually running, I believe, the HLL as well. And, well, hopefully we'll see a little bit more mobility, a little bit more of an action coming in through them. And, oh my god, absolutely insane chain as well to come on through. Microchip trying to stay alive here as well. Keldor is gone. And it's just an absolute massacre here, as well as Weekend at Bernie trying to stay alive here.
Yeah, they're making good work of what's in front of them right now, but look at all of these teams managing their utility, running around like headless chicken. Lots of things are happening. Microchip finding one onto Mame. Shay reviving Keldor. Mame now looking to lose one as FPS goes down to Latte. And Keldor, off screen, finally getting the wipes onto Mame as well. So Weekend at Bernie's, another OCE team we've spoke so much about, holding up the mantle for the boys at home. We love to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, the finals is down under at the moment. Weekend at Bernie's leading the charge.
Absolutely phenomenal turnaround here, and now for Mame, they will need to, well, get themselves reset and keep things in the running. On the side of Haibu, though, feel like they might actually have some formula here to keep on running, as they will be the ones to first take on the opposition. Already DRG making their way over the HLM stack that is looking to be absolutely dangerous. P90 in hand for Myungtang as well, and well, Haibu getting in close. Ground floor for DRG, and look at them, they're rearing to go. They want to get active, and in fact activity will be happening. Mame as well, so far catching strays as FPS, and Mame himself is absolutely gone. C4s to come on through to get, well, level the playfield a little bit in one capacity or the other as the gateways come on through.
An attempt at a very quick flank here, but ultimately not quite finding the mark. We have DRG playing such a great stall game here. They don't need to take these gunfights if they don't have to. Spotted though, the revolver hits hard, but now the steel comes through, and you'd imagine the dive is soon to follow. Explosive barrel does come out, but no, they opt to leave it. They don't choose to engage, or at least if they did, it took them way too long to rotate on round, but they have to go for a steal now if they want it. Latte finds two from behind them on a quick wrap round, and that is all she wrote. DRG with such a strong start, ultimately such a weak finish, Cthulhu, but a great play from the attackers. Haibo locking it down.
Yeah, Haibu are doing an absolutely phenomenal job at just slowing things down and getting that steal, and then causing just about enough of the disruption to really force, well, all of the rosters really to back away. Yeah, DRG unfortunately just absolutely, well, caught with their pants down and unfortunately unable to really keep anything going. Microchip as well, catching some hands as well. Hana Lemon absolutely wiping out, and well, cash out does come on through. So far things are looking a little bit dicey here for Weekend and Bernie. So far at the bottom of the leaderboard, Shuai and Co. DRG looking to get some action going around the Vault 3, but ultimately just waiting for those picks to come on through.
Yeah, a bit sad there for Weekend at Bernie's, but that is... Oh my god, what a winch. We saw that very quickly there for a pixel, but again, it's just winch mania at the bottom of the stairs here. Ultimately, the heavies just doing battle right now. As I was saying, sorry, Weekend at Bernie's, this is the unfortunate risk that you run when you bring HLL. As you can see, both are super low. They've actually been sitting on screen, on death screen here for a long while, and I'm not too sure whether or not they're having an issue. Maybe it's part of the strategy, but they've all been dead for a long while now with no coins coming out, opting to go for revives instead. Shay bringing the team back up to health, but my god, what a grab from Narnia, doing damage. Boom, looking to go crazy for DRG through the gateway, finds one, driving back into it, looks to get involved. H user comes out. DRG are in form right now. DYM finishing what's left of Haibo, and that is a screen that you don't want to see often, but unfortunately they're going to be looking at for the next 10 seconds.
Oh man, DRG looked at the last steal that happened to them and decided to take it personally. At that point, really, those swings were absolutely crispy. Another attempt at the steal to come on through. The glitch grenade coming on in as well to try to throw a little bit of a spanner in the works, but unfortunately not yet. Shaq 50 ringing on out to try to get the frags, but it's the revolver that is urging. Whoa, what is going on? DRG are on an absolute roll. Dim is trying to stay alive. The absolute heals are insane, and in fact, it should be coming on through. No, slightly delayed, but that's all right. Though the steal coming on in. No, interrupted as well. FPS is able to get some frags. Defibs to come on through. Dim is looking to keep on scoring and scoring. Oh my god.
This revolver is absolutely putting in the work right now here for DRG. They've got one down. Light's coming to try and deny as much as they can, but no. Weekend at Bernie's. They need something, considering that they somehow lost their cash out just a moment ago. Mame, though, have been largely uncontested this entire matchup, at least by the big hitters, and they're going to walk away with a free vault here regardless of what happened in the manner of the time. That was great gameplay. This is why we watch the finals. Hybo leading the charge right now with a pretty solid score for themselves as well. Ultimately, though, Cthulhu, we have to bring it down. We have found who's going to be in the lead for right now. We've got a strong start from a lot of teams, but DRG just getting unlucky on both of their vaults at the start of the game.
It's the post, I guess, cash out slash just sort of in the off time gunfights that they are able to catch out for themselves. But the moment it does get chaotic, things get a little bit flustered almost, you could say, for them. Another attempt at the push. It's now Boom looking to try to make some plays happen here. But as of now, otherwise for Haibu, they're looking to keep on scoring here, and in comes the potential dive. No, Weekend at Birdie is absolutely getting ran, and BFR Titan as well starting to come on through. The glitch is there as well. Shay unable to really have anything. Microchip is the last man standing, trying to get away as rapidly as possible, but boy, oh boy, that is a rough run in every way to really call it.
Yeah, we're coming down into the last few moments here, and ultimately we've got D, but we have a very, very long stagger for A, so there will be a chance for teams to have a go at one more vault. BFR, some good damage, but this is why it's not picked often. You can't get it off quickly enough. Myung finding one on to Hannah Lemon, and ultimately Mame lose their grip on first. If both of these cash outs go through, we are going to definitely see a lock in here for one. Hybo taking over second place, but DRG now set up to play for the post plant. And, well, I say post plant. Sorry, that's just the default settings kicking in there. The post plug trying to lock in this one for themselves, but it actually looks like it might just be a three-way parlay. We might get a plug of 6, depending on how quickly teams can open it. There's a minute left in play, Cthulhu. That's plenty of time if someone wants to run that on over.
Oh, speaking of running away, Microchip is trying to stay alive amidst it all. It's an absolute wipeout, actually. Haibu absolutely hunting down, wanting to catch as much of that, of those frags as well, but unfortunately, well, for Keldor and co, it has been an absolute tilter and a half, and you are very much correct. A three-way opportunity to claim here the top 2 positions. And right now, between DRG, Haibu, and Mame as well, there is a lot of potential. DRG have the prime spot here as well to rock things out. Microchip gets, well, done dirty as well. And now in comes the DRG defense.
It's going to be one chance, but given the amount of denial they have to do, that is perfect. This is a masterclass from DRG. They've locked themselves away. They only need to deny for another 5+ seconds. As long as no one gets on it now, it's not going to matter. It's all going down. Nothing is going to stop them. DRG, no, a wipe though will. It's pushed them out of first, but it's okay. You'll take second. You still qualify. But that was a little too close for comfort. If you get knocked out there, DRG come from, mind you, the bottom all the way back to the top. They very narrowly squeaked down off the back of that final wipe. My God, that was an insane game. Haibu ultimately walking away with first place and going forward into our next game of Cash Out. Cthulhu, the penultimate of that one, was a little too close for comfort.
Oh yeah, too close for comfort indeed. But I mean, the setup for it was there long in the making as well. I mean, the top 3 out of 4 teams already sitting on a very, very close scoreline. And yeah, look, Haibu honestly really had an impressive run. I have to say it. They didn't really go for too many, meaningless engagements. And contrary to what DRG did, they just sort of played out as straightforwardly as possible, whereas on the side of the unfortunate roster that is Weekend at Bernie, things were, well, really, really rough. But look at this, though. For Haibu, Latte on 11 eliminations. Oh my days.
That V9S definitely in the right hands in that matchup, Cthulhu, but I do want to highlight weekend at Bernie's. A bit of a rough one. Not too sure what transpired after the first bulk that we saw them play. Obviously, they had that cash out and were largely uncontested for the longest amount of time, but then ultimately just losing the steal to essentially nothing. We did see Shay was alive, but nowhere to be seen. Keldor, I believe, no, Microchip, sorry, was the one that was attempting to deny, but ultimately Keldor was already dead. Then Microchip obviously passed away and Shay was just still nowhere to be seen. So I'm not too sure. Maybe it was a ping problem. They are going to be playing on Asia servers today. It's not going to be local for them, so that could be a bit of an issue. But even then, post-steal, we saw them take an extensive amount of time to coin back into the fight and get back on their feet. So whether that was a mental thing, whether that was a ping thing, I don't know, maybe it was an in-game issue that we saw. Ultimately, whatever it was just a bit of a struggle. They came out of the gate swinging. They had a really good initial team fight and it looked really good for them, but unfortunately they did not prevail in this one. They do get one more chance though, so OCE isn't quite out of the running just yet. But ultimately, we will get one more chance from Weekend at Bernie's, and they'll have one more chance to prove themselves as to why OCE should still be here. We do, however, still have Microsoft in the mix as well. They have already previously qualified to the next game of cash out, so that's a good thing for OCE fans at home. We haven't quite lost our representation just yet, but ultimately, we will keep doing our absolute best. No reason for us to take away from everybody else, though. KZ and DRG, ultimately, as well as Hybo, walking away with their own victories respectively. We've got China, and one Korean, one mix of Korea and Australia. So some good spread, honestly, Cthulhu. I was expecting to be a little bit more one-sided than this, but I'm glad that we're getting some really interesting games.
Absolutely. No, yeah, it worked out pretty well, and honestly, I have to say, Chinese teams so far have been an absolute just treat, really, to watch how they really perform, how they play. Honestly, curious to see out of all the representatives who will, in fact, come out at least for the longest runner as well. I would argue as well, KZ might just be able to bring that heat as well. But otherwise, yeah, look, I mean, even in the chat, you know, there's been a mention. Nice try, gentlemen. Just don't feed next time for Weekend at Bernie. And, well, hopefully that is, in fact, going to be the case for them, considering that, yeah, it's been just a series of unfortunate events for it all. But honestly, Cash Out has been delivering, and delivering in spades. But so far, one thing that we didn't actually get to establish as well, Proto, HML is in fact going to be the, I suppose, call it the golden standard here, because so far we already got to see two big cash outs. Well, 3 teams so far ran the HLL. Those 3 teams, unfortunately, currently sitting on the lower seeding as well.
Yeah, 100% Cthulhu. We're going to take a very quick 5-minute break. It's actually already transpired, so we'll get back when the time is over with more games for you. We'll talk to you in a bit.
What's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
Yeah. It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes from...
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action.
Yeah. Modular head with interchangeable spikes, from expanding splitters to poison-tipped injectors, so they, won't feel encouraged to return later that evening. And it also disassembles easily to fit in your dishwasher.
This, folks, is a golden opportunity to safeguard your home against low-standard individuals with our zero downtime close-quarters solutions. Buy now and receive an incredible 85% discount on our exclusive Family Fortress Upgrade Kit, including our hello and goodbye mats, the 360 inflatable moat, and preheated barrels of oil.
out in the transatlantic landfill, where yesterday's products drift into tomorrow's oceans. Mother Nature tapped out. So we stepped in and did it better. Introducing Tiger Fruit, a delicious treat grown in post-consumer sediment rinsed to perfection. Picked at peak ripeness by the gloves that made it possible, we give you a taste of the past, simulated for the present. Trentilla, real fruit, but better.
We know you feel alone, but trust us, you're really not alone. Let Engimo bring the world a little closer, one element at a time. Breeze through and sign our completely straightforward user agreement about data sharing and join our global community of friends. Engimo, beyond boundaries, within reach.
Now for our top 3 plays brought to you by Trentilla. Oh, it's a highlight from the Heaven or Else limited time event. How divine!
Holy sweet mercy! That's 5 eliminations.
A glorious play from Bushworty Reed.
Direct Turret holds our number 2 spot. They'll need to sharpen their aim if they want to prove they deserve that spot.
That's more like it, Scotty.
It's a start, but I think we all expect more. And there it is. That's a stack of 3 more eliminations.
Another makes 5 in total.
I need more, June.
Your wish is granted.
And the top honors go to Ryan, who's our number 1 play in this episode.
Cash out's underway.
What's going on here?
Oh my! Isn't that the sneakiest of positions to guard their cash out?
I don't know about you, June, but I'd never look out there.
I think you're right, Scotty.
There goes a sonar grenade. And here comes the defense. That steel is stomped on like an empty Ozfuse can.
And it's back to their nest.
That opponent had no clue. And the second steel is shut down within seconds with a team wipe.
Ryan earns that number 1 spot by thinking outside the box. Literally. Congratulations.
See you back here for more moments of magic soon, folks.
Have you lived your life in filth and sin? Fraud.
Alrighty, we are back for the continuation of some of the games, and honestly, the first round of our matches, Proto, this has been an absolutely crazy run, wasn't it?
Yeah, an insane kickoff there. I do apologise, I didn't know whether or not we were coming back or not, but it is an absolutely crazy kickoff to our TGM26 online series for Cycle 1 of the APAC qualifiers. Top 8 now. We've seen the first 2 games. We're going on to the third. KZ, Hybo, Team Mogwasom, and DRG leading the charge. Moving into this next matchup, Cthulhu, we've seen some crazy gameplay so far, and an absolutely amazing gameplay so far from everybody involved. I mean, we've got the lower bracket decided as well. So Mame, unfortunately, not quite squeaking their way through. 4 AM, a skirmisher, and Weekend at Bernie's. As much as we love Weekend at Bernie's, a little bit of an unfortunate start for their first game there. Not something that we should take without a grain of salt. As we mentioned, ping, a couple of other issues may have thwarted their attempts at the top side of the bracket there, but a good start from them does incline that they may come back. But this is going to be an absolutely stacked lobby. We've got DRG, we've got KZ, Hybo and Mogwasom, Cthulhu. We've seen all these teams once today. We know that there are some absolutely insane players. Dim on that revolver for DRG, big highlight for me. Going into this, as much as I want to rep OCE, DRG or Hybo, arguably either of the two, could walk away with this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I probably bet here on Hybo being the one to really take it potentially here and really later on play the spoiler. Though I have to say, KZ, despite the fact that we didn't really get to see a whole lot of, call it hero plays, similarly to how DRG's Dim was able to really pull out all the flashy plays, I'd say they have the sustainability. They have the ability to just, keep their cool under pressure and keep their guns up during the whole meat grinder. And then on the side of Team Mogwasom, I'd say, yeah, they're definitely the underdogs going into this matchup, into the second round of the winners bracket here. But look, I have to say they still managed to keep their guns up and still managed to keep it rolling. But I don't think their ability to just, disengage from a good chunk of the fights and then just do their thing will really work as well here, considering DRG certainly have everyone's address really for the play.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a difficult one to call, but coming into it, I think the two main ones that you have to focus on are going to be DRG and Hybo. But we go forward into the map pick and Fortune Stadium, the one that we are going to be going to next. We haven't seen it tonight or today, depending on where you are. But regardless of that fact, an absolutely crazy map as well. A little bit more in terms of the long engagements, possibly going to see some more LH1s, Shack 50s come out, but SA12 is still very prevalent on this map, especially if you go towards the multi-story side, even across more over towards the Holoto building. You do have a lot more of that sort of SA play that you see that comes out more often than not, but regardless, Shack 50 is still very strong. Lewis Gun as well. We have seen Lewis Gun, especially in this region, at least that I've noticed when we've seen a Fortune Stadium. Lewis does come out to play very, very rarely as well. So Cthulhu could be a big mix-up between what is happening on the battlefield, but at least we know where we're off to. Thoughts on that one?
Look, I'd say Fortune Stadium definitely will have a little bit more of a solidified sort of, call it meta going into this, because in the first round we got to see a lot of the I say a lot, a bit of the experimentation with the lineups, though HML, I'm expecting this to be basically flush across the entirety of the board. KZ already introducing that. UQI is the one running the light as well, and yep, HLM all across the board. Yeah, I mean, at this point, the HLL borderline feels like a bit of a throw as well.
Yeah, you have to also take into consideration that when you're going up against players of such a caliber, you do need to have the ability to drop somebody back into the play with that defib every now and again, as well as having the extra health pool. It's just way too helpful to not bring. Speaking of very early engagements here, are we going to see KZ dive over suicide? I highly doubt it. They have actually managed to get the first tap here on one. Off screen though, DRG absolutely wiping out Mogwasom. We didn't even get to see it. We got the last kill on screen, but my God, a quick one there for OCE believers at home. They are going to be having to wait just a little bit longer to begin with this matchup.
Yeah. On top of it, I have to highlight Dim is back on his revolver plays as well, which is in its own a very scary situation to be seeing. RPG ready to go on BFR Titan once again to come out from Busey as well. And maybe, look, I mean, I respect the play, but the moment it does get up close and personal, I don't think that revolver will really hold on for too long. But we'll have to wait and see. Mogwasom back into the play, and just like that, equally back out of the play as well. As Eshe is trying to... we're going in and out. Okay, well, time to view the finals as more so as the series and the movie, but instead we do get to see Julia Rice. Absolutely insane winch to come on through the SA-12, bringing it out, and clearing out, airing out the building as well. FCAR as well to follow through from Agan, trying to keep things going, and in fact, well, that's Haibu out of the equation.
Yeah, KZ having a great kickoff to their match. Haibu, unfortunately, not having the best. Blocking off Mega Jump there sort of needs to be what you do. But, an interesting approach here for Mogwasom. Not one you normally see, but, no, the gateway. I don't actually think the gateway connected. He went too far too fast, and ultimately, they're going to have to take the normal jump pad across. They're not going to get punished for it, though, which is good. possibly choosing to reorient that gateway for when they move inside. Sirius has been caught on the way over. He's all right, though. He's going to get back to join the boys. But they've been spotted downstairs, taken down quickly as well. Eshe, he's found one. KZ now down a player. UQI out of it. That's the light. That's going to be huge. But a great flank there. A good wrap from Cyrus. And this is ultimately Mogwa's songs to win as long as they can dial in. No, they've somehow lost it because Eshe's too far away. They don't have the support. And the DPS just isn't quite there. He will find one of these doubles. Low on Agon. Can he find it? No! UQI's just come back quick enough on the coin. And Mogwasov off the back of the pivot. They've managed to get there, but not quite quick enough. And KZ can rotate early. They want to center for the next vault.
And even then, you could see that the res with the defibrillators was starting to come around. So was, out from one gunfight into another as well. It would have been an absolute pain in the side. And DRG do score themselves the, some more money. So is KZ. So double CN representatives so far running around with some money. But Haibu is actually, surprisingly enough, at the moment having a bit of a struggle trying to find their own strides here, as it's an absolute wipeout. KZ just absolutely running it through, and 93R is just ringing and airing everything out. Wheelie Rice as well in the back end, able to find Latte to Boom, trying to keep himself alive, but the heavy is unfortunately unsupported. Shuai is the one to find some more frags, and as it stands, DRG once again just an absolute menace.
Wow. Yeah, very, very, very difficult game for Mogwason so far. They've had some moments of clarity, but right now it kind of just looks like they're stuck on O-Block Cthulhu. They are just getting run down every single time. They've already used a coin each. They're back on in for the next respawn here. And ultimately, they've only really got sort of a few more fights, realistically 3 or 4, if they continue to get wiped the way that they are. Yeah. It's not looking good for OCE right now, but we do still have lower bracket should they fail here for one of our teams. Speaking of, Huey Rice finding 2.
Oh, man.
And Mogwason are back on the loading screen one more time. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we're going to see too much. China just have them by the cojones right now.
Yup, no, very much so. And on the side of Haibu as well, things are even more rougher as well. Whereas at least Team Mogwason were able to cross at least the $1,000 threshold. For Haibu, things have been difficult. The BFR Titan and Joyas, unfortunately, not really getting too many benefits out of this one. And as well coming on in, just absolutely unforgiving. Dim does finally get shut down amidst it all, but instantly the revive is starting to come on through. Got to barricade it off. It should be just about enough time, but the hunt is absolutely going on in as Haibu trying to get things rolling, trying to find themselves more frags as well as they're going in through the gateway.
Great denial, and ultimately managed to save the cash out as well by the skin of their teeth. DRG, some insane movement, but this is what we spoke about, Cthulhu. They have the ability to move. They are so good at it as well, especially when they have the support of Dim, and they can just get in and out of dodge so quick that you don't even know they're gone. The gateway above, they got away with it. They managed to survive, and ultimately, it's now just one left for KZ to try and fix this cash out here on the other side of the map. Mogwason have found some footing of their own. They're going to come back. They're going to take this vault. And that is ultimately going to put them on the board. But is it going to be enough? Possibly, depending on how the last vault goes. We might see a double jeopardy here if they can lock this one out and then maybe try and make a play for the final couple of vaults that come out. Depending on the stagger as well, Cthulhu, they will get that cash out locked in and ultimately put themselves into a good position to contest for at least a qualifying spot here. But is it going to be enough? DRG and KZ both keeping the foot on the pedal. China is so aggressive in this region.
Oh yeah, and for all the right reasons. They have such a phenomenal compatibility as well. Double wins. What is this as well? Coming on through, absolutely shut down on any approach to try to steal things away, but do manage to still keep it in the running. Beautiful. Trying to keep things running. Another RPG to keep on flying on in. The BFR Titan is just ringing on out, but unfortunately not enough of a damage output. Finally does get the better of Boom as well. And finally, Haibu might just start to get themselves on the board, as right now, oh man, Dim, absolutely disgusting plays there as well with the revolver.
Dim is crazy with it.
He's
I do
crazy.
want to highlight there a very awesome attempt at a vault steal. We saw the gateway come out, and then ultimately the player dive on in. I think it was Latte trying to grab it and disappear with it. I might have seen it wrong, but regardless of that fact, it was, oh my god, Dim, how have you walked away and survived that? Cyrus coming in from the back, Sirius, sorry, coming in from the back, finding one, and ultimately locking in a kill on a gun. That's a full wipe on KZ, and that's some of the aggression taken out. But my god, China are just in the lead right now, and there's not much anybody can do about it. Haibu have pushed their way back on up top, but I mean, look at this. Mogwason had to go for something. Sirius has helped.
Yeah, Sirius has in fact helped, and there is still quite a good amount of HP to keep on rolling. The defib as well coming on in for a quick back into the fight, but otherwise Eshe looking to get started. We did get to see Team Mogwason to try to get a bit of an engagement against Haibu, but decided to opt out of it and instead had their own other gunfight to keep on rolling. And all of a sudden, let's take a look. Well, if they do manage to stick it all out, this vault, this might just be the script flipped on its head, and with Mogwason to claim the first place. But the V9S coming on in to try to get things rolling. Glitch grenade is there as well. Is it enough though to keep on staggering the play, because Haibu are in absolute, well, gutters here at the moment potentially.
Look at how it's staggered. It's all kicking off at A. We've got 3 teams here. Everybody wants a piece of the Haibo pie. They're looking to go absolutely mental here. Great management from all teams. No one's really down a player other than DRG at the moment. Steve Knob, they put him back in the play. Dim has been brought back to life, and now that Revolver's on the field, this could make a big difference. But they have to dive soon. Haibu have the high ground. They are trying to lock it in, but it's an attempted steal here. KC trying to make something happen, but they dived on down. Haibu still have it. They're getting wiped out. DRG are getting involved. They found 2 for themselves, with Boone taking out both. An ultimate wipe. Mogwason don't even need to get involved here. Haibu look like they're going to lock it in. Is the stagger enough though, Cthulhu? Look at the time left. There's not going to be much here for everybody involved, especially if everyone gets there at the same time. This might be a one-shot wonder, and especially if Mogwason have denial set up, this could be huge for them, and I'd imagine they do. Very similar to DRG in the last game. They're looking like they're going to walk away with the victory from the bottom of the leaderboard. OCE, rejoice! Ladies and gentlemen, there's not enough time for anyone to do anything. RPGs come out, but it's nothing. They're going to get 1 for their trouble, make it 2, a couple for the
and
boys.
the jump pad.
Have qualified, ladies and gentlemen. 40k in the bank.
Oh my god. Oh, from the absolute gutters there, Proto. Absolutely insane steal as well, and leaving KZ at the very bottom of the leaderboard out of that cash out is an absolutely phenomenal turnaround. But oh man, from such a absolutely just a disgusting start for them, where it's just back onto the spectator screen they go non-stop, and then the moment the team started forgetting about them, Mogwason just re-emerged out of it all. It was, oh man,
it was
what a
off
treat.
The back of some amazing, I'm assuming some amazing IGLing in game. You have to think, what was the call made? The first 3 team fights, you guys are just getting slammed. What do? They pivot over to a different team. They take a fight elsewhere. They win said fight. They then take their first vault. They take their second vault. And again, ultimately, at the end, they were just left untouched. You don't need to do anything if everyone else is fighting. And I'd imagine some of what was going on the other side of the map is going to be a little bit of trying to manage who goes through. You know, DRG don't want KZ to go through. They don't want Haibu. They want to make their life a little bit easier, and that's the same for all the other teams. Mind you, Haibo was at the top at one point. They probably don't want the same thing. They were trying to keep Mogwason down the bottom. They're trying to keep everyone else out of the way, and ultimately, in doing so, as you said, just lost focus on what was actually going on in front of them, to the point where Mogwason now walk forward with a victory, and they're going to go up against DRG. That is an insane turnaround. As you said, the bottom of the leaderboard. from rags to riches, literally out of nowhere, uncontested on the other side of the map, and they played it perfectly. Whoever called that, pat on the back, and I'll buy you a beer, because that was well played, keeping OCE in the running.
Let's also not forget as well, the one thing that I do want to point out here as well, Proto. Look at the absolute contrast. DRG versus Mogwasom as well, support score as well. DRG, like we've talked about even prior to the broadcast, very sort of strat-heavy lineup, very strat-heavy play. Mogwasom could not care less about the support score, about the support play. Full-on throttle, pedal to the metal, and get the win. And that is exactly where they managed to really perform. But even funnily enough, even then, you know, DRG sitting with a 4K plus on average combat score, and boom, sitting on the highest, by the way, score in terms of the combat, 10 kills as well to his name. Whereas on the side of Mogwasom, they get to chill, they get to enjoy their time, and that's it. Look, we get to play the final as well, and that one is actually going to be an insane run, because DRG may have the consistency, but Team Mogwasom, up until now, were basically left to their devices. They just get to, you know, play on the sidelines, and they managed to pull off a steal. So whether they will be able to pull that off now in I guess a 3v3, well, that's a whole different can of worms, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a bit rough, considering now that they actually have to play the game as they go into the 3v3. So they're going to be taking on DRG in our first 3v3 head-to-head matchup here. And this is going to be interesting, Cthulhu. Obviously now it comes down to a little bit more of that strategy, as well as your individual team fighting skills, which from Mogwasom we have struggled to see. I would be completely straight up with it. They have struggled in their team fights, and that is just the case of the tale. They can play the strategy, they can stay out of the way, they can flip the script, they can change over the teams they're fighting and ultimately walk away with a victory. In that last cash out, we saw them do it. But can they go up against a team like DRG that has such an insane lust for fighting? I mean, these guys did not stop going to any sound of gunfire that they heard. Ultimately, they are going to be a difficult matchup for Team Mogwasom. And I know we sit here, we talk nothing about them, but DRG, I mean, there's no need to highlight. You've seen what Dim can do with that revolver. You've seen what Bomb can do with that SA-12 and the support that they get from Shui as well. I mean, it is insane, Cthulhu. This is going to be a crazy one for our first 3v3, and we've still got one more to happen after this.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, I mean, arguably the easiest way to describe, you know, right now, Team Mogwasom playing against DRG is just the, you know, Mogwasom set up their objective. All of a sudden you hear in the distance the Thomas the Tank Engine sound, because it's DRG coming to just absolutely ram on through. And this one is actually going to be a bit of a curious one. How will they be able to play this one out? Because now there's no really way to, you know, go for third parties or be sneaky around. This one you have to face it just face to face, and another HML to come on through straight from the get-go from DRG, and another, well, I believe, also an HML to come on through from Mogwasom as well. So we got a pretty even Steven lineup here. Coming on through though, already Dim, getting active as well, starting to get absolutely crazy with the play and looking to just keep on the gunfight right off the ripper already. The RPG does get to ring on out, and straight off the bat, it's just full on verticality. It's the stairs derby, and once again, Dim just hits the absolute high noon there with a revolver, still somehow able to stay alive amidst it all. Mogwasom could have stayed alive, but no, it's the medium player, the man, the myth, the legend, Dim, with the defibs as well to get Shuai back into the place, to get some mobility and get to the first fold.
I do apologize. My mic was muted, Cthulhu, but thank you. Thank you for carrying that one. Getting it down to a 1v1, my God, close. I mean, DRG have struggled a little bit with their head-to-head in the past. Some insider information that I have been passed on previous to this. They have had a bit of a struggle. So hopefully maybe we see they have changed it up a little bit. They are going to opt to go all the way over here to Sector 6, or otherwise known as the hospital, and ultimately opt for, I want to say more of a defensive playstyle, but I just know that's not going to happen. It is just going to be an insane fight here for B. They've got denial set up below, but with the glitch barrel close by, that's going to get rid of any C4 that would cause any other issues straight away. But winching it on out of play, this could be huge here for Mogwasom. They've got a good position to find themselves some kills, and ultimately they will get the steal. DRG didn't see a window big enough to dive on in, and I do have to agree with that decision-making. They weren't in a spot that was necessarily good enough for them to commit to that, and they are going to try and just rotate on round the play of height here. They need to either find a kill and then try and get involved, but it looks like they want to go for a high off angle. They're going to find some great damage, but Cthulhu isn't enough to find a T-White here. A good winch to lock one in, but it's traded. Is this going to be enough for them?
It could be. Well, the revive does come on through. Dim is all alone, but knowing how deadly he can be with a revolver, he might just be able to pull some absolutely nutty plays, but no, not enough. He may be able to absolutely floor the 1v1s, but if one of the X's, no, yeah, that one is going to be a difficult one to come on through, and that should be a nice and easy, well, a steal once again. Now the pressure is back onto DRG to see if they will be able to get things going, and well, so far Mogwasom actually keeping up themselves pretty well without much of a, even fault really, and that aggression and retake been actually pretty sturdy.
And ultimately, it isn't what we were expecting, but I think it does speak levels to how both of these teams play. Mogwasom now adopting a little bit more of that strategy play. There's not really enough time for DRG to do anything, especially with the cash box falling off the side of the map. It's going to respawn here eventually, but that is such a big time waster as everyone's diving around. Mogwasom, their clay pigeon shooting. Shua, the last alive here, going to be taken down, I'd imagine, pretty quickly. If Eshe chooses to chase on the light, they're going to find him eventually. It was actually the medium to take the initial aggression there, but DRG clearly have not had as much practice on their head-to-heads as they would have wanted, and this is going to put OCE on match point. Mind you, if they qualify here, Cthulhu, they go straight to the final without any extra games to play. This is going to be all they wrote, and OCE having a spot straight in the final off the back of this contingent that they actually win this match would be huge for the region.
OCE leading and going into the finals without any hassle. Man, that feels like a bit of a fairy tale as well, isn't it, Proto? But on this case, though, look at just the creeping around by DRG. They wanting to get a little bit more steady. They want to be a little bit more careful about how they play this out. The Vault 2 is there for the taking. In comes the push, though. They're ready for the for the gunfight and for the trap, but the ghoul placement is actually huge. That derails so much of the play and does the separation perfectly there, though. Another swing from Shuai to come on through. Sirius does get the better of Boom. That's your heavy out of the equation. The revolver comes on through, not even enough to take. Eshe is the one to claim him, and it's once again all up to Shuai to do anything, and he just gaps it. But no, the run, the steal, the attempts at that to come on through, and nearly a wipeout, but it's a hungry push. The 93R airs out the room.
The only reason that we saw that from him there is purely time denial. They want to make sure that they have a chance to get back on at least time to have a go at this vault maybe once more should they wipe again. So that is great. Again, strategy play from DRG. They just run that vault as far as you can away. They have to chase, and then ultimately they need to lock in for the next fight. And realistically, that saved them maybe 10, 15 seconds on that respawn. I mean, this could be a quarter of the way done already should they have not run that vault away and lost that team fight just off the rip. But they managed to get their hands on the vault and put some distance between them, which has given them a position to get back towards this C and make something happen. They're going to have another chance at an attack, possibly later on in the round. But look at the split here. You've got one below for Mogwasom, two above. They want to try something out of the ordinary. Maybe drop it down, maybe get involved. C4 pops it all the way to the floor, though, so no more denial time. But they've realized that something has gone awry, and they are going to now choose to come out of hiding and start trying to make something happen.
It might just be the place. Yeah, keep on dropping down the vault as well for the cash out. RPG starts to ring on out. Already quite a lot of the damage coming on through. Shuai is not particularly very healthy. Another gunfight like this and he might be out of the equation, but no, does manage to get himself back up and running. The barrel to try to deny some of the area as well to come on through, but as of now, it's a bit of a quieter time. It's a bit of an uncertain, well, time of uncertainty as right now Sirius is trying to keep himself alive, but it's a full-on dive. Mogwasom going in for the action.
There's not much left in terms of time here for them to play with. C4 bounced back up, but will finally, hopefully, get to its target. The great winch, Mogwason, what were you doing? Boom! He's just looking at the wall. He comes on in and stands next to him. Shuai does get one for his trouble, but that's Sirius down and out. But we've got both teams left in a pretty weird position here. You've got 1 HP on Dim. He has to go away. Passive regen. And Shuai trying to play above. He does find Mogwason. He's chasing him down. He wants to try and get this kill, but it might be a little bit too late for anything to happen anyway. Look at the time, Cthulhu. No one's going towards the vault. Mogwason has grabbed him an OCE and arguably the quickest 3v3 we've seen. Absolutely stomped DRG. Mind you, a team that looked so good in cash out just got wiped in the 3v3. Clearly the head-to-head game is not as strong as the cash out game for DRG.
Yeah, no, OCE just built differently when it comes down to the 3v3 games. And look, definitely something went down there for DRG because from being the absolute lion in the server down to a cub in the final, it's definitely a bit of a whiplash effect, really, in terms of their performance. But what a turnaround from Team Mogwasom. Honestly, we've had both of us looked at it and sort of on paper, yep, DRG should be the one to claim the victory. They've played it in a very clever way, but the moment it came down to any sort of gunfight, it was just all a completely just isolated game. And just, yeah, I mean, the scoreboard, it speaks for itself. 0-3 for Boom, and even Dim didn't really get the opportunity to really spread his wings there as well at all. And look, it's a phenomenal turnaround for OCE reps.
Yeah, they were just locking in, I think is the easiest way to put it. I mean, we look at the scoreboards for them across the penultimates of today. Their first game, they ended up getting second to KZ. And then following that, we saw them play, obviously just a moment ago, they win. And then ultimately now they come in here to the 3v3 and just absolutely wipe. I mean, mind you, the first fight that they had was that a little bit rough. I'll be completely honest, the first couple of altercations they had were very, very rough. But mind you, from that point forward, they absolutely dialed in Cthulhu on that 3v3 and just absolutely destroyed DRG. And I mean, DRG have been looking really, really good all day. Mind you, absolutely thwarting teams in the cash out format. But that just must come down to the fact that the chaos gives them a window to cause problems. It just has to be the answer to the question, because in the 3v3 there, Mogwasom looked like the better team any day of the week. And ultimately, that's what's happened. They've come out on top, they've walked away with a victory, and they've ultimately qualified to the finals straight away. Pun intended here, ladies and gentlemen. But ultimately, we are going to go to another 5-minute break at the end of these highlights. So hang on round. We'll be back with more TGM26 Online Series APAC Cycle 1 after this break.
The stars, distant, watching. When will they arrive? Will your loved ones be disintegrated first or last? Will your family dog become their leader? With Halto's alien invasion insurance, you don't have to worry. Halto, we got your back.
June, I feel the need for us boos.
Well, here they are, bringing you our top 3 plays.
Warhead busts open the top 3 by securing a steal, but they're on their own.
That's right, Scotty, and they're low on health too. This is going to be a tough cash-out defense.
The rubber is about to meet the road. They're cautious. Holy holograms! I don't believe what I'm seeing.
What a mighty solo effort from Warhead.
Fizz dives right into the cash-out action for our second place play. And that's an early elimination under their belt. They're looking hungry with that M11 in their hands.
And clearly not afraid to hunt for their next opportunity.
Let's watch the action unfold. Happy to avoid that heavy. And that one got away, but they're not deterred.
That's elimination number 2.
And 3, and 4, and looking for more. They can't run and they can't hide from Ziz.
They're certainly doing their best to hide.
Number 6 and 7 are sent off. 8 out the gate.
And 9 will be fine.
For the first time ever, folks, we're seeing a contestant appear twice in the same episode of Top 10 Highlights, with YN Onzo taking both the 6th and top spots.
That's 2 eliminations, but now they're a teammate down. Make that 2 teammates down, Scotty.
That grenade did the damage. As did the M26 matter in YN Onzo's hands.
Absolutely. And that goo grenade provides a little respite from the action, but this solo cash-out defense isn't done and dusted yet.
More goo stops the steal. And it's a quick health recharge before charging back to the action. Another steal stopped.
That secures the cash-out.
What a way to wrap up the top spot. Congratulations.
Keep sending in those exquisite plays, people, and we'll be back here with another episode very soon.
Hey, what's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action. Wow, that is clever.
Yeah. Modular head with interchangeable spikes, from expanding splitters to poison-tipped injectors, so they, won't feel encouraged to return later that evening. And it also disassembles easily to fit in your dishwasher.
This, folks, is a golden opportunity to safeguard your home against low-standard individuals with our zero downtime close-quarter solutions. Buy now and receive an incredible 85% discount on our exclusive Family Fortress Upgrade Kit, including our hello and goodbye mats, the 360 inflatable moat, and preheated barrels of oil.
Out in the transatlantic landfill, where yesterday's products drift into tomorrow's oceans, Mother Nature tapped out. So we stepped in and did it better. Introducing Tiger Fruit, a delicious treat grown in post-consumer sediment, rinsed to perfection. Picked
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the finals. TGM26 Online Series Cycle 1 APAC qualifiers. It's us once more. You know who we are. We've been here the whole time. Cthulhu. We're back once again off the back of an absolutely insane clutch up from Mogwason. A absolutely amazing game for them. But we're going to dive right on into our lower bracket matchup for the first game in the lower bracket. So everyone that we've seen lose out so far is coming back weekend at Bernie's. Hopefully a little bit better of a showing from them here in Bernal's, where we're going to get to see. What are we thinking?
Look, Bernal is one of those maps that I haven't really gotten as much of the viewage, but honestly, I'm quite keen to see how that will really pan out. We already got to see that. Well, for majority of those teams, they have been sort of now shown that their way that they've brought in for the initial first round did not really particularly pan out. So HML is going to be the new king here for them to try to make their amends and see if they'll be able to really bring it all back. But otherwise, look, I'm a little bit saddened that we still don't get to see Las Vegas Stadium, but otherwise, look, I'm keen to see how Bernal will really pan out. What are your thoughts on this one instead?
I love Bernal. It's one that I have probably seen a little bit more than you. Realistically, though, it's a great map. Allows for both the internal and external gameplay, that long distance. But this is where, I was about to say, you're going to see that maybe weekend at Bernie's doubling down on the hell. It's 3 there for HLL. So maybe this is where we get to see it finally have an attempt of its own. But realistically, falling out of the meta at a very quick, I think, time in the limelight, and then ultimately has faded away across Europe and America. We are seeing a lot more teams revert back to that HML. I know for Ape Squad recently, I had the pleasure of viewing for the EMEAs and Americas, and ultimately a lot of teams were running HLL, but since then, I mean, for PHL and other tournaments inclusive, even the EMEA and America qualifiers, I have seen teams running that HML a little bit more consistently. So realistically speaking, we'll find out what is to come, Cthulhu. But what is going to happen right now is the first few altercations.
Speaking of altercations, this is just completely airing out the room at this point, because 4 a.m. are not particularly having too much of a time. Kiar is absolutely out of it. Ace Skirmisher is the one to really put in the world of hurt, and ARN to come on through, or we're getting a little bit of the info as well to bring on out, courtesy of Microchip as well, to try to keep things rolling for weekend at Bernie, but they're not really particularly too keen about getting into the initial gunfights, and instead it's, well, maybe Mame that is looking to make the appearance.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting one. Keldor kicking things off. He's traded out by FPS very quickly, and ultimately weekend at Bernie's having a little bit of an early struggle here. Microchip has been hurt, but a great RPG from Shay does help, especially with the damage, to find the final little bit of that kill. Mame lose one, but a defib, or say revive, should I say, off screen will put FPS back into it. Hannah as well, both lights, but going up against weekend at Bernie's, they still have their heavy. Will it be enough? They lose FPS quickly once more, and Hannah now the last alive. Weekend at Bernie's can go for the steal here, and I don't imagine that Hannah can do much. Has to wait for coins.
Yeah. Not really much of a contestant, a nice and easy steal to come on through, and a good setup as well with the goo grenades from Weekend at Bernie. This is finally starting to, well, show some more activity like we were expecting out of them. Shay is finally into the play and not being outright hard countered here by all the other teams, so we'll hopefully get to see a little bit more of a movement. Microchip, though, having a bit of a rough moment, a rough start to the initial sort of retake to come on through from 4 a.m. as they're looking to try to use the gateway to really propel themselves, and in we go with the V9S already kicking it off.
Yeah, it's interesting that we're seeing a lot of V9S today. It's mostly V9S 93R. We have seen an ARN here or there, and a couple of M11s, but mostly V9S. Did get a little bit of a nerf recently, but that doesn't seem to have affected it too much. Microchip with one. Does find Kiar off screen. We don't get to see it, but realistically. A great kill nonetheless for Weekend at Bernie's. They are just doing a little bit of what we just saw from Mogwasom. They're just sitting out of the way. No one's really contesting at the moment. They've got a little bit of a break while Mame regroup and come back over to take the initial altercation here. But they're just trying to make some distance, and ultimately they actually have 3 teams looking to get involved here. You've got both 4am and Mame trying to go for a steal on B, considering that off-screen 4am are probably pretty comfortable, but it's starting to kick off now. Dive on in though, but look at the positioning from Microchip. He's managed to walk his way in on invisibility, and it's absolutely going mental right now. Everyone doesn't know what's happening. Goo denial for one. They managed to deny, but they will be punished. Ghost is taken out. They might get away with this steal here. No! Just in time! They've managed to deny it. Is there enough time left though for the steal?
Could it be?
No, there isn't. We're going to see Weekend at Bernie's get away with this one.
Microchip, the absolute mad lad that he is, rocks up straight into the heavy space saying, "Hello, I'd like to speak to you about our extended warranty here." Absolutely the ballsiest play as well. He doesn't even care really about anything else. Just the denial has been absolutely clinical there, and that was really, really well done. On the other side, a skirmisher, the team that really got the short end of the stick in the first round, really able to propel themselves even further. And from here on, really, well, 4am having a bit of a rough moment. Mame kind of managed to really get amongst it, but not for the most of it. And also, let's not forget, we already got to see the BFR Titan come on through. Now it is also the shotgun starting to come on through as well on the side of all the mediums with the introduction of, I believe that is the M26.
Yeah, look, lots of interesting choices being made, and ultimately it does come down to comfort for lots of teams. But Weekend at Bernie, speaking of, they're looking to get pretty comfortable. They've managed to wipe Mame there after finding Anna in the last kill. And, I mean, look, arguably, we've had a good start from Weekend at Bernie's, but they are now staring at a 3rd place with this next set of plugs. No, a little bit of an oversight. It's going to cost them a jump pad. And ultimately, a little bit of time, probably go and retrieve that one, but that's fine. A skirmisher in good position. Microchip sending out the sonar. They've got some good information. They now know they can go straight up and play this high ground.
Absolutely excellent position here for the info, and already so much damage as well coming around. Bibimbap not really having too particular of a great time. The invis starting to come on through. Shay trying to stay alive, but unfortunately shut down. Keldor is the last player standing, and the V9S actually coming on quite huge. Another attempt, but no, it's just an absolute oversight and, well, a shutdown. Weekend at Bernie not really getting much of a traction, and in reality it is a skirmisher that continuing their push. Let's also not forget, by the way, Proto, the stakes here are arguably the highest. The 4th place does get completely eliminated here.
Yeah, you don't want to be at the bottom of the leaderboard. Right now, unfortunately for Mame, that is them staring down at it. A skirmisher going to go up against them now. So they've had a little bit of a pivot at the moment in terms of who's versing who. Weekend at Bernie's will go over to take on 4am, or at least possibly even try to come third party here. But we've got Matter on the board. I did want to highlight for Naru on a skirmisher, which is not something that you see very often, Cthulhu. Speaking of, we've got Mame absolutely going to town on what's left of a skirmish. They're going to be able to get the steal as well, largely for free on the back of that gameplay, and that was a really solid team fight from them. Quickly done, in and out job. Thanks very much.
Yeah. Exactly that, yeah. And with that all said as well, Weekend at Bernie now being left at the bottom of the leaderboard if they do miss out on this cash out as well. And, well, things might be looking a little bit difficult here. Shay getting a little bit overpowered here and sort of left actually alone for a good chunk of it as the V9S on the side of Shay. Oh, sorry, not Shay. What am I saying? Kilgore, I believe, was looking to bring it through FPS, claiming yet another frag for themselves and tried to steal Shay.
They can keep him alive.
Might actually be able to. They might just do it, and in fact, I believe it is. Let's go.
The Birdies have done it. They've managed to steal that away from underneath the absolute lock-in that Mame had it on. Off the back of a great third party, mind you. I'm going to highlight that. But that was an absolutely crazy steal. HMPs are coming in clutch there, but this is why you run the double wide. On the back of a fire, you run out of H infuser, you just lock in on just healing, and it is the fire healing per second item in the game, and that is why you have the double light. It's why it's prevalent in some of these matches, why you see it in competitive sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. When medium fails and you need just that little bit more, especially in cash out as a game mode, you have to have the ability to deny, but we say that Mame are now looking to get back up off the bottom of the leaderboard, but they're going to be pushed off just for now. They're trying to deny themselves entry to this upstairs area, but the BFR Titan bringing in from above. They have to get involved to push them off. Winchkill's going to get the one kill, maybe a second here, depending on how BB goes with the repeater in hand. Not good enough. It's now all up to Naru.
Where's Naru as well with M26 looking to hopefully maybe put some sort of hurt, but that that range doesn't really pay off. FPS is the one to claim the life of the final A skirmisher player, and as it stands, Mame looking very, very solid right now. Still weakened at Bernie's at a very problematic state. Been dethroned from the top position, now on a third place. Now it's all down to A skirmisher to try to bring themselves back, but things are looking very, very dicey as right now, man, Kiar and Poe are looking to really try to bring it all back. Weekend and Bernie's as well are back into the overall swing of things. 1 minute remaining, and now I believe this might just be the final chance for them to really try to bring it all back.
Hey, look, as long as Weekend at Bernie's don't end up on the bottom here, they can still continue on in the qualifiers. As you said, Cthulhu, this is the last moments. We've got 40 seconds left in play. All Weekend at Bernie's need to do is deny a skirmish from stealing and not wipe in the meantime. They don't want to lose that 15%. And realistically, it comes down to more of that strategy play right now for everyone. You can see everyone moving around. They're trying to position themselves for something in this game mode, but it's ultimately a skirmish, so they're going for the steal. They have to. Everyone dives on in. They find one. Microchip goes down. It's Kiar taking another out in the meantime, but ultimately 4 AM, if they walk away with it, they qualify, and that's good. For Weekend at Bernie's, this is all you need. You just need to live. You don't want to die. You need everybody alive, and ultimately, they're going to maybe try something here. Microchip in the fray, Shay as well there. They need to deny a skirmish, but that's all they need to do. They haven't gone home, but unfortunately, a skirmish have. Our first team to be denied from our top 8. Cthulhu, a skirmish sent away packing.
They had such a great start as well to the round. They had such a phenomenal momentum there in the first two runs, and just outright fell through in the fullest, really, at the end of it all. Weekend at Bernie, though, they had a bit of a dicey spot there. Let's face it. No matter how you put it, yes, gotta stay alive, but you know the unnerving part is if a skirmish would have been able to steal that away. That is a tilter of a turnaround for them, and something that they wouldn't really be able to really do much about at all. So, look, staring at it from here on, look, the things might get a little bit dicey.
It definitely still can ultimately not go in their favour from this point forward. Realistically speaking, though, off the back of what they've just achieved, they've done a pretty good job getting themselves through to that next set of games. It was, as you said, very dicey, but just that mid-game for them was really, really clean. Won a lot of their team fights and had a lot more coordination amongst the boys going forward into those fights. I mean, not a great amount of kills, realistically, especially when you compare that to that of FPS, with Mame there locking in second. But for a skirmish, you can see why they struggled. Cthulhu 0 on the medium, and realistically, that FCAR slash FAMA slash repeater slash whatever it was really needed to be doing a lot more damage. And unfortunately, that is going to cost them. As you see on the right side of the screen, they're off now with the Fishers for the requalifying later. But at the moment, it's going to be 4 AM taking on Mame. But Weekend at Bernie's haven't gone home just yet.
Yeah. Weekend at Bernie's still get to, well, rest up and chill for a little bit, but 4 AM versus Mame, that is going to be an absolute bloodbath. And look, we already got to see, you know, the previous matchup of the final, you know, with Mogwasom versus DRG. Chinese team so far, or rather the Chinese reps so far struggled with that, just, I guess, call it a 1v1 kind of scenario. Whereas for Mame, they have been actually able to keep things rolling pretty steadily. I have to give big kudos to FPS as well. The man has been absolutely putting in the bits for his team, and the roster overall has definitely been able to really figure out how to run it, how to run all together in tandem. Whereas on the side of 4AM, look, ER has been great. I have to give him kudos for that, and the support score as well very much proves that exact point. Though Player and Ghost so far has had just a relatively, not lackluster, but a much more of a quieter game so far, I have to say.
All I want to also very quickly jump back to is we salute the matter that was bought by Naru.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, a skirmisher. Probably not the right idea to bring a matter on your light, especially going up against all of the other lights and heavies. Maybe needed an M11 or a 93R even, or a V9S, considering that everyone else is running those. But look, we respect the hustle. The matter could have gone crazy, but we just didn't see you get close enough, unfortunately, to use it. But realistically, look, as you said,
matter anymore.
No, it doesn't matter anymore. I like that one. It does not matter anymore. It's Choma. But look, we look at previous matches in our TGM26 online series for APAC so far. 4AM finishing in third in their first game, same as Mame, both finishing third. And then realistically, the game we just watched, Mame in second with 4AM winning. So a considerably bigger difference in their first couple of matchups, and arguably a better turnaround. But Cthulhu, realistically speaking, going into this one, I'm going to have to put my money on 4AM. They've just been a little bit tighter on the scoreboard, and ultimately they've been playing together just that little bit better. Yes, FPS and Hannah are both crazy, but realistically, 4AM have just had that team play, the synergy, the difference that we've had, and that's the difference maker, rather, sorry. I realistically don't see it going any other way, unfortunately, in this matchup. But this is our lower bracket match too for our next head-to-head.
True. Yeah, no, I would actually argue here that I feel if FPS will actually be allowed to really move around, and I mean like move with a capital M move, they might actually just be able to throw just enough spanners in the works off 4AM. Because for 4AM, look, yeah, it's absolutely good to see them play all together, but the moment their whole dynamic falls apart, it feels like they just sort of scramble to just try to find some sort of recovery or just run away or disengage, and that felt very much like a bit of a, well, not a questionable play, but something that could be potentially exploited here by Mame as well. So suppose we'll have to wait and see. But honestly, the Japanese representatives so far have been actually showing us some pretty decent output. Whilst not as clean, I would very much agree with you here. I'd say they still have a really solid chance here.
Yeah, I mean, China versus Japan, it's going to be a really good game. But we spoke about it before, and I think it's been highlighted a couple of times. China, statistically speaking, really do struggle with these head-to-head matchups. In terms of cash out, they are very effective teams. They know how to get amongst the chaos and actually make something of what is going on in front of them. But aside from that, Cthulhu, we have had, well, obviously as history would repeat itself, if we look back to our DRG versus Mogwason game, Mogwason absolutely stomped.
Yep.
It was 2-0. We didn't even get the third vault opened up. Like it was a quick one. There was only one steal, I think, in the process. And even then, Mogwason just absolutely just dunked. Realistically speaking, China have not been great on paper at these head-to-head matches. So I'm not going to be surprised if we see Mame come out on top of this. HLL representing. We've got an LH1 and a V9S in play. First LH1 of the day, at least that I've spotted Cthulhu, but going up against HLL. So keeping things relatively, I think, relatively straightforward as to what we know them so far, Cthulhu.
Exactly that, yeah. Fairly nice and steady, though. It's a bit of a change from what we got to see in the winner bracket as well for the final, whereas back then it was HML. It's HLL Kingdom here to be played around, and here already deciding, it's time to in fact get mobile, get active, and start really with the vault itself. On the side of 4AM, not really as much else of a movement. Mame looking to try to set themselves up, but it is initiation by player.
You have to get involved. especially in a 3v3. If you want to take ground early, you definitely need to. But look at this. You've got wraps being set up already, some flanks. Realistically speaking, some great gameplay ultimately at the very beginning of this matchup. But arguably nothing too crazy, Cthulhu. They're very spread out at the moment.
More of a passive. Yeah.
Both teams, I say both teams, it's realistically only Mame that are quite spread out. But they want to play for maybe a little bit more shock or come in from behind, find someone that's been out of position, like this, and ultimately lock in a single kill. And they've done it perfectly, but ultimately not enough support. Everyone being slightly too far away. They haven't been able to lock that kill in. Player is going to be very low HP, but goes out of the sky. FPS does get one for his trouble, but Hannah Lemon, unfortunately, not quite there. Just in the nick of time, goes down, and realistically, Mame, a good attempt, but 4am just a little bit stronger in that initial team fight.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That was a absolutely nice, clean, and clinical performance by 4am. They didn't really mess around too much, and keeping player alive has been actually a pretty solid turnaround, really, and pretty solid results. So now looking further into this, I'm wondering how will Mame be able to respond to this, because that was a pretty hefty one. Kiar is already taking quite a fair bit of damage, but able to really back out just enough time. And well, retake of A is now coming on in. Mame is looking to get some players, but players already low on HP, but
right now, things a little bit slow. Both teams waiting to find an opening. Looking to hunt for anything out of the ordinary. Speaking of, there's one down already. Kiar found that LH1 at distance is absolutely deadly, but that's why you play it on a map like Banal. You sort of have to with the distance, but Hannah now going a great dome to cover. There's 3 alive, and they're ultimately going to let that steal go through. They have to wait 6 or 7 seconds just to confirm, but they have the respawns now, and they are coming back to get involved. They've got Ghost behind player leading the charge, but ultimately Mame, they're dialed in on dealing this damage. They are keeping them at bay and getting the flanks off, mind you. The V9S from behind almost taking out Ghost there.
Ghost, absolutely intense plays as well with the gate, trying to back away, but Mame is the one to try to hold on. No glitch grenade either here to disable the shields, and now forcing to back away. Player getting a little bit too greedy, and no shutdown. V9S is the one to claim. Hana is the one to claim the final one, and that's an absolute wipeout. 4am struggling to find their footing and unable to really find any reclamation, and the LH1 is certainly an absolutely sturdy weapon. Now moving onwards, well, 4am kind of now being put on a bit of a back foot here.
Highlighting as well, mind you, we said at the start, China as a region struggles with 3v3s, and that is what we're seeing right now. The Chinese team, they were relatively, I'd say, a little bit more on par with Mame, excuse me there, in that opening fight, but it just wasn't the same as what we saw with DRG. DRG were just getting walked. Mame seem a little bit more locked in on it, what is happening around them, but 4am, considering what we saw from DRG as a China representative, they're doing a lot better. They are a little bit more comp, they were a lot closer at getting away with those steals. And realistically, they are doing a lot more damage, considering the position that they're finding themselves in consistently. Speaking of player, keeping things off with an RPG there, taking down FPS. Cthulhu, I'd say that 4am might be in trouble here, dependent on how these teamfights are going. If they can keep finding these first picks consistently like they have here, make it a second, we could definitely be on for a 3-volt matchup.
That might just be the case, considering that Hana is now left all alone for the time being, and certainly for 4am, this very Volt will be the one to decide whether they even have any more gas in their tank, or if that was it, if that cash out, or last cash out, was very much the end of the line for them here. But on the side of Mame, look, yeah, it's a bit of an upsetting turnaround that they did initially lose out in that gunfight, and sort of Hana wasn't able to really dedicate as much of the gunfire, but maybe we shall see something a little bit more as the P9S is being lined up, but Hana certainly having something to say about that one.
Definitely the case, Cthulhu. Realistically, it's just back and forth at this point in time, and ultimately not a great deal. I mean, Mame need to find an opening. They're looking for one right now. As long as they can lock down this player up top, they don't need to do it right this instance, but it would definitely help. Ghost playing for that cut. Wants to find players flanking on round. Kya has taken the vertical control, so now 4AM find themselves in a really good spot, especially with Mame on the back foot. They've pushed away, disengaged from the fight completely, actually, Cthulhu. They've only got one close by, and ultimately might be acting as a gateway anchor if he can throw it away, but Ghost's giving the information. They know where they are, but it's actually Mame that need to get involved here. 4AM are locking it in for China. They don't want to give it up without a fight.
Yeah, perfect as well. Vertical play here to come on through. They just are waiting for the right moment to really get the get the damage to start going. The steal is going to be attempted actually as well. Player trying to drop down, trying to get some sort of a play here to just disrupt the push, disrupt the play, and the damage is actually flying on in, though it's not in the right way. 4AM falling apart here, and the absolute danger here that they might get absolutely sidelined here, though the steal might come on through. There is an attempt. That might just happen. Mame, are they going to be able to steal it? Oh, they did in fact!
Cthulhu, they've done it! Mame have done it. There is no chance here at all for 4AM to make anything happen. They were so close, but it just fell apart. Just like EL yesterday on the Max. I mean, my God, what are we supposed to do in that situation if you are a 4AM fan? They had that locked in. They were playing cuts, Cthulhu. They had flanks, they had wraps, they had vert, mind you, and still lost in the penultimates of that round based off the back of some amazing gameplay. You see the gap and you hit it. Mame goes straight in. They walk through the competition, walk away with a victory. I mean, what are you supposed to do? If you're 4AM, you're just losing out at that point. You lose your lights. You're both on low HP. You have to prioritize a res. You can't take the fighters too. And in the time that it took you to get that res, ultimately, you've lost it anyway.
Not enough. Yeah, no, it was definitely a very, very unfortunate turnaround for 4AM. But yeah, for Mame, look, you know how the saying goes, you know, roasted, toasted, packaged, and posted, and that's exactly where they set themselves and further up in through the lower bracket on the side of 4AM. Yep, look, it's definitely went from hero to zero in their performance, where we originally kicked it all off and they looked pretty convincing at the beginning in the very first round of the cash out, and now, well, getting completely sidelined. I mean, even on Mame's side, it was just strictly just control. Hana is the one that is the highest performer out of the entirety of that matchup with 5 frags, and even Mame himself didn't really have to worry too much about the overall setup. Just play the, I guess, call it the human drone with the mesh shield, and the rest of the job will be done.
I mean, even we're highlighting their Mame 0 kills, doesn't need them. Realistically, at the end of the day, if you're playing heavy and all you're doing is denying, you've got a great combat score, you've got a good objective score, clearly you're doing something right, whether it's stealing, denying, running the box, etc., etc. There's not a great deal that you can deny if you are 4AM. And unfortunately, you just lose out at the end. You just did not have enough control. But unfortunately, for any 4AM fan in the chat, that's realistically all we're going to see from them in that matchup. A loss, a very quick one as well. I thought that we had a possibility of a 3-volt. But realistically, we unfortunately didn't get to see it.
No, very, very convincing once again. In a similar fashion, how the upper bracket went down, it was a very much of a one-sided run. It was a solid attempt from 4AM, but Mame just built differently. And look, I'm curious to see how will they be able to really pull through, and whether they will be able to set up their date against Team Mogwasom. Or rather, how will their whole date?
Well, yes, how will they go up against them? I mean, look, Mogwasom have already locked themselves in a pretty good spot. And unfortunately, now we move up to our upper brackets 2 and 3, and we will continue. So Mame, Haibu, KZ, and apparently Mame a second time will continue on for these top spots with realistic expectations, because we've got 2 more games of cash out and 2 more 3v3s. Pretty much straightforward from here on out. We've got our top teams. We've lost one already, so finishing 8th overall. Based off the back of the gameplay that we've seen moving into this next matchup, DRG have come back from the end and realistically are looking for some vengeance. Same as Haibu, and even KZ, to be completely honest with you. But realistically speaking, I am expecting a China prevalence here. I'm not sure, though. We could see anything at this point.
Oh yeah, quite a lot of still plays, still quite a lot of things to happen. I would say KZ, I would place my bets on them really trying to make their run happen. Whereas on the side of 4am, yeah, look, I'd argue that final was very much of a bit of a tilter for them in terms of how that all went through. So, look, I'll have to say we'll have to wait and see how the Chinese representatives be able to recover from the amount of L's that were taken in the past couple of rounds.
Well, we'll find out momentarily, Cthulhu, but what we are going to do very quickly is head to a 5-minute break. So we'll catch you at the end of these highlights, and we'll speak to you soon.
Oh, it's a highlight from the Heaven or Else limited time event. How divine!
Holy sweet mercy! That's 5 eliminations.
A glorious play from Bushworty Reed.
Direct Turret holds our number 2 spot. They'll need to sharpen their aim if they want to prove they deserve that spot.
That's more like it, Scotty.
It's a start, but I think we all expect more. And there it is. That's a stack of 3 more eliminations.
Another makes 5 in total.
I need more, June.
Your wish is granted.
And the top honors go to Ryan, who's our number 1 play in this episode.
Cash out's underway.
What's going on here?
Oh my! Isn't that the sneakiest of positions to guard their cash out?
I don't know about you, June, but I'd never look out there.
I think you're right, Scotty.
There goes a sonar grenade. And here comes the defense. That steel is stomped on like an empty Ozfuse can.
And it's back to their nest.
That opponent had no clue. And the second steel is shut down within seconds with a team wipe.
Ryan earns that number 1 spot by thinking outside the box. Literally. Congratulations.
See you back here for more moments of magic soon, folks.
Now Volpe brings you our top 3 plays.
In 3rd place is Absolute Arthur with more point break action. There's an attack from behind.
Ha! What a cheeky way to block that minigun.
Absolute Arthur's about to run out of ammo. Boom!
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Taking the number 2 spot and dodging our orbital lasers event is Purge, who's lurking like a shark looking for lunch.
There's a poor chum.
Chump, this shark is hungry. But that fish looks like they might just be the one that got away.
Wait, I think this might be one clever shark.
Zap!
No one expected sharks with laser beams, Scotty.
Indeed.
And it's Gold Jester 44908. That's our number 1 play in this episode.
They're about to defend a cash out on their own, folks. Incoming.
Wow, that's 2 opponents sent packing.
Here comes the steal. Yikes. But that's a team wipe, and the cash out made safe.
What a decisively dominant display to take this episode's top spot. Congratulations.
Keep those powerful plays coming in, folks, and we'll see you back here for another episode very soon.
One truck, one jump, and 1 million gallons of Ospews. Our driver, Truck McJohnson, is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
Perform.
Hey, what's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action. Wow, that is clever.
Yeah. Modular head with interchangeable spikes from expanding splitters to poison-tipped injectors, so they, won't feel encouraged to return later that evening. And it also
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the TGM26 online series, Cycle 1 for APAC Cthulhu. We are having an absolute ball of a time right now for the kickoff of these matchups. We're moving into the upper bracket side of things. We figured out who's going down below, down under, if you will. But right now, we're going to stay on the top side of things. DRG, Haibu, KZ, and Team Mame going up in our next matchup. What are we thinking, Cthulhu, based on what we've seen today?
Well, first things first, APAC North Derby is right up upon us, Proto, with all of the representatives. So far, look, I have to say, Haibu have had some of the highest of the highs and lowest of the lows, I'll have to admit, in terms of their performances. We got to see some really impressive performances out of them. Whereas on the side of Team Mame, who just been able to show us some pretty solid turnaround in their play against, I believe it was... I'm just blanking out on. I believe it was 4 a.m. roster that just absolutely got whomped. So now back into the overall fray, back into the cash out. I have to say, look, for DRG, they have yet another opportunity here to really bring it all back. I would argue KZ might have a really good opportunity here to really put in a really big shot here. But for Haibu, they need to lock in, because the moment their heavy is unable to really get much of a movement, the moment they are prevented from any sort of just any mobility, that's it. That's GG for them. So with this being on our table here, look, it's already a known map. It's the second time we do get to explore it. We did get to see a bit of a mixture of the Shack 50s plus the SA12s for the heavies. We did get to see a good amount of the R93s and everything of such. So look, from here on, I would argue to say that, I would hope to see more of the HMLs, just given that HLLs so far in the sort of a meat grinder sort of setting did not really pay as many of a dividends as one would have wanted.
Yeah, it's difficult to say, but realistically, Matt, doesn't necessarily mean a difference. That's not me saying it doesn't. Definitely does have some effect. But unfortunately, on Sis Horizon, everyone has played it so much to the point where everyone knows what to do now. It is, as we have said, I sound like a broken record, the most sane and tried and trusted competitive map amongst competitive players. This is the one that everyone knows as the bread and butter. It's an Oregon, if you will, Cthulhu, for us in the back end of things here. But realistically speaking, we've seen it already once today. We know how teams played it. There was a lot of SA-12 action. Shotguns are very prevalent, considering most of the action does happen on the inside of things.
Surely a double barrel light.
Hey, double barrel light. Maybe we have another matter of fact come back, but we don't know yet. We don't know yet. The last team that ran a matter ultimately got sent home. A skirmish. Our first team eliminated, finishing 8th overall on the day today. Unfortunately for them, their run was short, but they gave us some great content, so thank you. Naru, big shout out to the man of the matter. But at the moment, that is not our focus, Cthulhu. Our focus is going to be on the 4 teams in front of us. DRG, KZ, Mame, Haibu, going in to our next game of Cash Out. Not a 3v3, but we'll get another one soon. Sis Horizon, ladies and gentlemen, lock in. This is going to be an interesting one. We've already had an HLL flashed on the scoreboard. Rest are running HML. Cthulhu, take us in to game number 7 of the day.
Game number 7, yeah, with Mame kicking it off with the HLL lineup. They're looking to really try to keep up the momentum going as rapidly as possible and try to reinforce the heavy as much as possible. But in comes already the winch. Busel, unfortunately, not having particularly a fun time with as part of Haibu as well. And KZ are the ones trying to get rather proactive about the play with the gateways coming on in. The V9S unfortunately doesn't really connect just as well. And well, Haibu completely demolished here right off the ripper.
Yeah, Haibu going down, and considering they were one of our top teams earlier in the play day, not saying that they're completely out of the race just yet, but that was a rough team fight for them. Mind you, this is most of our Asia regions going up against each other. China, Japan, sorry, not Japan in this one, China and Korea, mostly for this matchup. But Vault 2 still under contention here, Cthulhu, a little bit slower on this backside on the east of the map. DRG and Mame slugging things out a little bit more than usual.
Yeah, DRG obviously wanting to really get their mojo back as well after an absolute whooping that they received from the Korean/OC representatives as well. And, well, straight off the rip, already we do get... Oh, my days! Hello! Dim getting stuck in the vents as well. Completely shut down. Door stuck, in fact. And, yeah, the SA-12 is certainly going to be a bit of a jump scare element here, I have a feeling.
I did see a KS-23 at the start of this game. I didn't manage to catch who's running it, but realistically, it doesn't really matter at this point in time. DRG doing what they do best, getting aggressive in this cash-out format. And my God, Dim already collecting names with that revolver. The R357 absolutely hits in the hands of somebody who knows how to use it. And this man definitely knows what he's doing with one of those in his hands. But DRG right now, they're in contention of the first vault. KZ on the other side for another one. And Cthulhu, I'm not really surprised if I have to say it. KZ winning their first match of the day. DRG getting a second, ultimately then moving all the way through to the first 3v3 where they lost, as we know, to Mogwason. So they have a little bit of vengeance here that they're wanting to come and find, and ultimately doing so at the moment, getting aggressive. But this is where they thrive. Cash out is their game mode, and ultimately their strategy definitely highlights that. And I think he's definitely their favorite.
Yeah, there's big opportunities here already, straight from the get-go. KZ already getting started, or pardon me, rather Haibu, as already the steal to keep on going through, trying to keep it all nice and steady. The barricades there, unfortunately not enough. The glitch grenade is also coming through. Mame joins the fight now as well. The steal might actually happen. The M11 was starting to go to town, but just enough to push on through. The SA-12 starting to bring on in. It does claim one. Busel is gone. Mame is the one to try to steal it all away, and as of now, the M11, is that enough? Yes, it may just be. No, KZ getting to stick around. Well, rather DRG instead, and well, an attempt just galore. It's a meat grinder. Whoever touches the vault box gets absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, ultimately, whoever goes up against Dim gets destroyed as well, but Latte showing us how the movement difference can come out. Also, one correction for everybody who was asking before, we do have Japan. Mame is Japanese. I was just in the moment, and I did forget, so I apologize. But yes, great bit of gameplay here. DRG locking in their first cash out. KZ as well, finding one relatively uncontested, mind you, Cthulhu. A little bit of what was happening with Mogwason before, but essentially just a little less hectic for this one, and ultimately a slower paced matchup. I think as the Asias now start to settle, they want to play that little bit more strategy game, which I know in OCE isn't as common considering we like to do the ping and swing. The red barrel, great damage. Ultimately not a kill, unfortunately, but Agan does find himself quite low. Myungtan does go down ultimately to UQI on that cutoff, and realistically, KZ, a great entrance to that fight, but not enough to find them a W just yet. But a good little position in the corner there. Almost nets a kill. KS23 is in play. But Latte takes down Shuai, and DRG are minimized to just one-man stand.
Yeah, Boom will have to stay alive for as much as possible. Agan looking to try to get at least some pokes going on, but yeah, you are very much correct here, Proto. Without the Chaos Theory, that is the OCE roster, in any capacity, yeah, it's a much more of a steady, a much more of a slower, maybe a slightly more calculated of a matchup going on. Well, calculated, I say, it's more so DRG and KZ enjoying a bit more of a paced down play, and then certainly so able to really keep up the control. Not much of a contention either to come on in, both for Mame as well as Haibu. Things are looking a little bit on the grimmer side, though I say that Mame now in contention for the second place if they're able to secure this vault.
We just haven't really seen them getting enough traction, but we speak of that. Haibu now looking to try and get this steal, but from above, UQI is going to be able to deny really quickly. Has forced them off for now, and we see another team coming in from underneath here to play this neutral fight, possibly get some exits. Not too sure on the exact plan here. The Goo tries to deny, but they jump on down. The winch is missed. Hang on, Cthulhu. They can do this. The Ancient Fuse is keeping him alive, and Haibu have managed to steal it right from out of underneath the noses of KZ. That winch just not connecting. That is huge if you're a Haibu fan.
Absolutely, yeah. A phenomenal turnaround here. Haibu being able to get themselves on the point. UQI as well out of the equation as well. And that's, well, a little bit of an extra money to come on through. KZ now forced to really play their cards a little bit steadier, though still on the top position, though Julio Rice, unfortunately, unable to really save the rest of the team, but gets to just walk around for a little bit longer. 7 seconds before both of the players are back up and running. B9S, though, well, pardon me, what am I saying? The revolver in the hands of Dim. B9S will be almost at this point considered heresy, the way how he's been playing it. And honestly, well, A is now going to be yet another opportunity for, well, some more chaos to be brought on in.
Great plug too, mind you. Great use of the gateway. Pretty much an instant plug there for DRG, looking to get things running on again. But we look at the scoreboard currently. Very even peggings across the board. Kills really being the only thing separating the teams right now. And if this keeps up, it could come down to exactly that, Cthulhu. It could just be kills. But KS, in the hands of Busel, that is an insane pick that you don't usually see. But the shots are landing, and if it's landing, you can't really hack it. Slug shotgun in the hands of the right person. Definitely a damage maker, deal breaker. Passes the vault on off to a teammate. Youngtan will get the plug. And Haibu put themselves back in the driver's seat to find to another vault of their own with DRG off screen. But they will just steal away first here ever so slightly if they manage to get away with this vault. But it's now going to be KZ attempting to steal away from DRG, what they have so rightfully worked hard for in this current moment.
Such already vertical starting to come on through. It's an absolute meat grinder once again with the C4 play to try to just keep the hands of KZ away. DRG trying their absolute darn best to just keep on playing for the verticality, keep on playing for the play. The winch is not enough. It's not there, though. Shuai continues the damage. Again is the one to get rid of Dim, and that's one of the big damage dealers for DRG. Gone and out. Boom needs to stick around. His C4 is going to be key here as well to keep things down as the steal coming on through. UQI is there with the glitch grenade to try to keep it all rolling, but not enough. It might just be the steal for KZ.
They've denied. They've managed to get them off. DRG have kept it to themselves, but a steal off screen. We've seen Mame come out of the woodwork. He have lost that vault off screen now. The smoke barrel attempting to help here as they go for another steal, but it's a dive on in. We've seen players dive in and dive out. The gateway play is insane here. The goo denial, it's pushing them off. They're struggling right now. They don't even need to get kills realistically. Shuai's going to find one. It's Shuai there to protect, but is it enough time? No, it's not Cthulhu. I don't think it is. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. DRG, very close, mind you. Some great play around that cash box. Cashbox is going to net them the victory there, but ultimately it's now Mame fighting for their lives here against Hibu on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Hibu continuing their pressure despite the fact that they're on the bottom of the leaderboard at the moment. They still can be an absolute menace to deal with, and with DRG being so damaged up, it's all down to Boom to try to do anything. It's up between the Korean and Japanese representatives. It's a full-on meat grinder once again. It's an attempt to try to retake it all, but at the end, it's all done and dusted. Mame are able to stick around.
You've got to love to see it, Cthulhu. I mean, my God, what a finish to that matchup. Some insane utility usage from everybody there, especially I want to highlight DRG defending that vault with their lives. The gateway, the in, the out, the there, the gone. I mean, that was some insane gameplay. All they had to do was jump on in. They were using the goo grenades to get the denials. If you block the line of sight, you lose out on the interactability with the object, and you only need to throw that goo down for a couple of seconds. And ultimately, just balancing that utility across what they were managing to do in and out of that gateway is insane. Mame squeak away with a 2,000 point difference. $2,000 difference, mind you. With DRG very close behind, 37,000. Hibu, 23 and a bit. KZ, again, very close. I mean, should we have seen people running along with different, maybe another vault cycle? We could have seen that be a little bit closer, possibly, depending on how things went. A few more wipes here and there. But ultimately, DRG with second, you can't be too upset. And if you're a Mame fan, I mean, Japan, that's a good one for you. But Hibu, unfortunately, not quite as good as they would have hoped. They had a really, really strong start, Cthulhu, but realistically, not as strong of a finish. KZ, yeah, just unfortunate, really. Hewley Rice, UQI, and Argan really getting their feet under them in that matchup. Mame and DRG, they move on to the 3v3, and we have our first upper bracket qualifier here.
Exactly that, yeah. Mame DRG could be an absolutely heated matchup again for DRG. This is the story of redemption. They already had the pleasure, or maybe displeasure in their case, of versing against Mogwason. So now against Mame, this is going to be also a pretty curious, a pretty heated exchange, I would imagine, as well. Mame as well got to show us some pretty solid pacing on the final as well. So both rosters already got to show their capabilities going into today's playday. And honestly, I would, if I was ever a betting man, Proto, I would bet my points on Mame any time of the day, considering just it was an absolute clinic that they've put up. I have to say, there's not really much of a way to describe what was happening in a 3v3, but a clinic is certainly one of those.
Well, Cthulhu, let's look at what we've seen traditionally, statistically today, plus what we know off the back of Asia as a region, as a whole. China, they struggle in the 3v3 format, and that is something that has been mirrored today during the play day as well. They lost their last 3v3, mind you, Mogwasom ultimately beating them out, but Mame haven't had the chance at a head-to-head just yet, or at least a head-to-head against a team like DRG. And mind you, this is now going to be game number 8 for everybody involved. Look, I think I agree with you. I'd have to put my money on Mame for this one. Japan are just that little bit stronger in the 3v3 format. Yes, cash out is where they thrive, but realistically against a team of China origins, based on what they've done during the China national season, look, DRG, and considering what has happened today, you've got to remember mental does play a big part of how these games turn out on game day.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of teams deal with it differently, whether or not this team is one that is mentally fortified to the point where they now go into this 3v3 looking at it differently. Remember as well, this is a team from their own region. This is Asia Hailing. This is not an OCE team. So maybe they weren't expecting Mogulson and how they played. Maybe they're a little bit more consistent against teams from their region like Mame. Maybe they've scrimmed them before. We don't know all these facts. So there is a lot of things that come into the contention of this. Also playstyle. We know DRG play that hyper aggro. We know Mame are a little bit more reserved, but we also know that both can do the vice versa. Mame can do aggro, but DRG also do strategy. We saw it at the end of their first cash out game. We've seen it a couple of times. I mean, we just saw it there with that gate tech at the end of that last final defensive steal that they managed to thwart away completely just by jumping in and out of that gate. I mean, they have the ability to do both, especially with Dim on that revolver. So I think I agree with you. I think Mame come out on top of this one purely based on the better ability to cope in those 3v3 situations, but we could still be surprised.
Oh yeah, there's still an element of surprise, but yeah, I will arguably say that considering just how OCE has been very much of that chaos element, Mame might present a little bit less of a, I guess, cortisol spiking gameplay for DRG, whereas it would be, I would imagine, relatively much more telegraphed in terms of what are the overall intentions towards the play and sort of what really needs to be done. Though in saying that, Mame has been able to just play a very much of a, almost like a withdrawn sort of gameplay where they wait up for the actual engagement to set up, they wait for the opportunity, and then just go absolutely swinging. And let's not forget, their last 3v3 against, I believe it was, 4 a.m. roster, Mame didn't even score a single elimination.
No.
Mame was just playing there as just literally a human drone with a mesh shield. And the rest of the roster with Hana and FPS were doing the work as the double lights. And the damage output from them, let's not also forget, that one is also pretty insane. So if DRG have an idea of how to counter and just completely rid Team Mame away from the mesh shield, that is their win condition here, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, as long as they can keep up the damage output, considering that they are running that HLL, going up against a team like DRG who are consistently running that HML, you've got to remember as well, Cthulhu, DRG have access to a defib. Mame are not running that defib, as well as that extra healing being now, yes, the H infusers are a little bit more quick in terms of the healing, but the healing beam is a lot more consistent, doesn't run out as quick and can be used over a longer period, which can mean the difference between getting heals and not getting heals. Mame have won their 3v3 today, whereas DRG have not. So this is both going to be each team's second 3v3 of the afternoon/evening. But realistically, is it going to be enough of a boost considering that one has won, one has not? Mame definitely seem a lot more comfortable and have a lot more strategy behind them in that 3v3 format in terms of how they're setting up for things. Realistically, they had those cuts off. We saw how they played that. It was a lot slower. It was a lot more focused on the mental side. They set themselves up for the executes and then proceeded to do exactly that. Compared to DRG, that was really just that shock and awe, straight on into it and see what we can get away with without being punished. And ultimately, it wasn't a lot, considering Mogwason absolutely mogged on them and sent them into that second chance bracket for now their next, well, I say upper, it's the upper bracket, but you get what I mean. They didn't immediately qualify, whereas Mogwason did. So realistically, based on what we have, stats in front of us, and what we've seen just in terms of play today, Mame are, I would argue, definitely the favourites. Hailing from a region that is a little bit more confident in those 3v3s as well, as we know, as we keep saying. China just not too locked in on those 3v3s, but realistically, it's Mame's game.
It is very much Mame's game. I'll have to agree with you here. Curious to see some more of that LH1 goodness as well coming out of Hana as well, because that one was absolutely nasty when it was just gaining more and more traction. So I wouldn't be surprised if we'll get to see that. But whilst we still have time, whilst we're waiting for the match to start, I do want to get a little bit more of your opinion on this one. With this HLL lineup, that and the way how Mame has been playing with sort of Heavy being more so considered as, I guess, called the support Heavy. how do you counter this? Do you stick to the HML? Do you stick to just, you allow the heavy and the light to do the damage whilst the medium is on the heals? Or do you lean even harder into the aggression and just playing that vertical game?
Look, it comes down to how they want to play the heavy. Yes, the heavy may be a supporting heavy, but realistically, if all that heavy's job is throw up a shield, winch someone in so that the lights can sort of just absolutely blitz them, you either need to make a choice. You need to focus on killing the heavy, or you need to focus on removing the abilities. So glitch grenades are going to be huge in a matchup like this, considering that they completely deny both gadget and specialization. You take the winch out of the equation, you get rid of an RPG, dome shield as well as in its entirety, even if they're running like a mesh shield, for instance, same. You can get rid of that utility. It does cause a lot of problems for people to lose, so they are going to have to deny. But we are going to dive right on into it. There's no more speculation required. Mame taking on DRG for our third 3v3 today in the TGM26 online series. APAC qualifier. What a great gateway. Straight on in. RPG, but not enough. Cthulhu, we're kicking it off with a hyper-aggression play from Mame of all teams. DRG actually the ones playing a little bit slower.
Yeah, DRG we're expecting, still feeling a little bit rough after the absolute thrashing that Mogwason managed to really pull out. And yeah, Mame, unfortunately, really didn't get much of a traction and neither really much of a life there either in that gunfight. So, well, an attempt at the vault is going to be set up, and DRG are certainly very much happy for that. For them, they just need to keep up the steady sort of progression. They shouldn't really run into too much of the aggro, I would say. And if Mame keep on just trying to run for those very wide open engagements, DRG should have a pretty solid grasp on all the things. And I'm liking, by the way, that position from Hana.
Yeah, 100%. Overwatch is what you need on a map like this. You do need to have that someone paying attention, and especially with an LH1. I mean, Hana, a crazy position to be in. Spotted, not taken down. Dim a little bit of damage traded back and forth, but ultimately nothing to be worried about. DRG back to playing the strategy again, and ultimately they just need to wait. They don't want to aggress Cthulhu. Look at this. They also have a flank set, so they can wrap straight away round behind. There you go. Looking to do just that onto the staircase, but ultimately falling down. They choose not to aggress into it. They don't need to. They didn't spot anybody. They choose not to take the fight. The winch almost getting there for the follow-up on that great RPG. Direct impact onto Hana, but not enough to find a kill. DRG playing the slow game, Cthulhu, and ultimately it's all they need to do until they get caught out this.
Yeah, caught out like this. Dome comes down, SA-12 in hands, and we're ready to rumble. It rings it all out. LH1 finally does spot a couple of more shots, but not enough to find the finisher. Mame as well, trying to just back away to just reset the gunfight as much as possible. But now for Mame, for the rest of the roster to try to keep things rolling, things might get quite dicey. The winch is perfect, and Shuai is the one to find the finisher. Mame are getting absolutely wiped here, and V9S is just absolutely not enough to do anything, and that is another free real estate for DRG.
It's a rough one. It's hard to say, considering that we have said that, China have been struggling in these 3v3s, and today they have been. That has been statistically correct, but based on that first fight, they might not be struggling anymore, Cthulhu. That was an insane couple of team fights from them, and realistically, that was where the difference came out. That was the strategy side of it, not necessarily just the fighting bit. You saw them play the slow game. They wasted a lot of time just being the unknown factor, hiding on the side of the building, playing with those wraps, getting ready to sort. And I mean, the difference was there in terms of how they played that bolt. They just locked it down. They didn't need to play. Well, sorry, they didn't need to get involved, rather, take that fight. They just took the time. But realistically, for Mame, on the back foot, you've got to vault down. You need to win this next one for a possibility at 3. Even if you don't get that possibility, a 2 is very quick, mind you. But again, look at it. Pace slows down. DRG want Mame to tap. They need the information because it's all about knowing where the enemy team is. They spot one. looking to try and do some damage. RPG does connect, but it's not maybe as effective as it needs to be. However, this winch is good, denying both the heavies. The H-Infuser keeping Mame's heavy involved. Mame himself, mind you, but it's Hana with the LH1 coming in from behind and finding both. They're going to get the tap, and that is how you do it. What a way to answer back off that first loss.
Yeah, perfect turnaround, yeah, and good use. The H-Infuser, like you said, has been a big highlight as well to keep things in the running. But yeah, otherwise, Mame, this one will be sort of the do or die, I feel, position here, because if they end up losing this vault, that is basically it, really. Without much of the ability to really bring anything back. Hana, caught with the pants down there, nearly dying there amidst the absolute gank that is bringing on out. Boom is the one to actually pick up a frag. That's Mame gone, and all of a sudden Mame been put back into their place for a brief moment as DRG are able to find some destabilization. There is a lot of the just disconnect right now, and for Hana and co, they will need to make sure that they are just running as much as possible. Not even a chance, never mind. Boom is the one to find the finisher.
Yeah, look, DRG, as you said, answered back. They made a really big difference in that fight. They changed up what they were doing just a little bit, not too much, mind you. The C4 not working there, question mark. Not too sure what happened there, but yeah, that's an interesting one. They'll rotate the fire barrel over and make short work of it nonetheless. But DRG, just regrouping. This is completely different to how we saw them playing against Mogwason, Cthulhu, and ultimately, I think I prefer this playstyle a little bit more. They are showing us that, yes, China consistently as a region may not be the best in the 3v3 format, but these guys as a team, they want to change the script. They want to become better. And at the moment, they are doing just that. They are currently in the lead. They've got 25,000 in the name. They're looking for 25 more. As long as Mame don't get too involved. Half of this vault's already transpired, and we haven't even seen the first team fight yet.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure what exactly but does seem to be going on with Mame, as they just now looking a whole lot more uncertain. I say that Mame completely caught with his pants down and unable to fall back. Oh, actually, no, able to fall back. The H-Infuser coming in huge into the play. And right now, well, Mame now have the information. You've mentioned before how key that would be. Now, the question being is, well, where did the DRG roster move around? Boom is looking to, well, introduce the explosions from up above. And right now, without the high ground, Mame might be staring at a very, very grim spot, though I say that, still having the ability there. There's the goo as well, coming on through. Perfect play from Shuai as well, able to get the better of Hana as well, and that is all that she wrote. Boom, low on HP Shuai as well. Dim can really throw in a spanner in the work here, and yet another one bites the dust. Mame, ow.
That's all she wrote.
That's it.
That is it. Absolute dominance from DRG. Mind you, highlight the difference in gameplay again, Cthulhu. They had height. They didn't need to get involved. They just played denial. They threw their utility down. They did not over-aggress, and they did not get too involved. They took the time. They whittled down their opponents. They took their picks one by one to the point where there was only one left. And the ultimate choice for Mame there is, do I steal or do I try something else? You haven't got the time to do anything else. You have to go for the steal. And you've got 3 members of DRG jumping down on your head. And that is the difference. China have redeemed themselves, at least for now, in the 3v3 format. A very quick and very strong 2-0, mind you. Mame came out the gate swinging. They were the ones to take that first gateway straight forward onto the spawn of DRG and just get absolutely thwarted down. The scoreboard reflects that as well, though. Look at Mame, 3 kills shared amongst them. That's not a lot.
Yeah, that's a rough turnaround here for them. Meanwhile, yeah, DRG really put quite a fair bit of a show as well for themselves. I would argue that versing against Mogwason didn't really put a bit of a spur in their performance, and they got a bit more of a, I guess, call it a reality check in their performance. But on the side of Mame, yeah, it's, now in retrospect, it feels like it was a game lost off the back of just a lack of info. Really, because I mean, how many times we got to see Mame solo run around and then turn the corners like, oh boy, there's 3 guns currently aimed at me. I am in trouble. And that's exactly been basically the storyline across the entirety of that 3v3. With Mame just at the end, I think it's just the mental being chalked. They weren't particularly too sure where to really push, and without knowledge, didn't really want to push. And well, that is basically all that she wrote.
I mean, it was quite literally, I think, a bit of movement diff going on as well for DRG. They were micromanaging where they were positionally speaking the entire matchup. They were a lot more aware of their surroundings, and I feel that they realistically were trying to play that a little bit safer. And ultimately, it worked out. They took aggression out of the equation, and it worked for them. It was a lot more efficient, should I say, in this matchup. I mean, it tells by the scoreline. We've seen them walk away with the victory. And DRG have consistently not been winning it in those 3v3s. That's in their own region as well. But here, it must be different because the Major's on the line, Cthulhu. They've walked away with a dub. And after that first one, they've had plenty of time to talk in the downtime as well, based on what they want to do. So maybe that's a difference, but realistically, it doesn't matter at the moment. They found themselves a spot later on in the evening, and we'll get back to them in a bit. But right now, upper bracket match 3. Team Mame taking on Ibu, KZ, and 4AM. Teams that we have absolutely enjoyed watching, and ultimately will continue to enjoy watching until they all start to slowly dwindle away. But right now, we're going to head to a short break. But stay tuned, because TGM26 online series APAC is going to be back in 5 or so minutes. We'll see you very shortly.
What's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
Yeah. It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes from...
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action.
Yeah. Modular head with interchangeable spikes, from expanding splitters to poison-tipped injectors, so they, won't feel encouraged to return later that evening. And it also disassembles easily to fit in your dishwasher.
This, folks, is a golden opportunity to safeguard your home against low-standard individuals with our zero downtime close-quarter solutions. Buy now and receive an incredible 85% discount on our exclusive Family Fortress Upgrade Kit, including our hello and goodbye mats, the 360 inflatable moat, and preheated barrels of oil.
The life giver, the sun, always on, the source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
And now for our top 3 plays, brought to you by Holto. The teams are all tied with one chance remaining for D-Lol Face and their teammates to make a steal for the win.
Look at them preparing to enter as a team. Let's pop the cork on this bottle. They're in with a flash and a bang. And a turret goes down.
That member of the Vogues is dancing on air and eluding elimination.
Not for long though, June. Their moment in the limelight is over. D-Lol Face moves on to the last member of the powerhouses and shorts that circuit.
Time's running low. D-Lol Face needs to steal.
This is gonna come down to the wire. What a moment. Rama Lama Ding Dong.
What a team effort for the win.
Cool Name is our second placed highlight, and I'm sure they're no lightweight.
They're going to be doing this on their own, Scotty.
Boom! That's a double elimination right out of the blocks. And their M60 takes out a third. And a fourth makes a team wipe.
They completed their cash out, so this is now all for show.
I think this show is far from over.
I think you're bang on.
Whammy! There's only one opponent left.
Oh my god.
Wow, a double team wipe from Cool Name.
Massive!
And finally, congratulations to Nika, who's our #1 play in this episode. Let's all admire their skill.
Ka-ching! That's the money. And they're straight up and ready for more.
Whoa, what reactions?
This contestant is a lethal weapon.
Well, now they're lethal and invisible.
Nika's sizing up the cash-out station. Their team still needs to pull off a steal to be back in the match. But I wouldn't want to be an opponent bearing down on this location right now, June.
I concur.
That's number 3, and there's even time for a quick revive.
This is like the lull in the storm.
And the forecast is for a rare form of night lightning.
Very clever, Scotty.
That's another strike right there. And number 5 gets added to the tally. Do you think Nika will steal soon?
They might fake a steal to draw in a few more victims.
There's the fake out. Nika's taken a hit, but 6 opponents have now taken Nika off their Christmas card list.
Here's a gateway attack.
Number 7, they're unstoppable.
That's 8 back-to-back attacks.
I think you mean back-to-back-to-back to wait, how many was that?
All I know is that Nika truly deserves that #1 spot. Congratulations.
See you back-to-back-to-back-to-back.
Scotty?
Sorry, that was missing 4. We'll see you again soon, folks. June, I feel the need for us boos.
Well, here they are, bringing you our top 3 plays.
Warhead busts open the top 3 by securing a steal, but they're on their own.
That's right, Scotty, and then...
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for TGM26, the online series for APAC, cycle number 1 of 4. I'm joined once again by Cthulhu. I don't think we were going to change that halfway through, but hey, look, we're back. We're having a great time, and ultimately, we are looking for some more matches. I'm just pulling my notes back up, Cthulhu. We just got off the back of a DRG 3v3 win. Mind you, China, a team that statistically and historically struggles with the 3v3 format, getting a big win for themselves, as you can see there, upper bracket 2. But now we head on to upper bracket 3 matchup, which will be another cash out, followed by another head-to-head. So Mame taking on Haibu, KZ, and 4AM. So another big mix-up there going into that next cash out. Cthulhu, who are you expecting to see going into that next cash out? 3v3, sorry.
Well, yeah, the 3v3, or rather, well, going into the 3v3, or rather going to the 3v3, I'm kind of hoping to see a little bit more of a response, maybe out of Haibu. I'm kind of wanting to see something from KZ as well, considering how well they started at the beginning of the round. I kind of want to see a little bit more run from it, but otherwise Mame kind of had a very rough. Whoa, okay, Monaco, alrighty. Yeah, that changes things.
not a fan favorite, but ultimately a good watch. I'm very excited. Monaco is not one you often see. Not at all. When I actually think about it, Cthulhu, it's not one that you see very often at all. It is not very well liked amongst players, just based purely on the size of it, not to mention the sheer amount of actual buildings surrounding that sort of centre church next to construction. There are just lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of buildings on Monaco, so it is very difficult to effectively clear. But realistically, a great map. I mean, one that I love, a lot more long distance, so I'm expecting that LH1, I'm expecting the Lewis and Shacks to come out, maybe a BFR Titan. We've seen it a lot from the Asian teams today, as opposed to our OCE teams. They're running more that Lewis gun side of things, or even the Shack. But realistically, Asia, we've seen a lot of BFR Titans, Cthulhu.
Yeah, look, the BFR Titans kind of caught me off guard. I'll be honest with you, because whilst doing all the prep, whilst taking a look at everything, BFR Titan on paper is arguably one of the worst ideas ever, but the way how they've been playing has actually been absolutely a treat to watch. So, look here for Monaco, I wouldn't put it past that maybe BFR Titan will once again make an appearance here, or better yet, bring a double deagle as well. Will be also an equal of a treat as well. But otherwise, yeah, look, a lot of the opportunities here, I would say even for something longer range, I would even argue in some cases, and some potential here. So I wouldn't even put it past that, a cheeky HLL, you bring out the sniper, bring out the LH1. Look, you could cook.
We could definitely see a sniper. I mean, not completely out of the question, but I doubt that it is going to be something that's bought. We do see a Chimera in the hands of FPS there on the crossbow. Could choose to switch that out just before the matchup starts, but realistically, it's not a bad gun. Crossbow, gun, weapon, whatever you want to say. Realistically, not bad at all. But all teams locking in here for this next one. Cthulhu, we're going into another game of cash out. 4 teams and all the glory. Mame get another chance. Haibu get another chance. KZ and 4AM are back in the fray as well.
Speaking of the BFR as well, we do get to see right off the ripper to be brought on out. I believe it was actually courtesy of KZ to be bringing that one into the fray, and straight off the rip as well already, as well as the crossbow. By the way, Chimera making an appearance. I believe this is the first time we actually get to see it as well. And look, quite a steady amount of damage, and really not giving too much of a ground in FPS. Claiming the life of Ghost as well, and all of a sudden, Mame have a good beginning, but it's a bit of a big game of peekaboo as well to come on through.
Hey, player will get one for his trouble. Unfortunately, Latte here, failing to get the window jump, will fall on down, but it doesn't actually cost him too much. He's going to hit it perfectly now, all the way back up, dives on into the top one there. A great little bit of rotation. But KZ, ultimately in hand of vault number 2. They're going to go plug it. One is off, at least. Not open just yet. It has been started. Mind you, KZ finding one. Latte getting a revive, and does actually get his totem of his teammate dropped on his head. He might be able to find one. No, so close to taking down Hewley Rice, but not close enough. Cthulhu. Haibo are on a hiatus right now, and Mame mostly have just come back.
Yeah, Haibo kind of got wiped out there sooner than they could say cash out as well. For Mame, he's just continuing, trying to keep up the pressure here, trying to just keep on destabilizing both the KZ and 4AM rosters. And as of now, it's a bit of a pincer as well coming on through. Winch is there as well. Is it enough to get the kill? No, can't even get the RPG off, and FPS is the one to actually claim the life of Ghost. Mame is gone. FPS just keeps on wiping the board as well with the Chimera out of all the things is absolutely just disgusting. But look, hey, I've mentioned this before, Proto. Going into some of the lower bracket games, I would be expecting to see some of the most unconventional gaming to be conducted.
You say unconventional, the Chimera actually on paper is a really good gun, especially if you can hit a couple of headshots. It is statistically, I keep referring to statistics here, a really, really solid pick. Mind you, the V9S also seems to be doing some pretty decent damage. Defib comes out. They're looking to find the last member here, but my God, hang on. Latte's cooking. He's found one. The Defib's put it back in, but 3 HP for Agan Cthulhu. He's getting wipes on wipes on wipes. He almost solo wiped that team twice.
Yeah, that was quite insane, to say the least. I'm just being a bit lost for words, really. all of the stuff that was happening. But as of now, it's just it's just gunfights after gunfights. But it's in an interesting sort of limbo where so many teams are currently just stuck in a bit more of a 1v1 situations. It still does come on through on the side of 4 AM, so they might just be able to get themselves back on track. But on the side of Haibu, once again, it's a quieter time.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, that was just super uncontested. Not a single person wanted to make anything happen there. Mame full wiped. They've already used a coin all each to themselves. But look at the beginning of this matchup, KZ and 4 AM. I don't think they're two names that we're really unfamiliar with in terms of being at the top. Again, we refer back to the beginning games of the day. KZ actually winning their first game of cash out, 4 AM getting third. Ultimately then moving on to the next slots. KZ, not too sure where they finished, but they didn't win because Mogwason did. Then following that, 4 AM had a win in game 5. KZ got 4th in game 7. So it's been a bit back and forth, but they are teams that have consistently had a couple of victories under their belt. So realistically, we're not too surprised where they're sitting currently. But we look at Haibu. They had a strong start to today, Cthulhu, but they haven't really had a good mid-game. $1,000 for them right now, and considering how they've been playing in the last couple of games, player's going to take himself out of the lobby there. They haven't been having an amazing time right now as 4 AM start having a bit of a rough one themselves.
Yeah, 4 AM been kind of just dialing down quite a fair bit, but still able to keep themselves somewhat in the running. Haibu, though, on the other hand, yeah, look, they had a very hot beginning to the whole run in the bracket, and then after that, well, deflated completely, and so far still yet to make any sort of recovery. Agan trying to make his play happen, but, well, in fact, he will be, actually. It does get the better of Ghost, and 4 AM, once again, now missing a light for their trouble. Busel, though, BFR Titan aficionado, looking to try to find some sort of an openings, and yeah, so far this is looking like it's going to be just a bit of a tower on tower sort of gaming here between the multiple rosters as okay, right, a bit of a long range game with the shotgun is certainly one way to try to at least impose a bit more of a dominance.
This is the annoyance of Monaco that a lot of players don't like, and even as a viewer, it can become a little bit stale, dependent. Teams, okay, watch out, Young, taking down one from distance with the repeater. Teams will play very slowly, and a lot of the cash outs are in open areas. I mean, you look at the one just behind us here to the west, in the garden, and then you've got the one down in the courtyard as well, cash out C. They are very difficult to push. It is very utility heavy. You need a lot of goo. You need to move things. But in saying that, Cthulhu, they are just impossible to get to. Look at the positioning. I mean, you've got players on top of each other, next to each other, behind each other, and you don't even necessarily know it because there are so many buildings to play in, so many positions that can be available to somebody that, I mean, you see things like this. You know, you've got Ghost just chilling there. He's almost taken down Mame. And that is just purely based on the back of he was in a good spot. He hid in that building and he got a bit of a rotate. He caught out a bit of a cut. And that is Monaco to a T. Church is a power spot, but then all these other buildings as well. I mean, those cash outs both are going through right now with realistically 0 fights because there's just nothing you can do. Everyone knows this as well. If you plug it and play it right, teams just can't contest you. KZ get away with that for free. Haibo are looking down and staring down the barrel of the same thing. They're going to walk away from it because they know that no one's going to touch it. They don't have to be there anymore because you cannot push that.
Exactly that. And in the meantime, amidst it all, well, at least being able to bring it all back and finding that sort of one careful spot. Now the question being is, between all those 4 rosters, who does get, well, the targeting, really, for the most of it? Because so many times we got to see quite a number of the rosters just sort of try to just bunch up and just try to play the spoiler as well as play the for revenue, I suppose you could call it. And in this case, well, Mame might just be able to bring it all back for themselves, though I say that KZ getting a bit more of a problematic run, a bit of a wipe, losing some of the money, and now being forced into the second place might cause a few more points of trouble, because they're not a far away from potentially missing out on some of the revenue opportunities later on. And now it's time for Mame to try to hold off the onslaught.
They have to do something. And realistically, again, like, look at these cash outs. They're so difficult to push, and ultimately teams are struggling. Ghosty is going to be taken down by Mame. Player does trade it out, though, and Mame losing them just quick. 4am holding on to this one a lot stronger than the ladder mentioned. Hana does have to disengage, and ultimately 4am might be able to get a bit of a steal here. Smoke does come into play, and that's going to make it difficult to try and kill the guy getting it, but this is how you have to play these outside sites. I mean, Fire Barrel comes over, but it doesn't really do a great deal. And Mame have gone for a full reset. Great grab. This could be a difference. They find the multiples left. They could go for a re-steal here.
Yeah, Hana being low on HP, though, is not ideal, and with Mame falling, it's all down to FPS. The crossbow coming into the play, unfortunately not connecting the shots, though, unable to do anything, not even a pop on the barrel either. And, well, now Hana trying to stay alive, Nog unable to even stay there, and that's Mame now once again purged, wiped off the face of the earth, now leaving the whole scoreboard in a three-way tie. The opportunity here is absolutely massive, though, as Haibu all of a sudden found themselves at the potential top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, Haibu have had a really big turnaround on this matchup. They just need to deny a little bit longer for this steal, and they're in good positions, but ultimately it seems to me that someone has managed to thwart them completely. We've got UQI finding one. KZ have just dialed it into a science, and they're going to knock Mame down onto the bottom of the leaderboard. Japan not having a great time there in that matchup. But, I mean, God, that wedge so close to landing. Hang on, Mame want one more chance at it. They have time for it. Is it going to be enough, though? C4 to deny. They locked him in the orb. The goo didn't stop it, but ultimately the gunshots will. Red come over to try and help, but it's not enough. KZ walk away with first, and ultimately a very well-deserved W. I mean, my, Cthulhu, Mame. Yeah. They had a good start again, but it's just Monaco. Ladies and gentlemen, what can you do? If you lose the vault fight and then subsequently don't get to where the vault's gonna be, you've pretty much lost, because you just can't take those open gunfights. I mean, we saw it. We saw one steal successfully, two, out in the open, and it was more towards that Forest Park side where there's a little bit more cover. You've got, trees and pergolas and undulations in the terrain to play off. But in those open flat areas, garden off the west side, courtyard, you just can't push it. And it just hurts teams so much, but to the point where KZ and 4am walk away with a victory. I'm not surprised, to be completely honest. They're going to be the two we watch next in our cash-out games, but Haibo getting third, I expected a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to propel themselves pretty far up at some point. Just unfortunately, once again, the consistency has been very much of a questionable thing for their performances. Look, I mean, I have to say, so far, I mean, Myungtan had a phenomenal run on the support role as well, being able to score one of the highest score lines as well in that matchup. But otherwise, yeah, Haibu has been very sort of on and off in terms of their performance, and the moment they sort of lose that momentum, it feels like they just burn out so quickly that it just ends up being quite jarring, really, for the most of it. Whereas, we're looking at the KZ and 4am, the double Chinese derby, and they are just putting the consistency on display here.
Yeah, they are. And I mean, 4am have been a really consistent team all day. Yes, not necessarily netting the wins they may like, but getting that sort of top end of the leaderboard a majority of occasion is not the worst in the world, but it's good. This is going to be their second head-to-head now for the afternoon. Going up against KZ. Last was against Mame, and unfortunately they did not win it. So, mind you, keep that in the back of your head going into this one, because Cthulhu, that can make a difference, considering that, again, mental is a big part of how these tournament game days go. Are 4AM going to be happy with where they're sitting, considering they lost their first attempt? Or do you think that that's going to affect them to the point where KZ might now actually come out from underneath them and just rip it away?
Right. But certainly, there's definitely opportunity to just absolutely yoink the play away, and look, it could be absolutely dangerous really here. Though KZ versus 4AM, look, that one I'm actually quite keen to see, because if before we got to see, the comparison of, Chinese teams versus X, now it's just, internally within the region, who is the better player and who is able to manage the momentum a whole lot steadier as well. So I'm very much curious to see if KZ would be able to replicate what DRG were able to pull off, and whether 4AM will get a redemption that they, were hoping for after an absolutely shellacking that was really dished out to them by Mame.
Yeah. Look, it's going to be an interesting one, but realistically speaking, Cthulhu, we are in a pretty good spot for this matchup. UQI, Hewley Rice, and Agun taking on Ghost Player and Kiar. I mean, look, this is going to be a good one. An absolutely amazing matchup. Not that we haven't seen a single snoozer today, mind you. Every single game we have watched has been an absolute heater. I'm looking forward to this one. It's essentially a little bit of a redemption arc, I feel, for 4AM, considering they've had one today already go awry. Mind you, not through any fault of their own, but realistically speaking, KZ just have come out on top a few more times. Yeah, they've just come out a little bit sort of calmer and a little bit hotter off the press throughout multiple of their matches. They're playing a lot more concisely, whereas 4AM have had just a couple of struggles here and there, whether it's in terms of just strategy they've employed or things that they may have tried in and out of their engagements. So realistically speaking, KZ's who I put my money on for this one, but should 4AM choose to wake up and show up, not that they haven't been, this could be a big game for them.
Could be in fact be the one for 4AM to really bring back, considering they've got their answers. They've learned their mistakes. An HLL coming out of 4AM, and it's double 93R as well to bring on in Kiar and Ghost as well, deciding to run that. Resident starter player, a Shaq 50 on the side of KZ though. I didn't really get to spot exactly what we were looking to run, but I would imagine it would be very much similar. Another HLL, or pardon me, no, HLM to bring on out. Now we get actually the potential answer for the question as to, well, what will counter that HLL playstyle?
Yeah, consistent of Monaco. First engagement's always going to be off a height, and it's basically just going to be who can win the height first. Now, in the 3v3 format, it's a little bit different in terms of how things run. You need control of the church, because then you can delegate what is happening in terms of the rest of the map. If you can control where everything is going to go down, you can manipulate spawn points. They have made that a little bit harder, mind you. You need 2 people, I think, in the vicinity now compared to the original 1. But if they can find a kill here, especially with that F car in play, they are going up against 2 lights. So if they can get the damage and put them on timer, it'll give them a really good point to maybe dive on in. But Hewley Rice, look at him go. He's all the way up. He's RPG'd right here, ready to go. The boys have called it in. They've broke the dome shield, but they got mesh in play as well. Winch denied completely. Has to drop off. But this is where the push comes to shove. KZ force 4AM off height. Now they're in the better position. Gateway back to flank though, Cthulhu.
Oh, huge. And the gunfight already kicks it all off, though. It's instantly, straight after that, 4AM do back away. They decide that, yeah, well, let's try to pressure them, but seeing as there's still quite a fair bit of a high ground set up, deciding to back away, deciding to go for the vault, potentially go for the flank around, and the KZ might be a little bit, late to the party. I say that, though. Well, the heavy is taking quite a fair bit of damage. Player is, unfortunately for him, unable to really make much of a progress, and it's back to just playing in the trenches here.
The vault hasn't... Oh, okay, don't worry. The vault has been touched now, and will ultimately start to unlock. KZ kicking that off, and giving themselves away just a little bit, but that's the risk you have to run, unfortunately, if you want to get the game kicked off. Lights going to town on each other right now, but it's Ghost to fall. UQI finds the first, and this is the opener that KZ needed. If they choose to want to chase it, they can do that if they please. But ultimately, 4AM have opted to go for the run. They want to grab it. No, sorry, they're not opting to go for the run. They're opting to deny. They want to waste some time. We've seen this today already a couple of times. Hang on! Diving in, RPG in hand, pants on the floor. Agana's found one, and ultimately, Hugh Lee Rice has come on in to save the day. This is going to be a full wipe. Bolt out of position. A little bit of time wasted. I mean, look, they get a little bit of pennies for their troubles, but ultimately it is not the full Monty Cthulhu. They lose the team fight. It took a little while, about 3 minutes, but ultimately that's a good win for KZ.
Yeah. Though, mind you, the very same matchup against Mongwason would have been already, but would have seen already at least 2 more gunfights in that span of time. The sheer aggression that we got to see out of that roster was absolutely just, oh man, it was a treat. Now we get to see a little bit more pace down. Now we get to see both teams sort of playing their own element. They know each other's meta. They know how the overall region plays. Look, I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. It does provide a little bit more time for them to sort of think how to approach it. Makes the gunfights more meaningful rather than just outright an absolute thrashing, just no matter what, no matter where.
Yeah, it slows down the pace as well. And I think based on what we're seeing here again, Monaco showing its true colours. It's a difficult one to push because they could be in any building, Cthulhu, and I think that's the problem that they're running into right now. 4AM don't really know what they want to push. They could be close to A. They could not be. They could be somewhere else. But Gateway's movement is going to be huge here. Having the flank ability. I mean, we've already seen it once from KZ. UQI is caught and punished, but ultimately not taken down. Excuse me. Ghost does manage to get away. But 4AM, they're looking for something. They want to go for the steal. They've pulled them away, and that's a great bit of kiting there from KZ. But ultimately, sorry, from 4AM. But ultimately,
4AM.
Yeah, they've lost it. My apologies.
Yeah, shut it all down. Huili Rice is the one to keep things in the rolling, to keep on clearing out. The shotgun just ringing out an absolute just damage, really. And in the meantime, yeah, look, plus 25k is looking to get deposited, and 4AM really don't have much of an opportunity here either. I believe that should still come through in full capacity. And otherwise, UQI has a really solid vantage point, and yeah, the cash out does come on through without much of a issue, and there we go. That's the first score done and dusted. Now, problem being 4AM had such a close opportunity here to really make a steal that now they are back to ground zero. Now they need to go in for the push, and in comes the RPG. Say hi to my little friend.
Unfortunately, little friend not doing too much damage there. Some great tracking. Good little bit of damage. It was actually Argan to come out on the worst side of that original altercation. Mind you, this team fight's going to be pretty slow, Cthulhu. Both sides wanting to go for this vault, considering where it spawned. It spawned very out of the way for KZ, considering they'd already retreated. Hello? Okay, Kia's been pretty sharp today, but apparently not right there. And a full wipe for KZ as well, mind you, off screen. Goes finding the last. 4AM. They had a really good spot there. I think that vault spawn sort of just unfortunately caught KZ out. They rotated middle. They wanted it to come more towards the church. They wanted to play that height that they already had access to. And ultimately, it just spawned in behind them. It was a bit of a 50-50, really, and 4AM just got the better pull of the tail, and it put them in a great position. They had the height in front, mind you, that meant that KZ just had to come on over to them. And with that RPG not hitting, you lose a very valuable piece of utility, especially going up against the HLL. If you hit that RPG in a situation against a team that's running that setup, it can be the difference between an insta-win and an insta-loss. I mean, if you hit one direct with an RPG, it's pretty much insta-kill. You just need a little bit of a tap-on from one of your teammates. So that winch almost connecting was a little bit scary.
That would have been very much of a scary one. And that would have kicked off a series of unfortunate events as well, because a death of one of the lights here would be absolutely devastating, especially on the side of 4am as a player does fall. It's all down to Kiar to do anything, and he's trying to delay as much as possible. Actually still manages to dodge away, just buying enough time and managing to throw the box away as well, which is quite still a solid turnaround, trying to buy enough time. 16 seconds to go on the respawn, and well, maybe now we get to see the run happen on the side of KZ, as they're the ones in advantage here. They're the ones in the position to try to make the play. And wait, throw is actually quite clean. We are good.
Yeah. Look at the denial, though. They've managed to respawn, and we still haven't even had a plug yet. We might get one more fight over this vault, depending on how quick. No, we won't. They'll get a plug off just in time here for B, but it's not going to be very well defensively set up. Shout out to Apo jumping on in with the gang, bringing the finals community closer together. But we actually spoke about your team pre-stream, Apo. We were talking about Akazo and the D50s. Cthulhu was asking me about later, and I said, but in the terms of Akazo and co, there is an exception. Mind you, not in this matchup right now. That's America. We're in APAC. And look, 4am, they're going super slow, Cthulhu. They don't want to get too close to the beast right now.
Yeah, not at all. Trying to find a very measured time, though. The problem being, Proto, we got to see Mame try to pull the same thing, and they got burned really, really badly. So right now, this is... I'm not entirely a fan of how passive this is, though I do appreciate, wanting to sort of reset, speak about it a little bit, but the time is ticking, the clock is ticking, and the deposit as well is starting to come on through. There is some presence up above, and I'm not too sure if the RPG will be enough. Unfortunately, no, it doesn't really bring as much of a dividend as one would have hoped, and now it's a full-on isolation. Perfect poke by UQI, and getting the heck out as well out of the position is a perfect dodge and play around, ring around the rosy here as the first gunfight come on through. The lights are engaging. Ghost is low as well. Kiar is trying his absolute darn best to keep on throwing spanners into work and just staying alive as Ghost takes yet another bit of damage. Ghost is gone. 2 more players remaining. 4am not particularly too healthy, and Huili Rice is the one that catches the stray at the end of it all, though. A player trying to keep on kicking, but it is just a swarm of KZ players without any repercussions or any issues whatsoever.
And Cthulhu, based on the back of that, a 15-second spawn time, there's nothing they can do. KZ have ultimately come into this and walked away with probably arguably one of the easier victories, but I will say that Monaco makes it difficult. 4am tried their best, but unfortunately, it just wasn't in the cards for them. That was a round over before it even happened. And realistically, there was not much they could do, unfortunately, after the loss of that first vault. They just really looked a little bit starstruck. They had a bit of a godsend with that vault spawning just behind them off the back of that coin at the end of that team fight for the first lot. But after that, I just didn't think we really got to see much from them. They had a little bit of a struggle getting off the utility. I mean, a lot of ineffective RPGs, a lot of opportunities missed, shots even, just a lot of things missed. And ultimately, not a victory for them in the end, which is a bit unfortunate. But if you're a KZ fan, that is a pretty big win. You do have to take into consideration as well. 2 vaults flat. We have not had a third vault cash out 3v3 head-to-head game. That was just really contradictory. A 3v3 head-to-head game go to that third vault today, unfortunately. And as much as I'd love to see it, I'm also not really surprised necessarily. So for 4am, you got to hope for a little bit more.
Yeah, you would hope that they would be able to bring back a little bit more of that energy, a little bit more of a power. But I mean, on the side of KZ, look, it's expected the way how they have been performing. Arguably one of the more stable teams, I would argue, going into the overall bracket and coming out of China. Yes, DRG arguably had a pretty solid turnaround as well, but in all state of affairs, KZ really just been arguably the best sort of, I guess, call it stable / middle ground of a team out of the Chinese region. And certainly, they managed to keep up. And I mean, in terms of the stability as well, this scoreline also reflected that very case.
Definitely did. There was a lot that was to be desired going into this matchup, and I think it delivered in the sense that we got to see KZ really locking it in. For 4 a.m., it just wasn't quite there. And realistically speaking, a little bit more was left to be desired. But Cthulhu, we are closing in on our top side of the bracket here. We've got one more cash out game and a head-to-head, followed by our finale with another BO3 head-to-head as well. But we've got to focus on our bracket number 4 upper game first. We have got some big things coming, but right now we're going to watch the highlights from these last couple of games. And while we do that, we're going to have a quick break. Cthulhu will be back with more TGM26 Online Series APAC qualifiers when we return.
Is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
We know you feel alone, but trust us, you're really not alone. Let Ngimo bring the world a little closer, one element at a time. Breeze through and sign our completely straightforward user agreement about data sharing and join our global community of friends. Ngimo, beyond boundaries, within reach.
And now for our top 3 plays, brought to you by Holto. The teams are all tied with one chance remaining for D-Lol Face and their teammates to make a steal for the win.
Look at them preparing to enter as a team. Let's pop the cork on this bottle. They're in with a flash and a bang. And the turret goes down.
That member of the Vogues is dancing on air and eluding elimination.
Not for long, though, June. Their moment in the limelight is over. D-Lol Face moves on to the last member of the powerhouses and shorts that circuit.
Time's running low. D-Lol Face needs to steal.
This is going to come down to the wire. What a moment. Rama-Lama Ding Dong.
What a team effort for the win.
Cool Name is our second placed highlight, and I'm sure they're no lightweight.
They're going to be doing this on their own, Scotty.
Boom! That's a double elimination right out of the blocks. And their M60 takes out a third. And a fourth makes a team wipe.
They completed their cash out, so this is now all for show.
I think this show is far from over.
I think you're bang on.
Whammy! There's only one opponent left.
Oh my God.
Wow, a double team wipe from Cool Name.
Massive.
And finally, congratulations to Nika, who's our #1 play in this episode. Let's all admire their skill.
Ka-ching, that's the money. And they're straight up and ready for more.
Whoa, what reactions?
This contestant is a lethal weapon.
Well, now they're lethal and invisible.
Nika's sizing up the cash-out station. Their team still needs to pull off a steal to be back in the match. But I wouldn't want to be an opponent bearing down on this location right now, June.
I concur.
That's number 3, and there's even time for a quick revive.
This is like the lull in the storm.
And the forecast is for a rare form of night lightning.
Very clever, Scotty.
That's another strike right there. And number 5 gets added to the tally. Do you think Nika will steal soon?
They might fake a steal to draw in a few more victims.
There's the fake out. Nika's taken a hit, but 6 opponents have now taken Nika off their Christmas card list.
Here's a gateway attack.
Number 7, they're unstoppable.
That's 8 back-to-back attacks.
I think you mean wait, how many was that?
All I know is that Nika truly deserves that #1 spot. Congratulations.
See you back-to-back.
Scotty?
Sorry, that was missing 4. We'll see you again soon, folks.
Absolutely. So, our advanced olfactory targeting system is designed to track strong, threatening odors like sweat, industrial glue, or even vanilla-flavored sodas. You know, criminals tend to smell like trouble, while your family smells like laundry and dinner. You'll know the difference.
Now that's clever. Folks, you have the deal of a lifetime in front of you. The M134 minigun with the carry harness, the rate reducer, the geofence system, and the advanced olfactory targeting system. If you call now, we'll throw all of them in for free. Plus, the welcoming mat and the recoilless blade. Folks, this doesn't happen often, but I really feel this is...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the TGM online series for TGM26 for APAC. Cycle 1, a very quick breakdown of the bracket. We'll just figure out what's going on. Phil, we saw just a moment ago all the qualified teams and lost teams to the void, unfortunately. But as we've been making our way through, each team has been finding themselves in a 3v3 head-to-head. And then we have had our winners, so DRG, KZ, etc. They're all going forward to take on our final team that qualified earlier in the day, which was our OCE trial and favourite, Mogwasam. But now we have our last game of cash out to decide who's going to be going into our finale. So 4 a.m, Ibu, Team Mame, and Weekend at Bernie's, the resurgence of OCE, for possibly their final game. Depending on how they go, they need to get top 2 here, Cthulhu, so they can have a chance at a 3v3.
Exactly that, yeah. For Weekend and Bernie, one final run, one final chance to really make it, or make the break for it, really. And then on the side of, one last Weekend and Bernie's. And then on the side of Haibu and Mame, this is their chance to try one more time to try to bring it all back. 4 a.m. arguably have a good opportunity. Arguably one of the more steady approaches so far, and well, all of this tussle will be bringing us back to Nozomi Citadel as well, which is a map that so far managed to show us quite a fair bit of the SA-12 and a lot of very coordinated, very sort of cluster push to come on through. So I'm expecting yet another absolutely heated, absolutely chaotic map to bear with us.
Definitely the case. I mean, we have seen a lot from all the teams mentioned. Unfortunately, these are the teams now that are going to start to be whittled down. Nozomi is a great map to do so, I believe, considering what we have seen from it earlier in the day. A really straightforward map that a lot of teams are quite proficient in, especially teams from the OCE region. Aussie, they have played a lot of Nozomi throughout the OFL series. I know that for a fact. Both in, so could be a home game for them should they choose to show up. They made it this far, they qualified off the back of some great playing before, and hopefully we will continue to see that. Should they get eliminated here, though, we do still have one more chance for the region. We've got Mogaswan in the last cash-out game already previously qualified from the original matches. Mogwasam are doing really well. But aside from that, Cthulhu, we have one more game of cash out here to decide who's going to be going into that finale. And let's find out who it is. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. Who's going to walk away with it?
Exactly that. Well, the piece of the pie is in fact going to be, well, found in just a moment. 4 a.m. once again opting into an HLL lineup, as things have been actually working out pretty well. Another HLL, HML to come on through, and another HLL out of Mame to bring on out. So we're looking to see some pretty dynamic moving around. A lot of movement tech will be played on in, and on the side of Haibu, I'm wondering if the switch to the HML will be enough to keep themselves in the running, because considering how much of a damage output there's going to be between all the other three teams, things can get heated rather quickly.
Well, everything's about to kick off. Mame going down early, or at least some of them are. FPS, one of the last alive. Microchip off screen. Weekend at Bernie's getting active. They found two as well. Latte doing what he does best, shooting at people. Shay does lock it down though, and that's a wipe. Haibu taken down by Weekend at Bernie's. OCE have come to play, ladies and gentlemen. They're awake. They are ready. HLL, Michael Chip on... That's deliberate, by the way. Michael Chip on the line again is absolutely dialed. And this is going to be a good one, Phil.
Yes, sir. Well, Haibu already just getting finally the respawn, but yeah, with the deposit coming on in, Weekend at Bernie hopefully will get themselves all up and running, and should be able to at least get the initial deposit running. But otherwise, here for the rest of the match, it's looking like, well, Haibu will arguably be the underdogs, as funny as it may sound, considering how much we were saying that Weekend at Bernie might have a few struggles here and there, but they're looking a little bit more locked in. There is an attempt at the steal to come on through, and question being is how will Weekend at Bernie be able to respond? Glitch grenade going out as they're trying to keep control, and oh, the M11 bursting quite a fair bit of damage. That's a big one as well. No, unfortunately, Keldor does get gone as well, and the chase continues. M11, so much damage to bring on through, but deciding actually to completely back away, to not challenge it just yet and not hunt, considering they're at the man disadvantage. So maybe that's a better idea here for Weekend at Bernie, as I believe the revive is actually going to come on through. So this is looking pretty good so far for them to just be able to reconcile all their plays, and the winch as well coming on through. Well, goodbye. It was nice knowing you, Micro.
Managed to live for a short while there. Shay throwing his life away as well, but I'm now left to wonder, where is Keldor? Up above, does send on down the explosive barrel, but he's not going to be able to do too much from his position, unfortunately, given that he is only a single light. He might be able to find one for his trouble, but no. Haibu, they figured out what's going on. Mame as well, they're managing to get close, but not quite walk away with the win, and ultimately, it will still be a lockout here from what is remaining of players' stack, but ultimately, it is going to be FPS to find one. Ghost trades it back. A lot of kills back and forth here, but they're trying to lock something in. Kjar's taken down, ultimately off the back of a big kill for himself, but now there just isn't time as they start to run on over. Myung and Co are looking to find at least a couple of kills to bolster their cash as well, and they will do just that. Haibu take down what's left. Mame and 4 a.m. both sent to the waiting screens, and Weekend at Bernie's, unfortunately, they lose their cash out.
Yeah, completely pushed out of any sort of competition. Certainly was not favoring things as well. But look, there's still a few more opportunities for them. It was a solid turnaround, or at least solid attempt at their hold. But yeah, the lineup didn't particularly bring too much of the dividends. It's interesting to see that, yeah, it is Mame and Weekend at Bernie that so far are sitting on a bit more of a difficult time. But look, at least once again, an attempt to try to get started with yet another vault is currently now present. Meanwhile, on the side of 4am, it's just nice and steady. They're continuing their attempts to just keep themselves in the running. But the problem being is now the bottom two teams will be eliminated. So now the stakes are the highest they've ever been. And you can't really afford complacency here. You have to almost battle, I feel, for each one of the vaults, because otherwise can't really ensure much of a safety net for yourself.
Yeah, you can't ensure much at all in these positions, considering that everything is now such a higher staked. I don't know what is going on realistically. Weekend at Bernie's have been struggling with their fights off screen, and ultimately everybody else is sort of just having a bit of a mixed bag of reactions at the moment. Full wipe on the Haibu. Mame locking in for their region as well as just their teams, I suppose. They're going to grab that vault finally and look for the plug now as they have victored in their team fight. 4am keeping Weekend at Bernie's at bay just for now, but ultimately they want to give it one more chance. They have the ability to possibly give it another go here should they maybe get an opener. But look at this, 4am have set themselves up so far away. They need to do something. They need to get involved. They need to find a pick, and they need to deny this utility. Glitch is perfect to get rid of that shield, and it allows Microwave to get involved. But Microchip, he hasn't found anything of note. Shay also taken down really quickly. And there he goes. Player is out. It's just Keldor.
Just Keldor indeed. Trying to stay alive, trying to stay close by and hide away. No, Weekend at Bernie's once again absolutely stolen away from their opportunities, and that is another steal to come on through. Is it going to be stuck around? No. Oh, in fact, it was. And this might just be yet another score to come on through. Haibu, all of a sudden, an absolutely phenomenal steal game. Once again, not really getting too involved in the midst of those main gunfights and just coming around, get a steal no matter what, and then, well, the success does follow suit as well. That does leave quite a fair few teams in the dust, and that includes so far Weekend at Bernie's. So is 4am currently sitting on the third place. And if Mame are able to steal away yet another one for themselves, well, that one is going to be a bit of a tilt. Keldor already gets the better of Kiar, though, so that's the very favorable trade out here. Maybe Weekend at Bernie's may just be able to find themselves a little bit more breathing room.
Especially if they start actually locking in on these initial engagements. Ghost, now the last alive. He's caught some great positioning here from Latte, very aware of what's happening ahead of him. He finds one, but it's now Haibu looking to get involved here. Weekend at Bernie's now a little bit in trouble. 5's going to pop. They're going to have to get rid of it quickly. If they want to survive, they're going to get away. But look at this, offside of the map, Mame, largely uncontested. You just have a third party fest happening over by Weekend at Bernie's. They are going to get that plug now, but are they going to be able to hold on to it? If they can, it'll propel them to first, as long as they don't wipe too many times in defending it as such. But it looks like that might be the case. Pulled out of the equation. Shay is absolutely thwarted, and it's now all up to Michael Chip. He needs to do something, but he's opted to go for the revive, knocking them into the blender, and ultimately Keldor's managed to get away with 2 here for himself, leaving it just up to the remainder of Haibu as they go for the revive. But Shay's coined in. Microchip's got a couple of seconds left for himself as well, but no, the revive comes out and they can re-aggress here 3 strong if they want to go for this vault. They lose one in the process though. That's not a good start.
Not a good start at all, and not really much of a damage that was dished back on out from the OCE representatives towards Haibu roster. And whilst the attempt is certainly there, Shay is all on the lonesome, unfortunately unable to do much, and shot down once again. Poor Weekend at Bernie just cannot seem to be able to catch a break, and all of a sudden, all of those teams, the moment there's an OC representative in the lobby, they all locking on in by the looks of it. Because where was this game from Haibu before? Where was this performance from them in the earlier rounds? Because that would have saved them a whole lot more over the trouble, and all of a sudden they now are able to really perform. I say that though, player gone, Mame gone as well. It's all an absolute massacre. And it's Haibu that are close by, that are looking to try to keep on pushing, to keep on putting the effort here, because Mame looking to steal this out.
Might get away with it as well, mind you, but no. If that maybe had been a heavy, they might have just squeaked off with it, but 4am are going to manage to lock that one down just for now. A good stagger, though, off-screen. Haibu, again, largely uncontested. They're just not being touched on this backside. Weekend at Bernard's are looking to try something again. It's all satire, ladies and gentlemen. We hail from the region. We'd love to see them do it, but even if they get this next vault, they've only got 50 seconds left of gameplay, and it might not be enough, Cthulhu. They're here. They are at A. A double jeopardy would be the only thing that would really propel them out of last place. But even then, saying that, mind you, I take it back, a steal could put them up into second here. Mind you, they need to absolutely lock in. Kiar's making it difficult. Keldor finds one, but is it going to be enough? 4am don't want to let this go. They don't want to be sent home right now. The TGM's where they want to be, and they want the chance. Shay's going to put Keldor back in the fray. Weekend at Bernie's need to get involved, but everybody's here now. Cthulhu, it's all kicking off. Mame White Weekend at Bernie's, or at least are very close to doing so. They're finally out. Mame have got 3 alive, make it 2. It's now all up to Hebu, who have managed to hold on to the Weekend at Bernie's. They've got it! Cthulhu, they've qualified through the midst of what's going on in the back. OCE have made it happen. Ladies and gentlemen, Weekend at Bernie's, they avoid being kicked out so soon off the back of some insane game. I didn't even see it, Cthulhu. It's just too much happening, and someone has managed to sit on it and take it. Michael Chip from Weekend at Bernard's, they've walked away with an absolutely insane steal.
Oh, man.
Top 2.
Oh, man. Call it Weekend at TGM at this point, considering how Weekend at Bernie managing to steal this away time and time again, man.
My God.
It is an absolute... it's nuts. It's nuts, Proto. I mean, we're looking at this, at the overall scoring as well. It's, well, to say the least, they were getting absolutely bamboozled there in every possible way. 4am had a pretty solid run. They had a good opportunity there. Ghost clocked in at 6 frags as well. FPS clocked in at 7 frags as well. And just all, well, for nothing. Hype all of a sudden locked in after being absolutely bulldozed for, what was it, 3 games straight? Yeah. And now they're back and all activated. So look, maybe it's just them. Maybe the last, what was it, 2 or 3 games they were saving strats, or maybe saving energy. I don't know, but look, it's working out really, really well. And Latte has been putting in such a phenomenal work into it. I mean, you're looking at this, I believe. Oh, sorry, second most combat score as well, only rivaled by Kiar on the light.
Yeah, I mean that was insane. I'm still getting over the whole. Weekend at Bernie's comeback, but hey, look, OCE pulls up when they need to. Oh my. What a steal. Weekend at TGM's. They're coming, but now we have to go up against Haibu. In a 3v3, we know Weekend at Bernie's are good at it, Cthulhu. They've done it multiple times. They did it in the OFL. They won the first split. Yes, they lost the second to Capybara Armada, but my God, they didn't have the full roster. They had a sub. They had a sub. And now we're staring down the barrel of Michael Chip has come back. Microchip, we'll stop calling him Microchip. Microchip has come back off of his hiatus. He's rejoined the boys, and they are now stomping. Yes, off the back of, I would argue, some insane plays, mind you. They lost pretty much every team fight, but still, in the midst of the confusion, walked away with a second place, and you've got to give them that. We say goodbye to 2 more teams, Mame and 4am, unfortunately. Salutes to you, but you will not be continuing. Cthulhu, we move in to our next 3v3 head-to-head. Haibu taking on Weekend at Bernie's.
Oh, man. Yeah, that one is going to be a curious one. Yeah, look, if Weekend at Bernie now get a redemption arc, if they're able to keep themselves in the running, if they're able to win this out, look, we are looking at a potential for a double OCE representative in the finals as well, which is absolutely a crazy lineup as well for the final round. But Haibu all of a sudden all activated. I'm still a little dubious about their performance in the 3v3 format, considering that they've been so far sort of just all over the place in terms of their consistency, in terms of their performance. On their best time, they're scary. On their worst time, it's like we're trying to steal a candy from a toddler at this point. So here it's for Myungtan and co. This is going to be a key play here. I would honestly would say stick to the HML. Go for the tried and true plays. Don't over experiment. Don't overextend. Play for your positions. If you are a Haibu fan, this is exactly what you want to do. On the side of Weekend at Bernie, be that chaos element. Be that aggressor, that absolute nuisance that so far Mogwason was able to show us. And you've mentioned it as well yourself before, Proto. For OFL, they were able to become an absolute nuisance to deal with, and winning out the first season as well to top it all off.
Yeah. They were definitely a big force and still continue to be in the OFL, mind you. Shout out the guys over there, Vinny and Fools. But regardless of that, for our region, for right now, for what we're watching, this is the TGM26 online series, Cthulhu, and it's not done yet. We've got this upper bracket for match number 2. This is our 3v3 head-to-head. Haibu have had an insane game day today across the entire day of matches, and they have just been absolutely cooking. But Weekend at Bernie's might be very well looking at a weekend at the TGM, because if they can keep this up, if they walk away with a victory here, they put themselves in not only a good contention for that top spot, even if they go into the finals as a double OC rep and lose it, they get a better seeding for that 2nd to 9th place to then re-qualify later on. So it's a good position to be in. You've got all the way through here without going through down to the losers necessarily. You're still in the upper bracket. You're quite comfortable. You're doing well. And as an OCE representative, they play the game a lot more aggressively. We saw it from DGR, but look at what Mogwason did to them. I mean, it was just an absolute door open in the face, smashed in the nose. Thanks very much. And this is hopefully what Weekend at Bernie's can emulate. I mean, they have consistently been that aggressive force. Yes, their team fights in cash out, not necessarily the best, but in a 3v3 situation, I can personally attest to the ability that these boys have going into this matchup. Yes, Haibu have been really good today. We cannot take away from that. Don't get me wrong. Latte has been absolute, mind you. But is it going to be enough if Keldor and Microchip lock in on the lights? We'll have to find out very shortly.
Indeed so. Yeah, look, Microchip will have to lock in. So is Keldor, so is Shakeass. They had a phenomenal run so far, I have to say, despite all the hardships, despite all the shortcomings, despite the fact that things have been absolutely on the rougher end for them and just could not fall into just the right places just in the right time. But if they're able to lock in, if they're able to play just as a squad together, not really fall back in any capacity, not try to go for solo pushes or anything like that, this might just be the run for them to take, because they can be an absolutely devious roster. And devious in all the possible ways, really. Just being able to steal away some of the setups has been an absolutely scary prospect. The problem being is now, well, the chaos that they used to hide behind before was a big advantage for them. How will they be able to generate enough chaos here? That's a whole different question. And well, we get already a peek at Haibu HML to be introduced, and an HLL on the side of the Weekend at Bernie's.
We're about to find out. We're diving on in to the 3v3 Cthulhu. This is it. This is the last chance they have. HLL going up against MHL. It is Standard taking on the new gens, if you want to call it that necessarily. But find out, bot 1. It's going to be the point where it all kicks off. Is it going to be a team fight, or is it going to be slow? We've seen difference between both, but definitely slower.
like what I'm seeing here in terms of, Weekend and Bernie just awaiting for that aggression to come on through. Haibu already ready to take this basically face on. And well, see if this will be if the face will be enough to really protect them from all the heat that will be coming around out of the OCE representatives already. Full on push. Latte low on HP though, still managing to run away. Microchip, no, unable to actually find the closure here onto Latte, and unable to really find any closure. Instead, more destruction. KS23 coming on in. Busel is the one to find yet another one. It's a charge. It's a wipe. Weekend and Bernie's, well, back to the screen.
Mind you, one of the first charge and slams we've seen today, KS as well, very
Also
off meta picks. Not completely out of the ordinary, especially on a map with a lot of verticality. You do have some of that for Nozomi, but not as much as you maybe would like to see for a COS. But regardless, not a bad choice. It is still very relevant for a heavy and can be very well utilized depending on who is running it. And the way that it is being played definitely seems to be part of the strategy, Cthulhu. But KS is another good one you like to see. Spotted though, Weekend at Bernie's. Now on the back foot. They are thwarted, or at least for now. They have to play catch up.
Oh, in fact, have to play catch up indeed. Busel trying to find his main position here to really kind of just stake his claim, whilst Weekend and Bernie is trying to set things up. The explosive barrel from down below should also throw in a bit of a spanner if they're able to isolate the one of the heavy. Well, sorry, not one of the heavies. Well, the heavy. This could mean a lot of work to be done. And in comes the vertical play. The KS23 trying to get rolling on in, but the slugs are not connecting. Swing comes on through. Winch is perfect. There's the charge as well, and perfectly goes down Shay as well. Unable to find much of a closure. There is quite some damage to come on through, but not enough. So much tankiness. Keldor's gone. One more is just jumping and running around, and it's an absolute bulldozering done by Busel and Co.
Look, charge and slam as well to highlight is good going up against the double lights, and you can see why.
Oh, yeah.
It's basically just press Q to win the gunfight. You're getting shot, press Q, 100 damage pretty much instantly off that first hit. Even if it's not direct, it's just an AoE type thing. You just hit them very, very, very minorly. You still do so much damage, and then you follow that up with a slug. I mean, essentially, it's just a GG at that point.
It's
going
GG,
up against
yeah.
lights, it is really, really effective. So possibly part of the reasoning why they bought it, to be completely honest. And there's not much Weekend at Bernie's can do. Their Weekend at the TGM does slowly start to fade away from them here a little bit, but it's okay. We haven't had a 3-volt 3v3 today, Cthulhu. We might get one now. Weekend at Bernie's can just lock in. They need to play the distance a little bit more. They need to get a little bit more damage before they decide to dive on in.
See, the moment you keep on saying that they need to lock in, I feel it's like a bit of a caster curse here coming on in.
Nah,
considering that the moment you say a lot, yeah, gotta lock in, and then proceed to just have the most waffle game as well out of some of the players. But well, speaking of locking in, it seems like Busel is just absolutely nailing the shots with that KS23. Them slugs as well, feeling very much painful, and yeah, the gate to back out seems to be the play for Latte, but. Yeah, Weekend and Bernie's maybe getting a little bit too lax at their weekend stay.
Yeah, you don't want to relax too much when you're going to stay somewhere for the weekend, but apparently the boys at Bernie's do. A little bit of a struggle. I mean, the shots coming out of this KS3, it's like a right-click ADS insta-hit every time. It's so nice to watch, especially with that ruby skin too. Just so clean. Shaycast is struggling a little bit. I mean, coming down to the left, look at the shots, just constantly hitting. One of the fastest firing KSs I've ever seen, mind you. It might be like some weird tech that you can do with the KS, because every time I use it, it shoots a lot slower than that. But mind you, I was not familiar with the motion that this man holds in his hands with the KS23. I just must not be aware. Mind you, Weekend at Bernie's are very aware right now. Keldor last alive, waiting for coins. That's all he can do. After this volt's gone in Cthulhu, they might only get one more chance at this. Should they have to wait much longer? It's not looking good for the boys at Bernie's.
Not looking good at all. Yeah. Weekend at Bernie's not feeling particularly great so far. I mean, the trend, it does in fact still so far indicate that this might just be a 2-volt game as well to be brought on in, but We'll have to wait and see. Myungtan and the rest of the team looking to really shut things down and just waiting for the right moment to really make that push happen. Latte with his V9S has been absolutely clinical, and Shay has been just in a world of pain as another swing does coming through. Busel all alone, all isolated. The KS-23 is perfectly there. Shay once again bites the dust, and it is just an absolute wipeout. Kildor is gone. Weekend at Bernie's, yeah.
That's it.
That's it. That's game. That's run. That's all she wrote. Thank you very much for your stay. Thank you very much for your play. But unfortunately, your time at TGM is finished.
Well, for now, it's just a qualifier. But mind you, that's got to hurt a little bit. They put so much effort in and ultimately did not get what they put in out, I feel. They had such a good run at Cthulhu, and ultimately to be thwarted in such a way does have to hurt just that little bit.
Oh, yeah.
I did definitely want to see a little bit more from them. I think that charge and slam A, the slug shotgun as well. I mean, should it have been, a Shack 50 or a shotgun, an SA-12 even? It could have been manageable. But I think that Hebrew just had that little bit more knowledge in their back pocket in terms of how things work. Yeah, ball knowledge was crazy. We saw the motion with the KS. I mean, I'm sorry, but he wasn't even aiming it properly. He was, just what are you supposed to do at weekend at Bernie's? You just sort of have to have a go. But mind you, not that we're making excuses. They are also playing on ping. You've got to remember that. They're queuing into Asia. They're not queuing into locally. Not that makes a huge amount of difference, but it does still make some difference. You do have to take that into consideration. But, I mean, 2 kills between them, unfortunately, the best scoreline.
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, yeah, look, the motion from Busel being so impactful that it even made your internet lag there for a moment, Proto. So, look, there's certainly motion in quite rather large strides there, but you are very much correct. Yeah, quite a lackluster turnaround for Weekend at Bernie. Unable to really play for much of a chaos, and the fact that, the counter pick of the charge plus the KS-23 for the double light lineup certainly was the right choice, and that was a perfect read from Haibu, which now puts them into the finale. The final 4 teams, Team Mogwasom, DRG, KZ, and Haibu coming on in. No Japan representation into the finale, which is arguably, a big upset on the overall bracket, but nonetheless, still 2 Chinese representatives get to really duke it all out in the finale. Honestly, I'm very much curious to see how both of them perform, because on what Mogwasom, I kind of have solidified sort of my faith. I believe in them in full. And then DRG, they had some pretty solid turnarounds, but amidst all the chaos, things been dire.
It was rough. It was a rough game, but they tried. They might have to spend the weekend at the practice range. Cthulhu, it's going to come down to a lot more. We still have a lot more to play. 1 more cash out and 1 more 3v3. But right now, you check these highlights out. We'll be right back after this short.
Have you lived your life in filth and sin, fraud, jaywalking, or depravity? Don't leave your eternal fate to chance. Secure your heavenly place with our divine coverage. Holto's Pearly Gates Insurance. Your absolution is our mission. Holto, your key to eternity.
One truck, one jump, and 1 million gallons of Ospews. Our driver, Truck McJohnson, is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
And now Ospoos brings you our top 3 plays.
Here's Gramadan rejoining us from Season 5.
What's going on here, June?
Wait for it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What did I just witness?
Patience is a virtue, Scotty, but the rewards of victory are better.
TFC Sam takes out the number 2 spot. I don't know what to expect here. Let's watch what unfolds. Holy Apollo!
Well, that's one small bounce for a cash-out station, one giant leap for the finals top 10 community highlights. And Zaekwando takes out the top spot with our number 1 play in this episode.
They immediately have an elimination under their belt. A quick healing barrel to provide a boost. And that tricky contestant is taken care of.
That makes 3 so far.
A rapid reload and Zaekwando moves to the higher ground. That opponent's making it hard. But another 2 are added to the tally.
That's 5, now 6.
They're looking for more.
Another flighty one is eliminated, and we're up to 7.
Zaekwando still on a roll, folks. Time to hit the high ground. Wait, there's another.
That's an assist, just to give their teammates a share.
8 out the gate. What a tremendous play from Zaekwando. Congratulations on being this episode's number 1.
Keep those amazing highlights rolling in, people. See you back here very soon. And now for our top 3 plays, brought to you by Holto. The teams are all tied with 1 chance remaining for D-Lol Face and their teammates to make a steal for the win.
Look at them preparing to enter as a team. Let's pop the cork on this bottle. They're in with a flash and a bang. And a turret goes down.
That member of the Vogues is dancing on air and eluding elimination.
Not for long, though, June. Their moment in the limelight is over. D-Lol Face moves on to the last member of the powerhouses and shorts that circuit.
Time's running low. D-Lol Face needs to steal.
This is going to come down to the wire. What a moment. Ramalama Ding Dong.
What a team effort for the win.
Cool Name is our second placed highlight, and I'm sure they're no lightweight.
They're going to be doing this on their own, Scotty.
Boom! That's a double elimination right out of the blocks. And their M60 takes out a 3rd. And a 4th makes a team wipe.
They completed their cash out, so this is now all for show.
I think this show is far from over.
I think you're bang on.
Whammy! There's only one opponent left.
Oh my God.
Wow, a double team wipe from Cool Name.
Massive!
And finally, congratulations to Nika, who's our number 1 play in this episode. Let's all admire their skill.
Ka-ching! That's the money. And they're straight up and ready for more.
Whoa, what reactions?
This contestant is a lethal weapon.
Well, now they're lethal and invisible.
Mika's size.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the TGM26 online series, Cycle 1 for APAC Cthulhu. We have had some amazing games. Unfortunately, at the penultimate of our last one, we said goodbye to Weekend Bernies for now. Haibu moved on to the finale. This is it. Our next 4, well, possibly 3 games are going to be monumental. The best of the best. Mogwasam is back. KZ, Hibu, and DRG go head-to-head in cash out. Then we move on to a best of 3 head-to-head. So the top 2 teams here are the ones that will advance. We know that DRG and KZ are deadly in that cash out system. Haibu as well is pretty good. Mogwasam, pretty good. They got to this point. But it's going to come down to that 3v3 Cthulhu. Do we think we see OC in the final?
I believe. I will be, in fact, a believer for this one. Team Mogwasam managed to show us some absolutely spectacular gameplay. And whilst, look, not the most flashiest, like, say, the likes of DRG, like the likes of KZ, they got the job done. They didn't do any unnecessary gunfights. They stuck to their job, stuck to the objective, and then, well, came out the victor at the end of it all. And, well, Fortune Stadium is going to be the next choice here for ourselves. No Nozomi Citadel, no Skyway Stadium, no SIS even as well. It's all down to Fortune. And honestly, I am quite curious to see how this will really pan out, because honestly, Mogwasam has had arguably the longest time to rest, and now going into the end of the day, this is also, I feel, going to be another big talking point, is the endurance, because for the likes of Haibu, for the likes of DRG, for the likes of even KZ, they've been playing for a whole heck of a lot longer here and had to lock in for each and every one of their games. So going into this one, I would argue that Haibu would be arguably at the most disadvantaged position, considering that they've been showing themselves up for the entirety of the day. And for the likes of Team Mogwasam, they got the opportunity to really analyze all of their opposition and see what they're really up against.
As well as the fact that Nozomi is... Fortune Stadium is one that we've seen already today. It's one that a couple of these people have played, but I think I like your point that you made. Mogwasam have had time to take a break. They've watched the games. They've seen how the teams have played. They've been able to break things down. I'm sure if they have a coach and or relevant sort of, analyst, you would imagine that they've probably been chatting to them in the background as well. But aside from that, they have had just the 5 minutes. They qualified really early. They didn't have to do all the extra stuff. As you said, it's longevity. A lot of these teams have been playing since the get-go of the games this morning or this afternoon. And realistically, they've done a lot more. Whereas Mogwasam have had that time off. So you're right, coming into this, they should be a little fresher. But you could also argue, are they going to be a little bit colder? They're going to have had that time off and not warmed up. Who knows? We're going to find out as we get on in to our finale cash out round, Cthulhu. This is it for our games today. No more cash out.
No more cash out indeed. Yeah, the final one of the day. And, there's definitely going to be a whole lot of action right off the ripper. Sirius is looking to put some damage on the herd into the play. Huili Rice gone, completely vanished. Mogwasam, though, completely purged out of the play as well. And, Huili Rice, I thought he was gone. That's not in fact the case. I got bamboozled here. And it's the OC representatives completely purged at the beginning. But look, we've seen this previously before. And they managed to really bring it all back. Dim, though, looking to still put in the hurt here.
Yeah, with that revolver, we haven't seen him in a couple of games, but my God, it never gets old to watch someone pop off like that. Medium, great healing, and a great gateway there as well. Some good utility here from DRG, but we expected nothing less. They've been doing that all day. It is business as usual for them. Mind you, Mogwasam, the only team to be wiped as of just now. They are looking to try and find something great. Counter to the winch there with the mesh shield, looking to do some good damage. Mogwasam, he's going to go down first here, if not healed, and there he goes finally. KZ really just demanding the presence of Mogwasom and wiping the floor. It is very hard to push this Sector 6, but Mogwasom, it didn't even look like they had a chance.
Yeah, KZ played a phenomenal flanking game there as well, allowing the lights to flank around, allowing that free damage to happen. And certainly that really puts them into a very dangerous position. If the first wipeout wasn't particularly too impactful per se, you could write it off relatively easily. The second one kind of starts showing some cracks. Maybe you were in fact correct that the hands might be cold here as well. But in the meantime, on the side of Haibu, things been a little bit on the quieter side as well. They haven't really had much of an opportunity to really bring it all up. But as I say that, Latte is the one to open up the scoreline once again for this matchup, as Shuai is gone. Sirius and Eshe once again purged, and all of a sudden, the team that we were singing ballads about, Mogwasom, completely gone, purged and vanished.
Yeah, they're on $307 dues. They were at 1,000 a minute ago, but it's just that 15% wipe every time. I mean, you lose money when you get wiped, and that number then scales to the amount of times that it happens. The first few vaults aren't necessarily the end of the world if you lose them. They have to happen. You know, it does have to happen every now and again, but those later vaults are the ones you want. $18,000 dues each. They're definitely the ones you want to play hard for. Dim, taken down, thwarted finally. Mogwasom have come back. Eshe doing some damage, but ultimately taking a lot himself. This is going to be a good and uncontested steal here too. Just peeling that away. DRG, they come out on top after a pretty big set of fights for them.
Exactly that. Well, Vault 4 is coming on in as well. Now, Mogwasom get yet another opportunity here to try to bring things back and hope that maybe they'll be able to find a little bit more of an opportunity here for themselves. Jump pad ready to rumble. Now, question being is, are they going to be able to initiate the fight well? But so far, a few shots from FK, not enough to really hit anything really tangible for Sirius, as Myungtan is also damaged quite heavily. Busel gone. That's a big opportunity here to shut down Haibu as well, and well, that could very much be the play. The deposit has in fact came through, and that does put Mogwasom in a very excellent position here.
Definitely the case, but I mean, Mogwasom just hurting right now. AFK does finally get found, doesn't get one for his trouble at all, and that's going to be a quick steal for DRG. Not a lot you can do there, unfortunately. C4 prepped as well. I mean, it hurts to see, but OCE currently getting absolutely spanked, Cthulhu.
Spanked indeed, yeah. A bit of a disappointing turnaround considering how well they kicked it off, how well they were able to keep things in the running at the winner's bracket. Third wipeout already, and things are certainly not looking particularly too pretty. Once again, another winch to come on through. Dim, not really here for the long in this world, and the M11 of Shuai is trying to keep him alive, but no, the chase is absolutely diabolical here. Haibu now getting angry, now wanting to find a reclamation, as Busel will be able to get the reclaim of the and the steal of the vault as well. So that's the cash out now going their way, potentially propelling them to the top two. As right now, Haibu have the opportunity to really, at least temporarily, dethrone DRG here, and that could be a big one as well. Meanwhile, Mogwasom playing the catch-up and unable to really find any of their real strides here. Very serious, trying to get the steal, trying to make that play happen. C4s to bring on in. In comes Agan. Is he going to be able to put the hurt? And in fact, it will be the gas canister to bring in the damage. And now it's the roster of KZ trying to join in on the whole fiesta of the damage, as Agan is gone. Very Serious is the one to actually find another frag. Dome comes down. This steal might actually happen. Is it enough, though? That is the big question, as Mogwasom might just be able to get this done. No, yoinked away with the winch and disrupted as well, whilst that mesh shield needs to come happen. No, instead, Mogwasom left all down to his lonesome, and Eshe is gone. It's all down to Sirius and Mogwasom to do anything here, and DRG are so close so close to just being able to shut it all down. The re-steal comes on out. No, in fact, KZ keeping it all in their play. And yet another attempt. Mogwasom trying the double shield as well to bring on in. The melee is there. The foam is actually keeping things rolling. No, not enough. I don't think there is enough time as the KZ just keep on piling it all up. And Mogwasom, at the best of an opportunity, unable to secure themselves the points.
Multiple attempts there as well, mind you. It's just not much you can do, unfortunately. Mogwasom, I mean, you're doing the best you can, but you're getting griefed by essentially two teams in that entire fight. You've got one stealing, one pulling, one pushing. You can't catch a break. I mean, you've got the winched away, you've got pulled off above, you've got people gooing you, you've got all sorts happening, and to be honest, if a team has delegated that Mogwasom is going to be the weakest link, why wouldn't you punish that link? You know they're not going to be very good in the cash out, they're better in the 3v3. Why would you let them get to that 3v3? No one wants to burst them. They have found themselves in second though, mind you, if they can get this plug off. They have, sorry, not the plug, but the actual cash out itself. They're doing good defending it. Sirius has gone down. Mogwasom is close as well, mind you. Eshe needs to support. He will do just that. They managed to clear it. Oh my god, Latte's the last left in the line of defense. It's now a 1v1. Hebu taking on what's left of Mogwasom, but it's a coin in from Sirius. It's going to be a reset from Hebu, a soft one at that, mind you. But here comes KZ. They want to get involved back on their own fight as well, mind you, as Hebo look to become strong. Latte low. Yusul being taken down here too. Myungtang has coined back in, but it's a double kill on the Mogwasom, and it's now just the heavy left with half a cash out to play.
Yeah, an attempt to get the revive is coming on in as well, in hopes of finding that frag, and Latte spotting the revive does decide to back away, as that would not have been a very favorable position here, considering that two of his members are currently completely, well, gone and out. So for Mogwasom, they have an opportunity here. There's still a chance to bring them back, but the problem being is with DRG as well cashing in, with all of that, it's still not enough to keep on propelling them for the second place. So all of this might just be in vain.
Especially, I mean, they're in a great position. Eshe is waiting for anyone who wants to try and come contest, and Mogwasom are in a great position. It's one of the hardest places to push. Sector 6 is really difficult to get into. Sirius punished on the vault over, but this is why coming and going from that position is very difficult. That cash out is going to be untouched, and they don't need to worry about it at all. They are choosing to chase kills here because they kind of need to, Cthulhu. If they can find a couple, they may still qualify, but they need to do something. They've got one, but is it going to be enough? They need a wipe, or they need KZ to wipe here, and it's not going to happen.
Enough.
They've just missed out narrowly on kills alone. They didn't put that vault in. DRG, quite comfortably, mind you, uncontested on the other side of the map. They're going to literally walk into a victory. I mean, you saw them emoting there. They weren't even doing anything. They were just sitting there, holding onto the heel ball. I mean, if they could have got a couple of kills there, we might have seen Mogwasom get into that top 2 position, but unfortunately, it just was not the tail of the take, Cthulhu, and we've seen DRG walk away with the victory.
Yeah, DRG managing to really solidify themselves in such a comfortable spot there at the end. And look, all the kudos to them. Now moving forward into it, I believe it is looking to be, Chinese Derby at the end of it all as well. KZ managing to keep themselves nice and stable there off the back of some of the earlier deposits. And yeah, for Mogwasom, they were so darn close. And I feel like out of all of the games, well, actually no, for both Mogwasom and Haibu here, this has to be a massive tilter, because on one end, Mogwasom had, well, they were the first to qualify. They were the ones to really put in a solid amount of effort at the beginning, but unfortunately just couldn't really keep themselves steady running. Haibu as well went through such an absolutely just a sweaty day to get themselves running, and just unfortunately couldn't really find any momentum at all whatsoever.
Yeah, look, it was a difficult one, and unfortunately there's not much we can do. Say goodbye to Mogwasom and Hebu off the back of that massive matchup, which means Cthulhu, our finale. We're moving on into the last 3, possibly 2 games that we are going to have this evening. It's not many left for us on show here, but DRG taking on KZ, and as you've already mentioned, Cthulhu, this is just China on China. The winner of this automatically qualifies. And then we've got 3 more cycles, 3 more after this for more qualifiers to come, Cthulhu. That's a lot more gameplay, but mind you, a lot is on the line. Not only do you qualify, but you get some cash for doing so if you win today. So everybody wants their piece of the pie. Mogwasham, not a bad finish for 3rd overall on the day. Hebu for 4th. I mean, you've got to be happy. OCE still a top 3 finish. That's not bad.
Not bad at all, yeah. This has been a pretty solid still turnaround for them. Still being able to stay in the running is pretty nice, all things considered, and a pretty good chunk of change as well to be brought on in. Now, yeah, look, this one is going to be a pretty hefty one, and I feel like each and every gunfight that will be happening now between DRG and KZ will be very, very costly, I would have to say, considering that DRG has had just a steady progression, really, all things considered, and they were able to just get it all rolling. They arguably the most strat heavy lineup as well, whereas on the side of KZ, I'm expecting some aggression.
On top of this, mind you, in going into the 3v3 format, DRG have played more today. They've played 2 that I can see here in my notes. The first one they lost. The second one, obviously, they won against Mame. The first one was against Mogwasom. But arguably, KZ have also then only played the single. They've played the one. It was against 4am, and they won. We look at the head-to-head here, and there is a very stark difference, mind you. UQI 3.6, Agan 3.8 on the day. Boom with a 2.9 on heavy, mind you. Shui 2.7, Dim 2.3. Even with that revolver getting as many kills as it has been, he's probably had a couple more deaths considering he is one of the frontline leaders. But Cthulhu, regardless of those facts, this is going to be a battle of the giants. China have made it all the way to the finals, and this is the finale.
Yeah, this is the finale indeed. The battle of, look, the Chinese derby certainly is in full swing, and honestly, I mean, we've spoken at the beginning of the broadcast as well. Who do we expect? Who do we get to see? And I mean, KZ and I believe DRG were the top 4. Let me just actually quickly confirm that one real quick. I believe it was them. So KZ were seed number 1, and I believe DRG was seed number 4. So here, look, for KZ, this is a pretty solid performance. They've nice and steady progression. Obviously, unable to confirm the initial sort of first place. Didn't particularly bring the heat early, but I'd say they still managed to keep themselves in the running nice and steadily, and still kept themselves nice and warm.
And you get the I mentioned before, 2001st, Mogwasom, happy with 750, I can imagine. It's not bad. USD, thank you very much. But in terms of your placement points as well, 50 for them moving forward is pretty good. 100 on the top is not bad. An ace just for showing up will give them 5. I mean, on the bottom of the leaderboard, it's not too bad. Weekend at Bernie's just narrowly missing out on money, but 20 points is pretty good going forward for more qualifiers. Regardless of that fact, first is obviously where you want to be. Second isn't too bad behind that, mind you. But for DRG and KZ, this is it. You sort of need to make it all happen now. And this is what we've been waiting for. The penultimates of our massive game day, full of back and forths, as well as some insane storylining, Cthulhu. We've had OCE with a double top 5 finish. I was completely honest, considering what we've seen across different titles, as well as previous qualifiers, international events, etc. I mean, last TGM, I don't even believe we saw an OCE team. So going forward, this is a big turnaround, considering that we've got a top 3 finish, let alone a double top 5. But mind you, this is all about DRG and KZ now. This is just China v China in a huge final battle. And we know that, as we keep saying, guys, statistically, China in the head-to-head is not as strong as China in the cash-outs. But this has been proved wrong by both of these teams, respectively. KZ and DRG have both walked away with victories against not only OCE teams, but Japan, Korea, etc. in those 3v3 formats. So they are showing an inter-region, I say inter-region, it's same region, but inter-country rivalry is still very competitive. OCE actually even beating them in the first one, Mogwason taking down DRG. So, Cthulhu, we move forward into this. Where are you going to put your money?
I'd say KZ will probably would be my choice if I was ever a betting man. Proto, considering that, look, they had so far a pretty solid turnaround. Whilst, DRG, I very much respect their play, and I respect the strat setup, and I'm very much, it's always a treat watching them play. KZ on paper looking a whole lot more enticing here. I mean, you saw the KDs as well. For the majority of, I say majority, for the entirety of DRG, they couldn't even crack anywhere past, I believe, 2.9 KD at best. Whereas on the side of KZ, 2 of the players that were able to just keep on outputting just absolutely massive levels of damage here. So I'm expecting here, going into that 3v3, that KZ should be able to at least get some early momentum, and then DRG will be the ones to set things up into the mid game. And then the late game, look, that one is a bit of a half-half, I would say. I'm imagining that if DRG do manage to get themselves a good overall momentum, they just might be able to lock it all out just off the back of their setups. If KZ are able to consistently keep on removing at least even just one of the players off DRG, that is a KZ win all the way.
Okay, I like it. DRG, realistically, should they continue with their strategic sort of dismantling almost of the enemy team, they can definitely, I'd say, walk away with a victory. Mind you, KZ have had that little bit more shock and awe, which we have seen DRG struggle with. You saw them in against their game against Mogwasom. They struggled. They really, really did. It was a 2-0. Thank you very much. We haven't seen a 3-volt head-to-head today at all. We have only had 2 and done every single time. And realistically speaking, that is not very common when we are evenly matched. Not saying that these teams are not evenly matched, but all the games that we've seen, especially in the head-to-head, have been really, really close, Cthulhu, mind you, which you wouldn't assume considering that we've not had a 3-volt all day. We've only had the 2 very quickly every single time, which would indicate, or largely be indicative of, a mismatch necessarily, but in this case it definitely isn't. If you go back and watch those games, they're all really, really close. You've got teams like 4AM, you've got teams like Mogwason really taking it to these 2 powerhouses, but in the end, based off of having cash out in the mix as well, it's given them the ability to not only grief out, and I hate the terminology, but it is grief them out. If you need to, you can force them out. You can let other teams steal. You can manipulate who qualifies to make your life easier, and ultimately who qualifies to make your region more prevalent necessarily. That is a huge thing. It is a big factor that you have to take into consideration. If you put these teams in a 3v3, maybe they'd beat them. Look at Mogwason. In a 3v3, infinitely a better team. They beat DRG 2-0, thank you very much. And I'd argue that was the one that was a stomp. There was not really much contention from DRG. But then you look towards cash out, and Mogwason really do struggle. They just essentially got hit with everybody. But then you look towards the other teams, DRG, that's when the gameplay and the mentality starts to come in, is how can we use this to our benefit? They managed to sneak away in that last cash out bracket. They were just on the other side of the map. They didn't need to get involved. If they could just lock in their vaults, thank you very much. They didn't need to do much. And that's the strategy part of it as well. If they're going to let every other team third party on the other side of the map, why would you bother getting involved?
Exactly. Yeah, and I think in that case, in the last cash out as well, Mogwasom kind of tried to lean into the the play of just getting involved in the overall fights, because they didn't do that in the original cash out. They just backed out. They played their own thing. They played for the delay. They didn't really get involved in those massive group fights. Instead, in here, they ended up trying to basically roll with the punches as like the rest of the teams, and they got ganked. Because let's face it, I mean, all of those teams saw how scary Moguasom are in a 3v3. Neither of them wanted to really play against that, and neither of them wanted to catch the smoke in any capacity. So you could even borderline argue to say that some of the teams, like you've mentioned this as well, slightly tried to grieve it, or at least try to eliminate, get rid of the scary element, so that you know how to play against the team that you already know how they run the 3v3. So for the most of it here, it was just the unfortunate sort of case where Moguasom had such a great opportunity to just play their game, play it nice and patiently, back away and then play for a hit and run. But it's unfortunate that the moment they got even remotely close to any sort of group fight, they got targeted instantly.
They did. They really got punished, and that's the thing. It is difficult with the ability that they had. Obviously, again, ping, etc. You've got to remember that Moguason were also out for majority of the day. They won their first section of qualifiers, and they just didn't have to play through the middle. So that could come down to it as well. We mentioned it, whether or not it was they weren't necessarily warm or, whatever. And that's not to say that cash out doesn't come with its own strategy compared to a 3v3, because it definitely does. It is its own game mode, and teams need to perfect both sides of the card, considering that both are used in competitive formats. So it's nothing to do necessarily with cash out, but it's more the strategy behind how cash out is played. If you want to take an arguably worse team through, you can do that based off the back of some very basic manipulation, which isn't what should regularly happen, but it is a strategy that is employed, and it is very smart. But when teams like DRG and KZ are doing it, it makes a lot of sense. They are the teams that have been playing that statistics, that strategy, that sort of more brain-heavy side of what we've been watching today, compared to the monkey see, monkey shoot. And it has essentially worked out for them in the end, because brains does sometimes overpower brawn. And in this situation, it's done exactly that, Cthulhu. DRG, I mean, let's talk about Dim real quick. You look at the R357, the man does not miss. Mind you, a pick that is not commonly bought. Not commonly, but still a very good pick. It's similar to Repeater in terms of damage, output, etc., etc. But when you hit shots like that guy does, it is a difference maker, man. And you can tell when they go into these team fights, they are capitalizing on the ability to bang, headshot, 10 HP. Let's go and get a freebie. And you can tell that's where their aggression comes from, because they get so many doors open in front of them purely off the back of just one player. That's not to take away from the rest of the boys on DRG, but my God, they are absolutely thwarting the composition.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, yeah, it's a concept that really just follows up in a number of just disciplines in a number of games, and it follows very much the same here. That the moment you have a person that can open up those gunfights in the best way possible to dish out as much damage as possible, to force that sort of the backpedaling, it is that player will be worth of gold, if not more, really. Your highlight of Dim is actually quite perfect analogy here, because I mean, you're looking at for example, how KZ plays. You don't really have that sort of the hero plays. UQI is great. Willie Rice was able to really put in quite a lot of work as a heavy, but you don't really get to see as flashy of a play. Whereas you look at DRG, Boomba has been actually performing even pretty well as a heavy, in his own strides. Shuai has been actually going into the second half of the broadcast has been going pretty well. So look, having those openers has been absolutely phenomenal. Though King Zero, definitely will have to really start thinking about how they really go for it, how they approach. They need to shut down Dim as rapidly as possible, because otherwise, yeah, that is going to be, in fact, very much over GG. And no matter which matchup you look at, it is going to be, no matter which map, you need to focus him as much as possible. In a similar way how OCE players got focused so badly. Shay got so absolutely bullied out of the matchup that it was not even a contest for Weekend at Bernie's.
No, and like you look at the underrepresented teams, I say underrepresented, the teams that maybe necessarily don't have the same amount of practice in the same region against the teams that they may be versing. I'm not too sure on the scrimming patterns of OCE teams. And realistically, I've spoke to a few. We're very active in the OFL community. I know sort of what the teams are doing and how often they're playing, but to the degree where they're scrimming outside of Australia, who knows? But those are factors for our region. And then you look towards, China, Japan, Korea. Are they scrimming sort of inter-region? Are they scrimming, locally? It depends. Very different play styles. I mean, you just look at the lineups as well for distance on the Chinese teams. You're seeing more BFR Titan, KS23 on the heavies, a lot of different options being bought. Whereas if you have a sort of smaller team in OCE, I say smaller, but like, a team in OCE, they're more sort of leaning towards the Shack, the Lewis gun, M60 even in a very rare occasion. Even in A, you very rarely will see an M60 board out. It just sort of depends. But aside from all of that, China have a lot more of an extensive pool. But we are getting ready finally now for this match. We've got 3 maps: Bernal, Nozomi, and Skyway Stadium. Cthulhu. Skyway Stadium is not one that we've seen today. We've seen the other 2. But Skyway is not one that you very often see in competitive. I was expecting maybe more of a Las Vegas or a Fungway as our weird one. But realistically, Skyway, not what I expected. I'm sort of hoping we go 3 maps, but I don't know if we're going to make it, Cthulhu.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point to make. Yeah, Skyway Stadium, I'm very much keen for that as well, honestly, considering that it will be a pretty solid sort of map to really find the finisher to the whole finale off the back of. But Bernal, yeah, look, I'm actually quite keen to see how Bernal will really pan out, especially in that 3v3 scenario. On the Nozomi, look, I'm going to be honest, Nozomi will arguably feel like the most sort of brawl style like map that we will see, the most up close and personal of a match to be done, and we finally do get to see the game begin. HLM on the side of DRG to be brought on in, and Dim is back on his shenanigans with a revolver, but on the side of Boom, a Lewis gun.
Yeah, I mean, okay, not BFR Titan territory. But hey, still a good gun nonetheless. Lewis gun, definitely prevalent. Good jump pad, great rotation early on. Get the heavies and the mediums up the front. Both teams running HML, so nothing out of the ordinary for our final matchup here, Cthulhu. We have had an insane day so far on the online series for TGM26 on the APAC Cycle 1, but this is it. This is all we've got in these next couple of games. Let's make the most of it. DRG kicking things off with a slow but sure advance as Vault 1 off to the right there remains untouched.
Exactly such, yeah. Just an early gunfight. Oh, UQI has a massive opportunity here to throw in a lot of damage as well. Huge opportunity. In comes the dive as well, which is big. Willie Rice does claim 1, goes for another. SA-12 ringing on out, does claim yet another frag. Oh, no, not enough. Dim, so low on HP, tries to hide away. Is that enough? No, not enough even for a kill even. KZ, a phenomenal kill already, and that is a perfect wipe that does come on through, and the vault starts to get cracked as well.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad for them now. They've got a chance to run it. Chance to set themselves up a little bit. We will get a respawn just before the plug, so it's not like they've spent too much extra time outside of what is going on at the moment. But regardless of that fact, The vault does have to come over eventually. They're going to go for the old lob throw here. Try and get it on up to UQI as quick as they can here. Mind you, a slower one, but ultimately not the slowest. They get the plug now. They look to get an early wrap. UQI is trying to find a position where he can maybe catch one out for DRG early. A little bit of scouting, but this is great. Some visual aggro allows them to pull the heat off UQI, and he can find the soft target at the back. That's great. The dive on in with the RPG. This is a masterclass from KZ.
Oh, this is
Shui,
perfect.
the last alive. They need to find him. Will they? No. He gets away for now, but I'd
there's a
imagine
res.
his demise is not far behind. 20 more seconds, Cthulhu. What an opener for UQI, and what a follow-up from his teammates.
KZ, what a phenomenal play, and yeah, the UQI doing some absolute bits for the absolute flank game that he's performing, and honestly, it has been an absolute treat. And look, I've said this before the beginning of the matchup, Proto. The moment Dim is shut down, the moment he's not being allowed any breathing room, that's the meltdown on the DRG side. Look at them already. Second time being wiped. And the third one, I wouldn't be surprised if it'll come through again. Once again, UQI playing on the sidelines as well, waiting for that perfect opportunity for the flank as well with a glitch grenade.
And it was so perfectly played too, positionally speaking. Forget the utility. I mean, just being able to stand there and have that visual aggro. We talk about it so much in other regions where teams will draw the fight towards somewhere else and then ultimately do something out of the ordinary. I say that, mind you, out of the ordinary. KZ absolutely losing it, but that explosive barrel changes things. Julie Rice, 3, make it 4 with the SA-12 and some great support from his teammate. What the hell just happened? That's vault number 1 locked in. DRG. What has happened?
Oh my god. Willie Rice. Absolutely. Yeah, hold this. Oh my days. The shotgun could not connect in any more perfect of a manner, and that barrel play. Good lord. DRG would be kicking themselves right now about how they had this whole gunfight in the bag. Third time back-to-back of a wipe. Even with Agan out of the equation, this was just all a complete lockout. And UQI, perfect. Once again, poke, 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 and then back away. This has been just a... Yeah, no. If that was not a absolute killer of the whole confidence here for DRG, I don't know what else will be, man.
If you are DRG there, I mean, that was an insane loss. I mean, you have everyone alive there, you get first pick and everything, and then to just be absolutely slammed like that. The SA-12, I mean, my god, there's a reason. There's a reason that thing is just detrimental to teams. I mean, the explosive barrel paired with the winch, the utility management, and not only that, the healing from the teammates as well. Yes, they got the defib off, DRG managed, but Din was just absolutely thwarted, and then Shui was left by himself. Ultimately, on that defib, you got 50 HP, no abilities. He can't do much there at all. He's got to really run or fight, and he can't do either. And Hooli Rice, I mean, my god, that's going to be a clip that has to end up in a montage. It's definitely going to go in one of mine at some point if I do a highlight reel. But Cthulhu, it's now just static. DRG, they're coming up with what they want to do. They might try and run a cheeky gateway out the back, maybe do some kind of flank. They want to get it out of here. But ultimately, KZ have them on lock. They're in good positions. They've got spotting happening in the background, as well as some pop shots coming off from far. But look at this, down to the right, we see a flank coming out from DRG. They do have one wrapping around, and it might be a little bit of is she here or is she not?
Would be lurking around as well. UQI has been absolutely a key player as well, with just the sheer amount of information that he's been able to procure for his team, despite the fact that KZ are separated quite rather heavily right now. UQI has the perfect opportunity here to really be able to relay and coordinate such a key play here. But let's not forget, there is a light down below by UQI, I believe. So this could be a massive thorn in the side, and the flank to come around from Shuaya here could be absolutely dangerous. But right now, calm before the storm, Proto. I feel like there's going to be a whole lot of pain here delivered if UQI does go down without much of a repercussion.
I mean, he seems to be pretty safe. He's made his way back over to his team, and realistically, he has managed to survive, at least for now, which is good. But mind you, Cthulhu, we're almost 7 minutes in. Yes, we've had one plug, but we haven't seen much else. We are struggling to really get things going onto this second vault here, and not that that is a bad thing in all of its entirety, but outside of what is going on at the moment.
Oh, hello.
Hang on. Diving in. Good RPG. Vault has still yet to be plugged though, Cthulhu. Mind you, it is all just a bit of stall game still. No one is ready to commit to anything because DRG do not want to go down on map number 1 as quick as this. There is still 2 more to play possibly at the end of this matchup.
Exactly that. I mean, when you look at just the whole setup so far, DRG are scared. After getting absolutely ripped to shreds 3 times in a row, any sort of initialization by, oh my god, by KZ will be absolutely dangerous. And in comes the dash, the follow, the run. Din is just absolutely gone, vanished, purged out of the play. KZ, yes, Holy Rice is gone, but so is the remainder of DRG, and now it's the time to initiate the next vault. Now is the time for C to start ticking the clock as well.
Ultimately, a little longer than they maybe would have liked, but you have to play that strategy side as well, Cthulhu. You need to be aware of what's going on in your surroundings, and if that means you've got to just hang out and stay away for a bit, then so be it. I mean, as KZ have already discovered on multiple occasions, if you over-aggress, it's not necessarily the best option. And considering that, you know, they've struggled in a couple of their previous matchups. Yes, they found themselves in the finals, but they don't want to lose to DRG in such a way that they just throw. So they take the time. They spend it. And look at this. Having this vault up on high, it means that they have to physically push on up. They missed their gateway on the light there. They did get it across, but not quite far enough up to the point where they could actually then begin to push. They now look to try and do something funky here under C. Oh. It looks like it might be a dive, but no! The C4! Oh, no. It hasn't quite popped all the way through the roof, and they've been caught out. They are going to try...
Oh, they are.
One's already gone. They're looking for more. A great...
Oh, the whiff!
Shattered thin. Shuai gets something for his trouble. Defib comes out. And it's 3 strong for KZ, but DRG, that's it.
Not even.
They might, very, very may well might get one chance, Cthulhu, at this, but it'd have to be quick. And even then, I don't know if that's the case. I feel like they're not even going to get that.
Yeah, with C4 now being placed, DRG are forced to be very dire about their play, about what they can and have to do, because otherwise that's map number 1, all gone, done and dusted. Shuai is going to try to get the gateway going here, and in comes the boost. Is that enough, though, for the gate to be done? Yeah, it certainly is by the looks of it, and in comes the attempt to steal, but the C4 to fly on through. Wow. It is time to start running down, and Dim is gone. That's that's it. That's it. That is just, you know, you blink and they're gone.
Wow.
You blink and they just, it is such an absolute clinic that is being put on. That is just, it is an absolute devastation here. KZ did exactly what I've, by the way, mentioned here as well. Shut down Dim, shut down the overall momentum. Matter of fact, let's just completely isolate them from any sort of game. UQI put such a grade A lurk game that I think without him, 2, if not 3 out of those wipeouts have not been real at all.
No, and mind you, KZ, on top of the fact that, yes, UQI is just running around finding all of these freebies, it is ultimately off the back of those first initial engagements where, yes, he finds one where his team then just appear and get rid of everybody else. Hewley Rice with 8, Agan with 6, UQI with 5 of his own. It doesn't look like a lot, but mind you, look at the assists, 8 for him there. And he didn't die once, Cthulhu. 0 deaths on the board for him. And you compare that to the rest of DRG, Boom with 2, Shuai with 2. And yes, off the back of that whole matchup, as you said, shut down Dim. He does nothing. 6 deaths for him. He didn't do a great deal of much else at all. Not even good combat score, but mind you, he was running Revolver on Banal. I maybe would have liked to have seen a repeater, even an F-car. It might have been a little bit more effective, but he has been sticking to that Revolver all day, so you can't really give him too much grief for it. He does have it's almost like an Akazo Deagle's goo gun. It's like that seems to be his thing.
That's his trademark.
But yeah, that's his trademark, right? And he's sticking to it. And you do have to respect the guts and glory of that. But regardless, I don't think it was the choice for Banal. He's been clocking people with it all day, but he just wasn't there. And I think that was off, as you said, off the back of the lurks, as well as the rotations from KZ, but mostly UQI. Opening the door for his team on time again. Fangway City is now where we're off to Cthulhu. We finally get to see it for you. What are we thinking? Do we think KZ shut it out quickly? I'm sort of leaning in that direction myself.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll echo your sentiment here that KZ have the ability and the opportunity to really shut it all down. For DRG, look, they'd have to have nerves of steel if this wasn't an absolute tilter, considering just the first 3 engagements were basically just free of charge given to KZ, and just the overall sort of pacing. Yeah, look, strats are great, setups are all good, but it doesn't matter when, you know, your key fragger is unable to make any sort of work happen. So look, it's definitely a bit of a dire situation for DRG. They need this map for them to stay alive, because otherwise that's it. That's GG. That's your second place. You don't really get the win at all, and that's all she wrote. And KZ have the absolute opportunity here to shut it all down. They're able to just keep it going. They just keep up the momentum. And I mean, yeah, UQI going flawless speaks the absolute bits here, I'd have to say. And the lurk game, especially on any of those maps, has been just absolutely devastating.
Going forward, if you're DRG, realistically, you need to isolate the light, and that's all you need to do. You need to isolate the light. You need to take UQI out of the equation and realistically minimize the intervention risk of him getting behind you and doing damage. I mean, that was it. If they can get rid of UQI, or at least manage him, then realistically they'll be very safe, or at least manage themselves. Mind you, there were so many times where the kills that UQI was getting, he's essentially just AFK somewhere, and then you've got a guy, you know, in your back lines, whether it's the medium or the light, he's always focusing that medium or that light player, mind you, and they're just standing there. You know, they're not next to their heavy. They're not near any cover. They're not very close to anything at all outside of in the open, holding an angle, you know, healing, messing with some kind of utility. And that's what they should be doing. They're not doing anything wrong. But you need to be a little bit more spatially aware, especially considering that he did that on multiple occasions. This was not a one-off thing, Cthulhu. This was something that happened as a repeat offense. And they did not cotton onto it. They did have some very unfortunate things transpire. I mean, we look at DRG, trying to retake high ground there from inside of the church off that goo. The C4 just didn't do anything. The roof just stayed fully intact, which means they have to burn more time, more utility, and ultimately put themselves in a worse position because, mind you, they've spent a jump pad, a goo grenade, an RPG or a C4 or whatever it is at this point in time. 4.3 and a 4.2 at the penultimates of that matchup is insane. This is the professional level, mind you, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't ranked. This isn't tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. This isn't a public scrim. This is it. This is TGM26 online series qualifiers for APAC, and you've got a 4.3 KD. That is insane. And a 4.2, mind you, for a gun. That is insane.
Yep. And then you're looking at the DRG, they've been absolutely embarrassed as well. because just the 1.9, 1.7 on the Shuai and Dim has been absolutely just crazy. Crazy turnaround, considering that it's such a heavy, I would argue, fall from grace. That, look, things just been an absolute upset and a half to bring on in. So, look, for DRG, one would hope that they bring their A game to Nozomi here, considering that this is a map that they did manage to perform pretty well before. Now, question being as well, HLM to be brought on in once again. Dim is looking to actually switch things around as well, like you've mentioned, Proto. So we might just see a bit more of a return to form maybe from them.
Possibly. I'd like to imagine so, Cthulhu, but it's going to come down to a multitude of factors, and realistically, are they going to get away with it? We'll find out very quickly, but ultimately, this is it. It could be it. We're on match point of our qualifiers for Cycle 1, and we could be seeing a KZ qualification to TGM26, but we're not going to write that book just yet. We've still got stories to tell here, Cthulhu. DRG still have one more chance to take it to match 3.
DRG indeed have the opportunity. F-card this time in the hands of Dim. The man has been an absolute sharpshooter, but right now having 3 guns trained on him is certainly not the most ideal scenario for him to try to make the play. There is an attempt to try to get something going for against Agan as well, but it's nothing. Nothing as of now. No real openers, and a good amount of damage actually coming out of Agan as well. So for now, KZ taking their sweet time. Willie Rice is able to pick himself yet another, pick up the box specifically, and yeah, man, this is just beam central by the looks of it, as Agan is actually able to actually dodge away just in the right time, but Shuai so close. Actually, he has the flank. This might be absolutely huge.
Find out. We will find out very soon, Cthulhu. First vault yet to kick off. 25k on the floor right now. Looks like everybody wants to get active at A. Good jump pad straight on up. Some healing from Shuai, but he's going to be caught. The gun chases him down. Good winch in the hands of Boom, but is it enough? No, reloads and manages to go around. It's Willie Rice from behind. Collects 2. KZ are keeping up the narrative. That they are very much so at the driver's helm of this ship, Cthulhu. They don't want to let this one go.
Oh no, not at all. They have found, well, their position. They have found the power spot here as well, and they're not intending to really let go of it at any time soon. This has been their game to play, their game to win. DRG at this point just feel like side characters, really, in this whole story. And the way how things been going, well, in goes another gunfight. The full gateway has been now opened up. The beginning of yet another group fight. RPG initializes it all. DRG already tanking a lot of damage. Boom, gone. Shuai tagged to all hell. Dim is nearly there as well. Agan and UQI are able to shut it all down. It's all left to the last light of DRG, and even he is trying to run away, though, try to drain as much time as possible, but the deposit is already coming on through. The money is ticking, and so is the clock.
Indeed. Shuai waiting for the coins, and ultimately it's all he can really do. Can't go for the hard resets because ultimately he's not dead. I mean, they could have opted for it, but it's a longer wait time. So he's played the smart game. DRG still having some of that strategy implemented. They've been spotted. They've been spotted, but it doesn't really matter. Shuai goes down. That SA-12 absolutely dealing insane damage. But boom, he finds one. UQI low. They get the defib off on the Shuai as well. And Willie Rice is taken out of the equation. They need to find the remaining 2, though, if they want to have a chance at getting the steal here. That's a great pitch, mind you. A gun. 2 stalls to lock it in. Tries to go for the C4, but ultimately it's a wipe. DRG. They have some spring back in their step.
Spring, in fact, and the vault does get claimed. Initial points now going towards DRG. They just might be able to bring it all back. Off the back of a relatively scrappy gunfight, but nonetheless, it worked just the right way, so that is going to count, in fact, here. And another one to keep on pushing. We do see UQI kind of keen to get some sort of a flanking action going, and well, he might, in fact, just be able to score that good amount of initial poke damage. Dim and Shuai taking a little bit lower, going in for the next gunfight, and the full-on flank from behind to come on through is going to be absolutely big. Now, if the coordination does work out here, this is going to be absolutely huge, but no damage, not enough rather, to come on through, and now he needs to have the rest of KZ to really join in on the fight.
Need to find something here as DRG. He's got to get involved, mind you. Hooli Rice on the SA just seems to be that little bit more locked in. Off-screen, UQI has one for himself as well. It's now just finding Shuai if they can, but he's gone. He's in the wind, gone. He's disappeared. He doesn't need to stay. Thank you very much. He's going to wait for the coins again, but they're starting to run low, Cthulhu. 3v3, you only get a certain amount. KZ, yes, mind you. They are down right now. Waiting for 25,000, but they're going to start running it on over. DRG are going to begin to come on in now. One coin Cthulhu is remaining in the tank for DRG, so if they get wiped on the next vault, should we see a third here, it'll be the first not only of today, but mind you, those coins start to run out. That could be detrimental for them if they are relying on them so heavily, but DRG have made it all the way across. These rotates, triple gateways, have been absolutely insane. Plug comes through, and it's now back to square one.
Square one indeed, though. Oh, the insane flank as well. Shuai gone. Hooli Rice trying to stay alive as well. Actually, never mind, not even staying alive. Just he's here to keep on scoring. That's another wipe. Proto. Another wipe for DRG, and this is just... What can you do? At this point, this is just another free real estate. For now, there will be one more opportunity for the push, I feel. But is it going to be enough, though? That is the ultimate question, because the position that they have the vault in, I feel like they have almost too much of a setup, really, here to make the play off the back of. And, well, the DRG, they will need to be very careful. And, oh, UQI, a little bit overextending, maybe getting too keen on some of the engagements here.
Well, he's just scouting. It's his job as a light, and ultimately flanking. Look at the position he's in now. They've all gone above him. There is one out of position below, but I think they're expecting that, and he sort of seems to know the original engagement wasn't quite the same, but he's grabbed him out of thin air. Holy Rice is his new name now, Cthulhu, as he looks to push on in. This SA-12 has just been absolutely ripping through DRG this entire matchup, and not to mind that, the entire day of gameplay. He has just been consistently thwarting people with that thing, and these winches are just on point.
Yeah, those winches are absolutely crazy and disgusting at the same time, and just look, the amount of value that come out of those winches as well. The early isolation. Dim, once again, been sent to just time and time to the spectator screen, and it's been just a tilter and a half to watch how heavy he's been just absolutely shut down. And like we mentioned before, him getting pushed off the revolver onto FCAR speaks the levels of just the fact that he's no longer even believing in his own trademark pick.
Yeah, it just isn't. And the thing is realistically, we are seeing a little bit of life in DRG. It's a third vault, Cthulhu. We talked about it. We're finally getting it. First one of today in a head-to-head matchup. It took us all the way to the finals, but this is about as even as it gets, I feel. DRG are in control of it right now. They have the height. They are the ones dictating the pace. They haven't touched it yet, because they haven't given themselves a play. Realistically, off the back of a great glitch barrel and a denied winch claw, we could see a push here from KZ, but they've lost UQI in the back lines.
That's big.
It's going to make things difficult here for them to push on up to this vault. They can wait. They've got coins in play, and it's going to give DRG a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, for DRG, this is perfect. Yeah, without the initializer, that is the UQI, KZ will be forced to back away to just take a moment to breathe, take a chill, and then, well, play further on. Question being is, well, how do they reinforce UQI's next push? Because there's not really a whole heck of a lot of time. The only saving grace is the fact that DRG need just at least to win this to just keep themselves in a run, whereas KZ sort of, well, win if they do win out this match. So there is a little bit of a breathing room for KZ at least. Oh, could it be?
Well, they're already here. Very quickly, mind you. It just depends how they want to play it. They have gateways. A little bit of a gargoyling attempt there from Shuai, but they've got it denied for the moment. A little bit of damage will force away Boom. UQI on his regular shenanigans. Round, but attempted steal coming out now. They don't want to dive it too hard. Wait, they might deny it. Here we go. There's the winch.
Hello.
They've pulled it away for now. Yuli Rice has been forced off. A gun as well. Dire straits as Shuai looks to come on in and Galecki shoot his own teammate. Yuli Rice with one. He's being healed up by the H Infuser Cthulhu. There's not much left in the tank for DRG. They're being overwhelmed, but they're getting a revive on screen. Mind you, the gate tech, they saw it in the cash out stage. They lose the heavy. Shuai's really low. Is this going to be enough for them to lock it out? I'm not too sure. They lose a second.
He's gone.
It's all down to Dim. He's going to have to either get away or re-engage. He's finally swapped onto the F car. He spotted one, but is it enough? No. Shots land. Damage is dealt, and he's gone. This is going to be a lockout for KZ.
A lockout indeed, and absolutely just terrific turnaround here for KZ as they are able to just absolutely floor the opposition without any sort of repercussions at the end. Willie Rice being able to stay alive thanks to the H Infuser has been an absolutely big turnaround and a massive team effort as well. Now forcing the issue, now pulling the fact that, well, for DRG, they are at the precipice of the loss. Yeah, this is in fact
They
it.
couldn't do anything after they were wiped, Cthulhu. It's KZ. Ladies and gentlemen,
That's
2-0.
We have
what
your
else
winners.
can you say? Congratulations. They've walked away with it through no attempt of their own. Your first Cycle 1 winners of your TGM26 online series. KZ.
King Zero Esports, well done, and an absolutely phenomenal turnaround really there for them from the beginning of the finale to now. They've been absolutely at the helm, being able to keep things rolling, to keep things just absolutely just flying off. And honestly, DRG, look, they thought that they would be just receiving a knock from KZ. Their door got taken off the hinges there and then taken out from the room. Say, thank you very much. Thank you for keeping our seat heated. It's our time now.
I'm not too sure. I mean, it was just an I'm very sure
I mean,
KZ
look at
smashed
this.
it. I mean, Hewley Rice, 13 and 2, mind you, ladies and gentlemen. UQI only with 2 for himself, but he didn't need it. They're just feeding Hewley Rice heals, and all he needs to do is grab a hold of them and damage them. I mean, the SA-12 is very good at that. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, join me in congratulating KZ first place for our top 8 showdown of Cycle 1 of the TGM26 online series. DRG, a very close second, still walking away with 75 points and $1,000 US, Cthulhu. It's not too bad if you're a DRG fan. Ultimately, not what you wanted at the end of the day. We would love to have seen them get that first place, but ultimately, KZ were not letting that happen. They wanted it for themselves. 100 points and 2K in the bank. You got to be happy.
Oh yeah, still very much a hefty sum of money, but yeah, look, that one will have to sting for DRG. They thought that they were Pennywise, but in fact, no, it was just a regular, well, circus performance at the end of it all, really, with how it all played. KZ, though, look, that is genuinely a scary roster to play against, and there's not really much else to say apart from the fact that where it mattered the most, they have absolutely locked everything out. And I'm wondering now, should have things gone differently? Should have, KZ qualified, at the beginning? Would it have been the same outcome or not? Because look, they stayed very, very steady, very sturdy in their performance.
can I highlight as well, Cthulhu, that we don't want to take away from DRG. They capitalized on so many mistakes in that matchup. I mean, they got the first vault. They were locked in on that first sort of set of fights. They were really, really, really pushing their finger deep into the wound and just taking what they could. They were taking ground, they were taking kills, and ultimately their strategy play on what they were doing in those first few fights was really, really good stuff. But then you move forward and it just started to fall apart. KZP learned the sort of pattern that there was emerging out of their fights and then just essentially replicated that, but to benefit them. And realistically, at the end of the day, there's not much you can do if you're a DRG fan there. They just got punished. A second is not bad, but you do have to highlight DRG, an insane run from them. And this is not to say that they are not the winners today. They ultimately still got second, but it was a great effort. They just got outplayed in the end.
Outplayed, outpaced, and outmatched. And honestly, yeah, this was a hefty turnaround from them. I mean, it's been a ruthless run as well that they had to endure. And the fact that they've made it this far is already a massive testament, and still something that we need to keep in mind for the next cycles, for the next times, because should come the cycle number 2, I wouldn't be surprised if it is going to be DRG that will be claiming that first spot, considering just how well they managed to really set themselves up. And from there on, look, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, all the teams really have the ability now to go away and do a lot of behind-the-scenes work. Go and do your stratting. Go and have a look at how you played. Look at the mistakes that you made. Get your analyst, get your coach. Essentially just have a look at what's going on behind the scenes and prepare for the following cycles. Mind you, we still have 3 more for the online series. Unfortunately, Cthulhu will not be joining us for those ones. Patent pending. Hyperactive will hopefully be back and cured of Ligma by then. But for now, he is ultimately off with the fishes. But ladies and gentlemen, we have had so much fun, and I cannot stress this enough. Thank you to the production that we have worked with today. Shout out to you guys. Thank you to everybody at Embark for making this happen. And Cthulhu, thank you to you, man. We've really enjoyed having our time on the desk. But for all that is good in the world, ladies and gentlemen, that is us for this evening for the first cycle of the APAC Aussie qualifiers. We will see you next. Well, I will see you next time. Good one. See you later. Thank you very much.